Hello everybody, welcome. I'm here, you're here. We're gonna learn how to make plugins in Godot today. I haven't actually loaded a Godot project, so we're gonna do that. I have a specific type of plugin that I want to make as well, and I'm super excited to do it. This is something that I don't usually use plugins in Godot, but there's like a very specific thing that I want. And so I'm going to try to do it. What is that thing? I want to say I guess I'll just make like a project. I don't even know where to start. Do I make a project for my plugin? I mean, the plugin is kind of like separate from the project, right? I don't know, whatever. We'll say. So what I want to do is I want to import CSV files and parse them. Specifically, I want to design a credits list. On this channel, we do a lot of fun stuff that involves making games in a short amount of time in various capacities, and you guys often help me make those games. And I like to keep a credits list. And something that would help me a lot is if there was an automatic way to just take that spreadsheet and put it into a beautiful credits list. So that way I didn't have to make a credits list every time. But I want to keep it a little simpler than that. So I'm just gonna say, let's make like a message box that is populated with entries in a CSV. So if we have like, message, or in the first row, that would just be the first message, and the second row would be the second message, third message, fourth message, and then you press like a next button to go to each message in line or whatever, and that would be go next and previous and stuff like that. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve. We'll see how it goes. The shade! Oh my gosh! I mean, okay, Godot, say what you gotta say. You don't have to parse words. It would be a good idea to name your project. Thank you. Did I say parse words? I think I meant mince words. Yes, you're right. You got me. All right, so we're gonna say this is message loader. I mean, really, I just want to import the CSV, and then, it'd be cool. It'd be really cool is if I could, like, write a plugin in the plugin. Let's just say, no, that's too much. Message parse messages from CSV. Or let's say CSV to message box. How about that? All right. Project created. Thank you so much for being here. If you're new to this channel, hit that subscribe button. I do stuff all the time here. I'm working on some videos. We've got live streams, so shorts. So give that subscribe button a press. Maybe turn on notifications too. Thanks, I appreciate you for that. Okay, so now I've never made a plugin before, so I'm going to be learning on the fly. This is going to be a long live stream where I sit down and I try to figure this out. So this isn't like a tutorial. It's maybe better than a tutorial because you get to see me failing, and other people can chime in and we can see what comes together in that process. All right. So I'm going to pull up some documentation to help me through this. I think that seems like a wise choice. So I know that there is Godot plugin documentation. Raphael, welcome. Good to see you. You're gonna make a plugin too, but in Unity. Nice. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with that process. I hope that goes well for you. Let's go. What's your plugin gonna be about? Okay. So this looks very useful. Let's go. Yeah, so I know a couple things. I've done a little research on this. Right, so let's just go through the basics. Let's just dive in and see what happens. I'm willing to take those risks. No problem. I don't mind being a little risky. Okay, so I think we go to project settings and then plugins right up here, this tab. And then I'm going to create a new plugin. Oh, look at that beautiful dialogue. Help me out. Oh. Hey, welcome, Rorik. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev and being a member. Being a member of this channel does afford you some nice benefits. It really does. It gets you an extra live stream every week. It gets you extra looks at my YouTube videos before they go out. It gets you emotes on the screen during the live stream and special ones and special Discord roles, plus probably other things too. So hit that join button below the video if you're interested in learning more about supporting this channel. Good to see you, Rolrick. Welcome. I know you might notice it skipping a little bit here and there, the stream. Don't worry about that. That'll go away momentarily. I was running a little late today, and the computer didn't have as much time to boot up as it would like to have had. What is the difference between a plugin and a package? Well, look, so I don't know what you mean at all, but by package, but if you mean the PCK file, I don't think that's what you mean. I think you just mean like from like a nomenclature sense. And then to add to the confusion, there's also add-on, plugin, add-on, package. Oh gosh, the stream. I know the stream is like stuttering a little, but it's fine. It's not your internet. It's my computer still booting because I didn't have a lot of time to boot it up. So don't worry if I'm frozen in a place for a second. It's gonna be okay. But yeah, I mean, I think that's just the name, right? But you're talking about, oh yeah, a language barrier, a code language barrier. Yeah. There's probably no difference there. Yeah. All right. So my plugin, see how, and even Godot says add-on plugin. So there's different words for the same thing. Okay, so my plugin name is going to be CSV to message. I don't know if I can use like spaces in here. Whoa. I didn't mean to mess that up. My plugin. Oh, so this is where I name that and I can't use spaces in there. I see. CSV to message. I'm going to go ahead and just say box because that's what I mean when I say it. CSV2 message box. The number 2. It's horrible. Relatively short when hovering the plugin in a list. I don't plan to list this, but maybe I will. It doesn't do this yet, but I guess in theory it will take in a .csv file and generate a node tree, a node tree message box, C2MB. It's gonna be freaking legendary. People are gonna reference it in Reddit comments all the time. You need to get C2MB. Taking an SC, should I say an? I guess we should say an CSV file and no, because that would be if it started with a vowel. And generate a node tree. Generate control nodes that make up a message box. Taking in a CSV file and generate control nodes that comprise a message box that and generate control nodes that are populated with that are populated with the CSV data. How about that? Okay. Author Godot? No! It's Hyper Game Dev. Version 0.1.0. I'm actually basing that on something I read in this documentation when I was looking at this before the stream, which is, they mention it in here, semantic versioning. I did not know about this. It seems like it's pretty, that's intense, rough. It seems like it's pretty ubiquitous. So given a version number, can I zoom into this? Does that fit? Not really. We'll make it fit. Just a little zoomy. Get the zoomies for it. Just give it a little scoochy. Major version when you make incomplete API changes. So that's the first number. The second number is minor version when you add functionality in a backward compatible manner. 3, patch version when you make backward compatible bug fixes. So I wouldn't want to do one major because it kind of indicates that it's like ready to go and it's not going to change. But technically, I'm going to be changing this, you know? So I want to make sure that I keep that 0 there. So I'm going to make sure that's 0. Again, I just got this from the documentation, which by the way, I'll make sure I link this in chat and I'll try to put it in the description box as well. Let me make sure I do that. That is quite a hefty URL. All right, I put it in the description box just loosely, just dropped it on in there. Okay. So that's what we're going to version it. Language GScript, script name. Plugin.gd sounds fine to me. Plugin, the name, if it's left empty, it will default to the subfolder name. Yeah, sure. All right, go for it. I think that's enough. I think we've done enough setup. Okay, let's see what our file system looks like now that we have done some things. So we've got our add-ons folder down here somewhere. There it is. CSV to message box, CSV to message box.gd, and then plugin.cfg. So that's what we're modifying. I might need multiple scripts, so we'll see how that goes. Now it starts with an @tool at the top. I've gotten the tip from someone in this community that I should avoid putting the @tool on there just in case it breaks the editor. We'll see. Oh, I'm going to keep that in mind for sure. So there's a couple things that I also want to do. I want to make sure that I've got a credits list ready to go. Would probably be good. I don't know that I have like a special credit sheet for this purpose yet. So I guess we're going to make a new credit sheet. You are Iron Boy. Okay. I know you as Iron Alakit, but you're also Iron Boy. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Timeless, you as well. Appreciate you guys. Okay, so here's what we're going to say. We're going to say this is... I'm going to give Dungeon Martian a credit already because Dungeon Martian was helping me figure out if I should use @tool or not, and I appreciate that. Okay, so this is going to be learn along credits. Specifically, CSV to message. All right, good. And then I would love to do a GitHub repo. It's just, look, it's good stuff to do because A, I can open source it and share it so other people can do stuff with it if they want. And then also, I don't have to worry about losing any progress. So I want to make sure that this is named the same thing. The project is CSV_to_message box. Okay, you know, I'm just going to look at the actual documents folder name. CSV, okay, that's the actual folder. I'm actually going to put it on the clipboard. And let's add a new repository, and I'm going to make sure that repository name matches my project name here. And then in the description, I'm going to say, in the description, I'm going to say, well, pretty much the same thing, a plugin for converting .csv files to a message box in Godot. Keep it a little simpler for that description. Okay. Sure, give it a README. Create repository. So now, just to make sure that I've linked those up correctly, and I'm using GitHub Desktop to do this, which I find very useful. I'm just going to make like kind of a pointless change. So we'll just get rid of that period, and I'll save it and make sure a change appears. It does. So we will commit it and then publish our repository. I'm not going to make it private, so then we'll already have a URL ready to go. We're cooking, baby. We're doing the things we gotta do. Gotta do the things we gotta do. Okay, and then I'll drop this here. You bought a mouse and keyboard combo for $7. Oh my gosh. Is it a good mouse and keyboard? That's quite a deal. Okay, so link is in the chat for that GitHub repo, and I'm also going to add it to the description box as well. Okay, it's in the description box too. You started testing it out. You're currently trying to build a small racing game. That's awesome. Let's go. And are you making it in Godot? That's so cool. Let's freaking go. Nice work. And I love that you're saying it's a small racing game. Small is so important. You know, make sure you figure out that scope. Figure out where it's going, right? Make sure that you know how it's going to end. So that way you have clear scope. Make sure you know what the different components are going to be. How many cars are there going to be? What are going to be the different abilities of that car? Because if you have all that stuff figured out, you have a much higher chance of actually finishing that game. Refresh V page. Why? What did you do already? What did you do already? You didn't fork it. An issue? I have a problem with this. There's nothing here. And there you go. That's the joy of open sourcing. Yeah, true. Hello. Patience. That's my big brain response. All right. So, back to the project itself. I guess, do I give you a credit for that, Raphael? I'm not sure. Okay, so back to the project itself. Let's actually get this being a plugin. So things to think about. We have this enter tree and exit tree. As I understand it, this means, what does this mean? This means that when the plugin is first loaded, this is when all that stuff will happen, or this is where that will happen, is right here. So someone says load plugin, someone installs plugin, someone turns it on, someone sets it up, checks a box, whatever. I set it up, I check the box. When I do that, this code will run. When I say remove plugin, uncheck the box, whatever, this code will run. So let's say I create the message box, right? And I instantiate a message box node tree. I would want to make sure I free that tree so that way it doesn't exist anymore and it isn't left behind, because that would be messy. So that's good to know. And then if I want to actually make it be something, I guess we could just make something simple real quick. Like ideally, like what I really want is for it to be like a box. So maybe I'll just kind of generally make that box. See if we can. But here's the thing. You want to, this is confusing because okay, this is going to be a lot of work, right? Because I don't just want something added in as a plug-in, right? I don't want it just to be something over here that you can press things. When you press things, I want stuff to happen, right? And so I don't want to create the message box yet because, oh, is that why it's going so slow? Because it was reinstalling something? Oh my god, that is too funny. Speaking of mouse and keyboard, Iron, my freaking keyboard software was reinstalling itself. That's why the stream was choppy. Oh my goodness. That was totally unnecessary, Logitech. You didn't have to do that. So I want to have a couple separate things. I want to make what the plugin itself is going to look like like in the sidebar or whatever. And I want to make what it generates looks like. So those are two things. Speaking of things that look like things, there's what looks like a cat here joining us, and I just thought I should tell you that Travi is lying down right there. I forgot to mention that he's there, but he is. When the plugin will disable, it will turn itself on. Okay. I know this. You're saying just make it do that? No, it's awful. So malware is what you mean. Just create malware. Let me bring the chat down here. I think we can bring the chat down here for now. Oh, it's a little bigger. I know the setup you use is way more advanced and expensive. Is it? Is it? But since I'm on a limited budget, this is what I could manage for now. Still, I'm really excited to keep learning and building up step by step. I mean, I assume you're here. Surely you were typing and using a mouse, but I guess you didn't have a mouse and keyboard before. I'm glad you do now. I'm glad you do. It's very useful. By using Android mobile. Oh, really? You're developing. Wait, so you've got Godot mobile and you've got a mouse and keyboard that you plug in to your phone? Wow. Wow. Very interesting. When you enable the plugin, it will be disabled. Just malwares itself. All right, so yeah, I don't even know how to design this. Do I even need a margin container? I mean, I suppose. Okay, so let's add we'll want buttons. I want like I think I might have made something very complex. I think this might be too hard for a first plugin. But that's okay. Because I want like some way to display what the thing, whatever. Can we just make like a button for now? Can we just make like a button and like a label? I'm going to put a HBox in here. And this button will say upload. I guess we'd want like some more design features as well. Like proud of you, Iron. You got this. You got this. I don't know if I have an expensive setup. All my computer specs are in the description box below. But hey, you got to start somewhere. Proud of you. Let's see. I want to add a label in here. It would be nice to like know what the plugin is and what it does. We'll even put a label here, right? And this would just be where the file goes. So I'll call this label file name. I'm going to call this button upload. I wonder if unique names work in plugins. I mean, why not, right? Right? I could be wrong, though. And then a label at the top. So I'll probably want a VBox as well, just to help make sure... Okay. It's not what I meant to do, but sure. A VBox at the top that will hold all these things together. I think we can make Travi a little more present. He's just off in the corner. There he is. Let's get some music too. I feel like I need like a little energy. Give me some tea, and some music. We'll be cooking in no time, baby. Oh, cooking food. Oh, let me just nourish myself. Let's go. It's not much of a VBox, is it? Oh, they're not in the VBox. That would explain that. Hey, what's up, Ohor? Am I pronouncing that right? Welcome, good to see you. I'm making a plugin today. I've never made a plugin before. I have no idea how plugins are made. Well, I have some idea, but I don't have as much idea as I will by the end of this stream. My plugin is going to be importing CSV files and outputting a little message box that you can skip through messages of. Okay, so I'm gonna call this CSV to message box. There's probably a lot of little stuff I'd like to do. I think a theme would be nice. I don't know. Can I guess I can use a theme. I guess that's what this is that essentially you're loading a Godot project in your Godot project. That kind of explains why I often notice some like performance issues when I install add-ons. Because you're not only running the game that you're already running, you're also running another project on top of that at the same time. You know, and if I've got themes loaded in there, it's doing all that. Like, is that even a good idea? I don't know. I have no idea. Godot plugins, themes. I don't know. That's not gonna help. No, that's useless. I just don't know. I mean, I think I just have to try it and just gotta find out if that's a bad idea. I just have no idea. Okay. Alright. No problem. Sure. I would like a theme. I think that would be nice. Because then I can just make sure things are consistent. Let me just see what this looks like. And then, so this label, in theory, would be upload a file. Maybe that is like the default text that's there. Kind of would be nice if it had like a border around it or something. Maybe we could add a panel container in here that contains our label with a nice border on it. Yeah, I get a little fancy. Do what I have to do to communicate. You know, I care about UI. I care about things looking like nice and communicating things to the user in a helpful manner. Although, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to do this like differently, right? Like, it's just a hunch. It's just a hunch. That like maybe I need like some special, because there are like these special like inspector things. Adding an interface to edit properties. The editor property, oh, I lost it. The editor property class is a special type of control that can interact with the inspector doc's edited objects. It doesn't display anything, but can house any other control nodes, including complex scenes. 3 essential parts to the script extending editor property. You must define the init method to set up the control node structure. You should implement the update property to handle changes to the data from the outside. A signal must be emitted at some point to inform the inspector that the control has changed the property. Add the control as a direct child of the editor. So, I mean, I think this is for like interfacing with the existing inspector. If I'm understanding this correctly, make a custom widget that replaces the default spinbox control for integers with a button that generates random values. So I think this would be for if we want to actually modify I'm a little confused, but let's just see what this does. Let me just try to set this up and see what happens. I suppose I will call this... Has anyone told any of you you're awesome today? If not, I would like you all to know that you are awesome. Let's go, Ponix Pon, you're awesome. What? What in the world? Oh, that's the nicest thing. Okay, let's go. We're awesome, guys. Ponix Pon said it. I know it's true. You guys are awesome. Pon is right. Proud of you. Thank you, Pon, for the kind, amazing vibes. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you know, indeed, that you two are awesome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, by the way. We got good people supporting us. If you're good people, why aren't you supporting? I'm just kidding. You don't have to answer that question. Okay, so let's let's just see what happens if I add this in. But I'm going to give this a name. We're going to say this is main plugin. Okay, that's what we're going to call that. And then export it or save it. This script was not ever supposed to exist. This script was an accident. Please delete it promptly. Okay, so now on this, it's not really going yet. I don't know what's happening. I've created a plugin, and we've got the requisite files down here. Now I'm just kind of faffing around and trying to get it together. So I've done the basics, the essentials, the primary starting points, and now I'm just trying to see what happens when I try to add it somewhere. And then I started wondering some things out loud that we'll have to see. You know, like, is this really how I want to set this up, or do I want it to be like using editor properties? I have no idea. So yeah, this is how it's going. There is a GitHub repo, so that's a start. Okay, so I'm gonna try. I think we have to like add it to. Let me see if I can just guess it. Add control to doc. Right? We're getting there. We're not getting nowhere. It's a good start. Thank you. Editor doc slot left. Honestly, like, if I had to be honest, I think it'd be nice if it was like a tab that you could go to. Ideally on the right. I don't know. Maybe on the bottom? I don't really know where do I want to put this? Maybe the bottom? What if we put it on the bottom? That's like its own thing. Add control to bottom panel. I don't have any idea what I'm doing. Let's just see what happens. Let's just experiment. That's the way. That's the way we do things here. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna see what it is. I'm just gonna see what happens. Too few arguments. 1, 2. Okay, what's the other one that you want? Let's go find out what it says. A title. Nice. And then a shortcut. Specify a shortcut parameter. When pressed, the shortcut will toggle the bottom panel's visibility. That's so cool. See the default editor bottom panel shortcuts and editor settings for inspiration. I don't think this needs a shortcut, but that's really cool. Per convention, they all use the alt modifier. That's really awesome. But no. So we're going to say for a title, this is CSV to message box. It's kind of long. That's going to take up a lot of space. Title, awesome plugin. It is going to be awesome. Trying to figure out how to add multiplayer, but it's way harder than I thought. Yeah, that's what they say. That's like the thing, is that it's hard. Should be control, but is a string. Oh, so I have to like instantiate it or something. Can I just say like load? What do you think about a little load? But it is a resource as control. What'd you think about that? It doesn't like that. Okay. All right, so we'll load it proper. Oh yeah, you're using Unity. There's probably so many like things that already exist to help you do that. Uh-oh. It's easier in Godot and Unreal Engine? Oh no. Alright, so let's create a constant for the main plugin. I guess we'll infer it for now. And I'm gonna say preload that. Yup. That's right. Now let's see if it'll be more okay with this. Main plugin. What you think about that? Should be a control, but is a pack scene. Right. So I guess I have to like instantiate it. I gotta say like main plugin. I think I need to figure this out. I think I need to be smarter about this. Okay, so instantiation, something I always forget how to do. I always forget how to do this right. Spawnable objects. There's gotta be some good guides to follow out there. You'll get there. You're a smart cookie. I can't help you, but so maybe somebody here can. You could try the Discord. There is a Unity section, I think. There might be someone who can help you. Discord link in the description box for anyone who didn't know. Smash the like button. That's true. Hit the like button. That is important. We got 15 folks hanging out with us today. Thank you for being here. But only 10 likes. That's... Ooh. I mean, whatever. You want to hold out on your thumbs ups. I respect that. Hyper smash that thumbs up button, though. It means more people will find out about these live streams, and it makes a big difference. So yeah, good point, Raphael. Thank you if you're willing to do that. I wish that was my problem, spelling instantiation wrong. We could make a Discord command. We could. Nobody ever uses it, except for you right now. I could, though. I tend not to add things unless people seem to expect or want them. So, you know, maybe this is the moment. But YouTube has a description box. I feel like a lot of that type of culture comes from Twitch, where you don't have something like a description box. Although you do have the about me at the bottom anyway, so who knows? Yeah, it's not as common, but people do it, and you can do it. What the hell am I looking for? Oh, so another place where I've instantiated something. We instantiated something over here. I always forget this code. I always do. I always have to go look. I'm still a noob, okay? And I'm a noob with forgetful ADHD. I believe on this script... Not on that script. The instantiation is on this script. I just know. There we go. Right. Oh, right. We just create it right then and there. Oh, is that all I have to do? Is that all I have to do? There we go. We got there. I just had to add instantiate to the end of this. Okay, so good. Great. And then when... I guess I would say main plugin queue free? I don't even know. I don't know. We're gonna see what happens. So in order to do this, I think we gotta go back to plugins. And then we have to disenable it. Then enable it. What are you typing? Oh yeah. Okay, re-enable. There it is! It's right there! Okay, alright. We Godoing. Oh, it is. It's down there. It is. I see it. It's not pretty, but it is there. Look. It's literally on top of everything. The giant pawn did mistype 100% of the word. I mean, you can see very clearly like what they did though. Like you can see very clearly what they did, right? So instead of like Y, oh wait, I got the zoom. Instead of YEAH, they did URSJ. Just like literally, boop. It's a little shifted. So relatable though. It's 100% of overlapping. I know. It's kind of cool though. It's there. Now, if I drag this, it does come up, but like, why doesn't it just do that? Everything else does. This does that. These do that. Why doesn't mine do that? Do I have to tell it to do that? This is interesting. Okay. All right. I guess I could make this margin container bigger. Like, what if I just do one of these? What if I do that? Oh, wait. Before we change things, let's turn it off. Wait, where didn't it go away? It's concerning. Oh god, it's, oh no! Oh dear god! Ah! Stop this! What's happening? No. No. It was removing at one point. Oh, like delete. Oh, so if I update it. Wait, I have to like completely remove it? I need to add remove control. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nice call. What's up, Gargoyle? Try setting a minimum height. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, let me... Yeah, thank you guys. Okay, you guys are both gonna get some credits, even though Pawn got there first. You knew what to do. Okay, and Gargoyle had a good suggestion too. So credits where credits are due. And I'll put these on the GitHub README and stuff. For example. Oh my god. You linked to No, that's smart. Because that's where so much learning is. Right? It's not evil. It is a little evil, but it's not that evil. Like, if I just did it all correctly, we're all learning less. But when I mess it up, we all learn more. So now we get to find out what happens to try to make this not have multiple of these. That sounds kind of challenging. So what does this want? This wants just the control. So I guess I didn't need to queue free anything. Maybe the queue free is for something else? I don't know. I don't even know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Okay, so it is coming and going, which is nice. Restart Godot? I can do that. I have no problem with that. What if I just reload the project? That pretty much reloads Godot, right? Please? I'm so nervous. What if I broken everything? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. And it is definitely still not taking up all the space. So let's try Gargoyle's idea. And let's just go to the top level for the main plugin and set a minimum size. I kind of wish we could see the like default ones, like probably some way, but just go like poke around in their code. There probably is a way. Okay, so let's just say 100. These are just some numbers that I typed. and then turn off the plugin. Let's get that zoom. Actually, I'll go over here, get that zoom, turn the plugin back on. Ah, minimum size! Let's go! Well done, Gargoyle. Ah, nice. Thank you. It's probably coded in C++. Oh, yeah, I don't know how to parse that. Dope. Let's freaking go. We are plugin creators, guys. Okay. So we have a button. It doesn't do anything. This could look nicer, right? What does all this look like? And then what are we gonna put, like, settings in here? I don't know. I kind of almost like it centered. I think I'm gonna try to center it. Yeah, but if it's 100, you just gotta think about things a little bit. Well, here, make the margin container 100. Yeah, you helped me so much. Thank you. Thank you. If I make this margin container 100, wow, that looks a lot smaller than this does, but that's okay. Oh, maybe that's the minimum size. Oh, neat. Credits for credits? What? Why would I need that? Although technically this will evolve into the future credits plugin, but I feel like that's going to be a little bit more complicated, so I'm not gonna make that just yet. Okay, so this is the actual minimum size, which is a little small, if I ask me. So I'm gonna say, what's 500? That's too big. 200? Okay, that's 200 is nice. Let's go with a 200 minimum size. Such a good call, Gargoyle. All of y'all are helping me. Set that minimum size. We'll make this match just so it's easier to kind of see what it's doing. I'm not sure what the width is. I mean, I guess it would be different depending on what this is stretched to be. But I'm curious, like, if I were to make this margin container take up the full size and then have its contents be anchored in the middle, would this be disappeared or would it adjust dynamically? Is my next curiosity. Let us see. Ooh. Oh, wow. And now it really, truly... I can get out of the way now. It's not super tiny. It really, truly has, like, a minimum... I can't drag it down any further. It's nice and centered. It's beautiful. It's kind of... I mean, yeah, it's, like, centered. It's, like, mostly centered. Yeah, it looks good. Cool. Alright. So, I guess... Wow, I guess we're at the point where it's time to add some functionality in. So somehow I need to be able to access the user's file system. Well, I mean, look, I'm fine with Godot's built-in thing. You're gonna have to move the file to the project folder, but that's okay. Okay, so let's see if we have something like that. File and data in and out. Wait, this is just general documentation. That is not what I wanted. Godot plugin, file system, browse. It's just like, how do I browse files using editor plugin? A file dialog node. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. When using plugins, dialogs must be children of a specific node called the base control. I think it's what makes them take the editor theme as well. Then signals are used. File dialog new. File dialog open file. Access resources. Connect file selected when the file is selected. Oh, so this is calling a function. Got it. Understood. Within the node itself. That's the function name. Understood. Editor interface. Get the editor interface. Create a base control and add the file dialog to the base control. This is wild. What is a base control? I mean, okay. Okay. Heard. Understood. I know that feeling. Could never have done it alone. Creating a texture. Well, how are you calling that a texture? Alright, let's see if we can do this. I'm not going to copy and paste it for the sake of learning. Oh, this is where we'd want to queue free. Now, it's interesting because this one adds a tool menu item, but it doesn't remove it, which is concerning. Okay, so only things that we add as children do we need to queue free. I wonder why they're doing an underscore here. Also, where are they declaring it? Oh, up here. Like, as I understand it, like from a technical perspective, the underscore means that it's private. That is to say, it's only accessible by that script. So I guess, sure. Alright, why not? So when it enters the tree, well, really we want to say when that button gets pressed. I feel like what I'm not sure of is if I want to include that file dialog stuff right here in the main plugin script, or do I want to put that on the control node? I think I want to put that in the control node, because otherwise it's going to be harder to access the button, and we have to set up all kinds of extra infrastructure for that, and that's silly. Okay. Now I've already called that control node main plugin, which is fine. Okay. All right. Let's do it. So I'm going to attach a script called mainplugin.gd. We need to make sure it has @tool. It extends control. And we're going to set up a variable called file dialog. I think that sounds nice. I already forgot. What else are we doing? Oh, they're not even typing it. What is its type? I have to do so much inferred typing because I just don't know what these things need to be. But it's actually nothing. We don't need to type it because I don't know what it is. I could probably look it up. Let's see. File dialog. Wait, what is it? Here it is. A dialog for selecting files or directories in the file system. Whoa. Whoa. Look at this. It inherits. Whoa. Like normally when you look at inheritance, right? Well, I agree that it needs a UE at the end, but it doesn't agree. Well, when I think of the UE, I think of like dialogue between like characters or something. Normally when we look at class inheritance, the arrows are like going the other way, right? You've got like object pointing to node, and then the canvas layer is inheriting from object. So canvas layer inherits from object, inherits from node. I don't understand. So object inherits from node, inherits from viewport, inherits from window, inherits from accept dialog, inherits from confirmation dialog. Okay, I see. Oh, I'm bugging, guys. I'm bugging. I see. It's not going the other way around. Just ignore me. It's still a lot of stuff. I just never seen these things. I'm just like, what is this? It has a question mark. I'm just trying to understand what so ignore me talking about things going the other way. I don't know why I thought that. Okay. So it's an object and it's a node. It's part of the viewport. Interestingly, it's its own window. It has an accept dialog and a confirmation dialog. Oh, you did talk about the accept dialog, right? Where you're doing the A through Z's of Godot nodes. Wow. So this inherits from that. Neat. All right. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So technically, it's its own type. Oh, and that's what you were saying, Ohor. Oh, you were literally trying to say that. That's its type. Its type is file dialog. Thank you. I gotta give you credit where it's due there, because it just clicked. Alright, thank you. Yeah, life has gotta always come first. Life has always gotta come first. But you started it, you know? You started it. There's something to always come back to. That was in the Discord, by the way. PonixPon started an A to Z of Godot nodes in the Discord, explaining what different nodes do starting from A. It's pretty cool. Okay, so we established the file dialog, and then we want to say when that button gets pressed is when it's going to open that dialog. So I'm going to need to make sure that that button is findable. So we'll do a ready, I think, right? I don't need like a init for this, do I? Like specifically? I don't think so. I don't think that's like particularly necessary here. Why is this song always so much louder? Now they're putting that in enter tree, but it's already going to have enter the tree by now, so I think we're fine. Okay, function ready. Button upload, pressed, connect on button upload pressed. Can we just say on upload pressed? Okay, so when upload is pressed, we want to set file dialog to file dialog.new. So we create a fresh one. Neat. What else? I already forgot everything. Open file on its mode. And then access resources. I kind of just want to like look at this a little bit. File dialog is a can we zoom in? My goodness, it's so tiny. It's so itty bitty. File dialog is a preset dialog used to choose files and directories in the file system. It supports filter masks. All right. File dialog automatically sets its window title according to the file mode. Okay. If you want to use a custom title, disable this by setting mode override title to false. Whoa. That's okay. It sounds cool. Maybe. Alright. File mode. File mode, open file. The dialog allows selecting one and only one file. File mode, open files, multiple files, open directory for selecting a directory, disallowing file selection, open any You can do a file or a directory. Ooh, and a save file. Oh, cool. And it just will warn you when a file exists. Nice. Neat. That's really cool. Good to know. And this is why we don't just copy and paste code, because actually looking at what it's doing can teach so much. All right, so let's do that. I still wouldn't have known to do that without that page, but okay, so we want file mode open file. File dialog mode. And you can see there's other stuff here too. All kinds of stuff. Interesting that it just even gives us that. Well, okay. Mode. And we want to set that. How do they do it over here? Filed. So because we want, oh, I see. Because we want to make sure we're setting. Well, this is actually kind of weird. This is from 2019, so I do wonder if this isn't like different. I guess that doesn't matter. File dialog mode open file. No, it's but it is a little different. This is file mode open file. Cannot assign a value type of file dialog file mode as window mode. Okay. But if I were to do this, it doesn't exist. So I think we do have to adapt this somehow. I mean, like, I did see that it was just like it just allows this, you know? I wonder if like this, I wonder if we just say if it equals, I don't actually know what the right thing to do is here. Default 4. Okay, so I think what we want to say is... So I think copying that code wouldn't have even worked anyway. Dot file mode. So mode is apparently referring to window mode. Oh, and now we're getting this autocomplete. Okay. So that has changed since this was written. Alright, good to know. Okay, then we want to set its access. File dialog access resources. What is that? The file system access type. See access constants. In web builds, file dialog cannot access the host file system. Right. In Sandbox, Linux, and Mac OS environments, use native dialog as automatically used to allow limited access. Nice. Okay. Access resources. The dialog only allows accessing files under the resource path. Oh, we can access user data. That would be kind of nice. Things being outdated! I know, right? I know. But you know, it's probably for the best, right? Because then you get to learn something. You know, unless you choose to go over to ChatGPT and ask it to fix it for you, although it probably won't do it right anyway. I love that it's wrong. I love it. I used to not like it, but I like it now. Local saves. File system. The dialog allows accessing files on the whole system. I mean, why not? Why not do the whole system? Is there a good reason not to? I know I would be much happier if I were using this plugin and it allowed me to access the whole file system. But by default, it seems, most of Godot's file loading is all resource path only. And I don't know, maybe there's some really specific scary reason for that. Well, I'm going to be wacky, and I'm going to do access file system. Because that sounds nicer to me. So we'll say equals file dialog, access file system. All right, what's next? More config. Yeah, okay. Connect. Okay, so then we actually set up the function and call the function. Right, it'll be safer. It'll be safer. I guess I don't want to have a plugin out there that could be insecure, right? Maybe I should only do resource. It makes sense why it's resource only. You typically don't want your resources all over the place. True. Although, well, that's a good point. Because, like, on one hand, I might say, well, for this plugin, you might just want to bring in the CSV file and be done with it. But what if? And then that starts to get a little scope creep, right? Because it's like, what if people want to update their message box? Right? So it can, I mean, look, and I'm not necessarily trying to make this as something that's like a great tool for everybody. I'm just trying to learn how to bring in text from a CSV file, parse it, and then put it into control nodes. Like, that's what I want to figure out. But then those scope creep questions start coming up. Well, what if someone wants to update the text in their message boxes using that CSV file? You know, the CSV file changes. Can you just go into the plugin and press update messages and it'll parse it again? And instead of creating a new node tree, well, unless it needs to create new nodes because you added more messages, it modifies the existing ones and or adds new ones. Like, oh man, that gets a wee bit complicated. And so in that case, if it was for updating it, we'd especially want to make sure that it was kind of saying, hey, you should really keep this in the resource folder if you're going to be updating your files anyway. If it's a one and done, it imports them and you got to do the rest for yourself, then maybe it makes sense to allow for the full file system. I mean, look, I'm not convinced to maybe just consider not doing the full file system. You said safer, and I'm like, okay, look, I don't want to be not safe. If you have a program where you need to load from a file path, like a game save that is saved somewhere, a special user would be good. Right. True. Very true. Right. So, like, is this really a use case where it's necessary to have access outside of the resources? Really, it's not. Like, we're all used to adding our files to the resource directory anyway. Just saying, why not? It'd be nice to have full access is maybe not the right reason. So, okay, I'll dial it back. You guys are right. Right, in that case, auto check a folder called saves or something. I mean, I guess this is kind of similar. Like, if someone wants that CSV file to keep updating, but it's not the same as, like, a game. Okay. Okay, and then file selected is a special signal in file dialog. Tell me more about that. So the signals in here are directory selected. Okay. File selected. Okay. Nice. File name filter change. Emitted when the filter for the file names changes. So that's like if you're looking for like .csv or .png or whatever. I guess that's what that means. File selected when you select multiple files. It would be nice if it was only looking for CSV. I would actually love to limit it to just CSVs. That's probably a property we can put in there. Ooh. Let's look for that. File name filter. Filter for file names. When set to non-empty string, only files that contain the substring will be shown. File name filter can be edited by the user with the filter button at the top of the file dialog. See also filters, which should be used to restrict the file types that can be selected instead of file name filter, which is meant to be set by the user. I mean, it's going to be CSV. We're not going to add multiple support for different types of spreadsheets. Okay. The available file type filters. Each filter string in the array should be formatted like this. *.png, comma, *.jpeg, comma, image files. Whoa. The description text of the filter is optional and can be omitted. Is that what the... Both file extensions and MIME types should always be set. Okay. Embedded file dialog, Windows file dog support only file extensions. The returned array is copied and any changes to it will not update the original property. Okay. So we want to make an array. We want filters to be, and it's going to be a pack string array. So I'll say, oops, I will say file dialog filters *.csv. Expected expression as array element. What, like this? What does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? What do you mean? Pack string array? Do you want me to say that? I can say that. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want from me? Oh, like this? What does expression mean? I'm sorry. My ignorance is real right now. I don't know what if we just do like set filters or something? What does it think about that? I don't know what I'm doing. Pack string array. Oh, it does say string, which is not what I'm doing. Maybe that's something that it wants. Can you tell me more about what a packed string array is? Packed array of strings. So it does want pack string array beforehand. Okay. So I'll say pack string array *.csv. I'm surprised that That's okay. The string ratio before. I was confused because this didn't show the quotes, but I should just know to do the quotes because it's a pack string array. Yeah. All right. I don't know. I've never used a pack string array in my life. Okay, great. Cool. Let's do the signal. So for the signal, I want to say... Oh yeah, files, that's what I was doing. I was looking at file selected in the file dialog. I was like, how did I get to the filters? Right, we were looking at these different ones. Emitted when the user selects a file by double-clicking it or pressing the OK button. Okay, that looks good, yes. All right. So from the file dialog, we want to connect something. It's a lucky guess. Nice. Good guess. I mean, but that's part of like the skill of like becoming a great developer or programmer for that matter, right? Is knowing how to interpret documentation and apply it, even if you've never used a certain thing before. So you got skills. Okay, I don't normally connect things this way. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, so file selected, self. Oh, interesting. I don't think this is the way... There's like different... Connect is crazy, because there's like different kinds of connects, and you don't really... The autocomplete isn't going to show you the different ways you can use it. Oh, so it's like the callable and the self are like in the same thing. That's crazy. But there's like different types of connect. And I usually use this type with a constructor callable using a target object in method name. But I hear that this is like a better way to do it. Interesting, although I've never seen it quite formatted like that, where it has the word callable there before it. It kind of doesn't matter, but I have been meaning to try it, just to like be more specific. But I think we can just indeed say self and then the function on file selected. Yeah, so it still knows how to parse that, even though I didn't say callable and then wrap that up like this. So it still understands it. It is kind of more readable this way, though. I kind of like that. Maybe that's how I'll do my signals from now on. On file selected. Okay, so I'm assuming that's going to call with a selected file, would be my guess. A path. That's a string. Okay. That works. Okay, so when we select the file, what am I going to want to do with it? Different stuff. Let's just try printing it for now. How about that? Show me the path. No constructor of callable means the signature. Oh. Okay. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Why didn't that work? What's your problem? And then even if I said it like this, no constructor of callable matches the signature. Callable resource main plugin.gd callable. Do you want me to save it or something? Like, what are you talking about? All right, well, I guess we're just gonna do it the normal way. I don't know what to say. I was like, let's try it the way where we say what script it goes to. Nope, not today. Okay, great. So let's just see if this works. This should be functional, right? So I'm gonna go to project settings because now we have, so let's just recap. Let's see where we're at here. In our CSV to message box script, we've got a main plugin, control node instantiated, set up as a variable called main plugin. When the plugin enters the tree, we add a control to the bottom panel. We call that CSV to message box, and that's going to be main plugin that we established up there. Then when the plugin is removed, we remove that, and that's it. Okay. Let's see what happens. So we've got it down here. There we go. I upload. Oh, I forgot to talk about the other stuff. So main plugin, by the way, is supposed to check for the button. That's the button I just clicked that did nothing. Then we're supposed to get file dialog declared, which is just typed as a file dialog. In the ready function, we check to see if that button has been pressed. If the button has been pressed, we create a new file dialog. We set its file mode to file mode open file. We give it access to the resources directory. We then establish .csv as a filter. Hopefully that's what that does. And then we connect our file selected signal once. So in theory, it would have popped open the dialog. And then once file selected signal is emitted, it is going to run, in theory, this function right here. And then just print the path. But we are stuck. I press the upload button. We're stuck somewhere over here. I don't know if we're going to get errors. No constructor of callable. Well, yeah, but that's old news. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what's going wrong. Expected end of statement after expression. Found identifier instead. Oh, there you go. Sorry about that. My bad. Okay. Let's try it again. So I'm gonna turn off the plugin, turn it back on. Whoops, click on it down here. Hit upload. Nothing happens. No thing is popping up. Okay, so let's go look at what else this had. Ah, we're missing a few things. I was trying to just do it off memory. I'm trying not to just directly copy it, but I'm missing some things. So we have to define the editor interface. We then have to do that base control thing, which I'm excited to learn what it is. And then we add the file dialog child to the base control. And we also need to make sure that we clean it up. So that's going to be interesting, right? Because we have to make sure that it exists. Let's say that you loaded the plugin, but you never opened a file dialog. Well, I mean, I think you'd want to say when the file is selected, that's when you would queue free the file dialog. I think that would make the most sense. Okay. I was going to say, like, trying to go back to exit tree and do that sounds kind of painful. Okay. All right. So let's establish our editor interface and then establish a base control and then add the file dialog to that. Okay. So we're creating an editor interface. We'll probably just type that as such. I don't know. Get editor interface. Okay, I'm a little concerned. That didn't pull up as anything. All right, cool, 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 cool. Let's see if we can find it in the docs. Editor, get editor interface. Okay, so we need to go from editor plugin. Editor plugin. Deprecated. Oh, that's old news. 2019. 2019 code. It ain't it. Editor interface is a global singleton and can be accessed directly by its name. Oh. Oh. Okay. This class shouldn't be instantiated directly. Instead, access the singleton directly by its name. Editor settings. Well, that's quite different than editor interface, isn't it? This is all very different. I'm just trying to find, like, what gives you control over Godot. Let's read this. Gives you control over Godot's editor window. It allows customizing the window and saving and reloading scenes, rendering mesh previews, inspecting and editing resources and objects, and provides access to editor settings, editor file system. Sounds like what we need. Editor resource preview, script editor, the editor viewport, and information about scenes. This class shouldn't be instantiated directly. Okay. Tell me more about editor file system. Resource file system as the editor sees it. Editor interface, get resource file system. Okay, I think that might be what we need, would be my guess. Returns the editor's file system interface. Whew. Okay. All right. That took a little digging, but I think we got there. Editor file system, get resource file system. Okay. Editor interface, get editor. Wait, am I doing that right? I don't remember anymore. I already forgot. I already forgot. Editor interface dot get resource file system. Okay. Get resource file system. Okay. Woof. That was some effort. Now, if I look back at this. Okay, so do we still need this base control thing? I have no idea. Base control, get base control. That's from the editor interface, but that's quite different, isn't it? Because here, this is getting the editor interface and it's fetching base control from that. I wonder if we don't even need that file system thing. Returns the main container of Godot's editor window. For example, you can use it to retrieve the size of the container and place your controls accordingly. Removing and freeing this node will render the editor useless. Oh, we're in some danger territory. That's exciting. It's very exciting. Okay. Cool. Also, that's amazing that we can even do that, but probably also very, very dangerous. Okay. I mean, I fail to see why I even need to do this. And maybe there is a reason, I just don't understand. But it seems to me like I can just say base control equals editor interface dot get base control. If I were to guess. And then I guess I can type this as editor interface, which is also kind of weird because it's like base control. So like, isn't it actually a control? I'm kind of curious. Is there an easy way to just like return something's type? GDScript print nodes type. I guess I could look at the remote tab or something. Is? Yeah, it's not quite what I mean. Get class. Okay. I'm just kind of curious, like what even is it? So just for funsies, I'm gonna say print base control get class. Okay. For now, we'll infer it. Okay, and then we want to say base control add child file dialog. We also want to make sure we remove the file dialog as well. So file dialog, queue free. All right, let's try this again. Turn it off, turn it back on, load it. Okay. Panel. Whoa. Base control is evidently a panel. So there you go. I will say, however, nothing happened. So that's fun. We don't have a remote. Right, how do I even debug this? It's not like I have a remote tab to look at. Well, that's fun. Okay. Cool. So for all I know, it's added this child. I guess we could just print, and it never queued it. I guess we could just print. Base control get children. Just to like see what it's doing. This is crazy. This is actually a lot. I love it. I live for it. Okay, hit upload. Oh, I did see a little loading thing pop up. Like on my my cursor, but that's it. Okay, output. Oh God, there's just a lot of things. Right, of course. Right, there would be a lot of things because it's like everything. Oh look, file dialog is on here twice, so it is there, and it isn't instantiated. It is not cleared out. So it is adding it to the base control. Cool. Great. Now what? Well, I did omit something from the code over here, so I might want to consider not omitting that. I think this is hard. I think this might be difficult. I think that might be what this is. Like a bit challenging. I'm tempted to ask the other chat Like, why it might not be working. Very tempted. You know what chat I mean. What is set owner? I don't even know what that means. Or do you mean like for defining the base control? Because if there's anything that's been left out from this code here, it's defining an editor interface and then getting the base control from that and then adding a child to that. But I think this is essentially the same thing. So yeah, I don't really know about set owner. I think I'm just gonna ask the other chat, but I'm gonna try to do it in a way that teaches me something, okay? It's 2025, and that means that the other chat is available, but it can often stifle learning. Without giving me fixed code, explain why the file dialog, set the file dialog owner to the base control. All right, hold on. All right. I was telling hold on to the other chat. Set the file dialog owner to the base control. How do I even do that? I don't even know what that means. I just don't even understand. Like, how would I code that? What would I type? Because we're adding a child as a child, so that should make it the owner, right? Like, what do you mean by, I don't even know. Like, when I think about owner, you know, if there's like the get owner function, which lets you check a node's topmost, well, it's actually not even listed in here, which is crazy, because it does exist and it does work. So if we type in get owner, it is gonna work. Okay, so it is this node owner, set owner, get owner. The owner of this node. So I assume you mean this, which was apparently difficult to find. But yeah. In the editor, nodes not owned by the scene root are usually not displayed in the scene root and will not be saved. To prevent this, remember to set the owner after calling add child. Oh, Gargoyle, you're definitely onto something. It's not owned by the scene root, in fact. But I don't need it to be displayed in the scene doc. But still, we could try it. All right, set owner. Okay, let's do it. I thought adding a child would automatically make it the owner. But evidently, yeah, no, that was a great thought. Evidently, adding I didn't know that adding child didn't automatically make something the owner. But I guess in this, especially this instance, where we're working outside of like the normal scene tree, it might actually be helpful. All right, base control, set owner. Oh, sorry. File dialog. Set owner, base control. Underscore file dialog. All right, let's try it. We're still gonna have to queue free. I mean, I almost want to add a for loop that queue frees all the old ones. Okay. Re-enable it. Come over here, hit upload. Dang. No difference, and we have yet another file dialog added. That was a good thought though. I never thought to even try something like that. Good call. All right, other chat. Without giving me fixed code, or code, without giving me code, explain why the file dialog might not be appearing. It is, however, showing up as a child of base control, but no actual dialog is shown for selecting files. Okay, so hopefully it is not going to solve it for me. Let's see what we can learn. .show? Oh wait, you still get in there before the other chat? Let's go. .show. Just like file dialog .show. That would be crazy if that works. That can't, and maybe that's not what you meant. Nothing happened. And yet another file dialog was added to the base control. They're just all in there. They're just chilling, hanging out. Instantiated. Oh, duh. Thank you. Sorry. Godot was like, yeah, sure. You know what? Go ahead. No, I'm not going to show you an error for that. Nah, we don't need an error. Who cares? You guys all knew. You were like, use the parentheses. I never used show. Thank you guys. You see, I'm still noobly. I'm still noobly. All right. Let's try it. Dang. Dang. Wait, I can't click on anything. Oh, it's here! It's on my other screen. What? Oh, shoot. We got it. I don't know that I love that it's showing on my other screen, considering nothing else does that. So there's still a problem. Let me see if I can pull it up. Here we go. Okay, so this is my other screen. It worked. It's just somewhere else. You got us to the next step. Okay. Sorry for the psychedelia. There it is. It's up here. It's up top. For some reason. Yeah, maybe we need some kind of parameters or something. So I actually have to drag this off of the monitor because it's so high up that it's actually the top toolbar is off screen. So I have to drag it onto my third monitor. Then I can move it down to my normal one. And now we have it up here. And it's got .csv, which is nice. Okay, this is much better. Now, here's another problem. What if I don't select a file? What if I cancel? Is it not going to queue free it? I feel like we need more signals than just file selected. Would be my guess. Yeah? Because I don't want to overload a bunch of nodes that aren't getting removed. But you don't think so? Thanks for your help. Oh yeah, we gotta give credits where credits are due. I'm gonna just give it to Pawn because Pawn came up with that idea. Okay. Yeah, I guess we don't because there's no other signals we can choose anyway. There's just directory selected. It only cares if something was changed. All right. Concerns me a little bit, but maybe we can make sure we check later to see if everything has been cleaned out. Alright. So we're gonna try to get that to show in the right place. Definitely progress. No arguments. It makes the window appear. This enables interactions with the window and doesn't change any of its property other than visibility. Unlike pop-up, which does call with something. Shows the window and makes it transient. Relative to the main window's top left corner. You know, a part of me doesn't want to worry about it, but you know, if I come up here and I open a scene, right? That's right here in the middle. That's right there. But when I come to do this, it's showing up on my other monitor. Off screen partially. And so I gotta drag it in here. I hate that. I despise that. I mean, I have a feeling if I were to come into my display settings and so I have 3 monitors right now. Look, to me, I think it should be mindful of potential different displays, for one. Secondly, if it's appearing partially off screen, that's not good. So I'll set this, that's this monitor. This is the one that it was appearing on, which is incorrect. I'll set this to my main one. And then now if I press this, it's still in the wrong place. Let's see, maybe if I turn off and turn it back on. It's still loading in the wrong monitor, so it doesn't even care about that. Genuinely no idea why it's doing that. Okay, cool. I mean, ideally it would do it in the same window as Godot. Now when I first, well, here, try this. So if I have that as my main, I'll keep this as my main one. If I were to reload the project, wow. Not a complication I expected. If I were to reload it, would that then be considered as loaded in this monitor? Nope. What if I close Godot and reopen it? I don't know why I'm doing this. Oh, it still loads it on my other screen, even though it isn't the main monitor. I don't know why. So it probably still considers the other monitor the main monitor, or the main window. Well, this is all very confusing. A bit of a concerning hiccup, but we'll get there. We'll figure it out. Okay, yeah, that's still appearing in the wrong place. Okay, alright. Still good progress. Okay, I'm gonna set my actual main window back. Wait, but Lise, you didn't actually change your main window. You just pressed apply. You gotta say, make this my main display. I forgot to do that. I completely forgot. My bad. Okay, now... Oh, there it goes! Okay. I was just pressing apply. I opened up my settings and I just hit the apply button, which is not enough. I actually had to come down and say make it my main. Okay, so actually that does make it appear, so it does depend on what the user's main window is, which A, I don't love. B, it's still got the toolbar off screen, so I can't click on it. It's way over here, scrunched up in the corner, instead of being nice and in the center. So to me, that's still a problem that needs to be resolved. So let's see if we can't resolve it. Now you can see all my alt tapping, which I normally hide from you. Okay, so let's see if I can't figure something out here. Godot File system window appearing in corner. Like, someone has to ever ask that. Viewport off screen. It's tough because I feel like a lot of people aren't looking for plugin stuff, generally speaking. So I'm just not exactly sure how to even ask that. Because if I say plugin, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be a little tough. Could even try editor, interface, space control, window position or something. Centering the editor window after changing size with code. While that sounds different, wonder what happens. It results in the top left of my monitor instead of being centered. I mean, this is a similar problem. Setting the window placements rect to custom with a rect custom position doesn't work. It's very tedious to center the window like this. Get just tell it, move to the center. Okay. Interesting. But we still have to, is it going to be treated like a window? File dialog get window. It does have a get window on it. I guess that makes sense. Move to center. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm going to turn this off. Turn it back on. See if it's in the center now. Bam! Let's go! Okay, cool. Now, it's still going to be on the wrong monitor. That's not going to be true for everybody, but again, if I have my monitor set to be the second one as the main one, and I go to scene, open scene, it's going to still show on the monitor that Godot is currently open in. So I'd still like to find that somewhere. And it may well be in here somewhere. Returns the window that contains the node. If the node is the main window, this is the equivalent to getting the root node. Okay, so I think we want to look in here. We're going to get this. This is awesome. I love learning this stuff. Now I'm surprised I don't see move to, oh, there's move to center. That's, wow. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of stuff in here. Move to foreground. Pop-up centered. Now I don't know if this is considered a pop-up though. But I presume there's something in this list that will help me achieve what I'm trying to achieve. I just gotta figure it out. Start resize, start drag, show. Oh, nice. That's what we got working before. Oh, so I might not even need to say get window. I could probably just do move to center, and that would just work. Set use font, oversampling, unparent when invisible, layout direction, set. Just, I don't think setting is necessarily what we want. I wonder what set flag is. Sets a specified window flag. Okay. Resize disabled, borderless, always on top, transparent, no focus. Pop-up. Window is part of menu or option button drop-down. Pop-up window will exclusively receive all input without stealing focus from its parent. Pop-up windows are automatically closed when... Typo. when users click outside it, or when an application is switched. Pop-up window must have transient parent set. Okay. Extend to title. Expand to the full size of the window. Unlike borderless window, the frame is left intact and can be used to resize the window. I don't think we want that. Sharp corners. Mouse pass-through. Exclude from capture. Okay, nothing useful there. But that was interesting. Reset size. Request attention. Remove theme color. Font, icon, style box. Pop up on parent. Pop-ups the window with a position shifted by parent window's position. I don't know what that means, but maybe that's an option. Pop-up exclusive on parent. Attempts to parent this dialog to the last exclusive window. Adding users settings so user can tell monitor where the window should open and also default path. Welcome, Lord. That seems like overkill for this plugin. I mean, all that I'm trying to do is have I want the user to be able to upload a CSV file to the project. And so I just don't know that it needs to have all that. But yeah, I mean, that could be something, but I don't even know. First of all, I don't even know how to set it to which monitor in the first place. That sounds like scope creep. Oh. We do have a cat. I feel obligated to tell you that the cat is here. Welcome, Travi. Thank you for being a part of this. But why, Lord? Why save the path they did last time? I mean, it's just so unnecessary, you know? Again, scope creep. It's just so much scope creep. I'm not interested in such scope creepery. It doesn't interest me. It's nice quality of life stuff, but I think not within the scope of this little project. Nobody's gonna be doing that. It's fine. You're right. I agree with you, okay? Alright, so attempts to parent this dialog to the last exclusive window relative to from node, whatever that means, and then calls window pop-up on parent on it. The dialog must have no current parent, otherwise the method fails. Alright, interesting, I guess. Pop-up exclusive centered ratio. Attempts to parent this dialog to the last exclusive window relative to from node, and then calls pop-up centered ratio on it. Pop-up centered ratio. If window is embedded, which it isn't, pops up the window, I guess it isn't, pops up the window centered inside its embedder and sets the size as a ratio of the embedded size. That's pretty cool. If window is a native window, pops it up centered inside the screen of its parent window. I wonder if this wouldn't be good. Because that's saying it's already going to do it in its parent. What if we do pop-up centered ratio? I'm just kind of curious what happens. But again, with this pop-up word, because there's also like making a window a pop-up specifically, and so I don't know, it doesn't seem to matter if it's a pop-up, but we'll see. Move to center, move to foreground, that's deprecated. Causes the window to grab focus, okay. And then instead we're supposed to use window grab focus. We don't care about that. Move to center, we're already trying that. Centers a native window on the screen. So what it thinks the screen is. is not what we want it to think. Alright, I'm just gonna try this pop-up centered ratio thing. Let's see what that does. I have a feeling it might not work. Oh, I have to define the ratio? I don't know. I don't know. What do you want from me? 0.8? Do it. Okay. I guess we can just leave it blank, and then it will be 0.8 by default. Okay. Reload it. Nice. It's gigantic, but nice. Okay, so then it's centered, but what I really want to try here is to make sure I have my second monitor as the main display. And now, let's try it and see what happens. Nice, it's in the right place. And just to make sure that everything is actually working correctly, if I go back and say move to center, reload this, open dialog box, it's in the wrong place. It's on the other monitor. Let's go. But if I make this, so I could probably just do pop-up centered, and that would probably keep it within there. I guess I'm curious, like what pop-up center does. I like the ratio. It's kind of nice. But let's try it. Nice. So you can just do pop-up centered, and there it will be. Let's go, dude. What else we got? Pop-up, center clamp. I like the ratio idea. Except let's make it smaller. Let's say 0.5. See what that does. You know, I read it and I'm not exactly sure. Lord, I tried to understand it. Attempts to parent this dialogue to the last exclusive window. I don't know what exclusive window means in general. Relative to from node, I don't know what from node is. Oh, from node up here. Oh, okay. So we define a node. I still don't understand. So I don't know. It's that. It's whatever that is. We can ask the other chat. Maybe the other chat understands better what the difference is. Oops, that was the wrong button. What's the difference between pop-up and pop-up exclusive? Relative to the window settings in Godot. Relative to pop-up window settings. You can also check file dialog initial position. Whoa. Just like look to see what it says. Makes the pop-up modal and blocks interaction with other UI elements until the dialogue is dismissed. That's kind of nice, actually. That could have been worded. If that's true, if it's not hallucinating that, but if that's true, that could have been explained a lot better in the docs. That is kind of better. I know, I was just thinking that. It essentially grabs the focus, ensuring that the user must respond to the pop-up before proceeding. Wow. Yeah, actually, we should do that. I gotta give you props for that one. Not the overscoping. No props for overscoping. Although, you made a good suggestion in theory. Check file dialog initial position. Yeah, we could. Nice. specifies the initial type of position. Neat. I'm good. All right, yeah, I guess we should do exclusive. I kind of like that. So we'll just, it's just the same thing, except we'll just make it a little smaller. Oh, it needs another, oh, so it needs a relative. That's the thing, is I have to define. So I guess we would just say the base control? I'm not sure why I have to do that. Seems a little strange. Whatever. Get out of my face. Okay, let me see if this works. Oh, that didn't work at all. It showed up in the other place. Yeah, you know what? We're just not gonna get fancy with it. We're gonna do what works. And we're gonna be happy with that. Okay? Again, overflow with the overscoping. Credit revoked. Just kidding, we learned something, so I won't revoke it. But know that I will strongly consider it. By the way, guys, I keep accidentally bringing this up because I do want to tell you. On April 26th, there will be a newsletter-based live stream where we're going to play through your guys' games. There's a queue that you can join, but the only way you're actually going to access the live stream is if you sign up for the Hyper Game Dev newsletter. But if you do want to join the queue to have your game played, I put the link in the chat, and then you can also, I'll make sure I put that in the description as well. But yeah, if you guys go there to that queue and you join it, I'm going to check out your thing on April 26th, coming up soon. It's going to be a much longer stream than the old community creations ones. Those used to be like an hour long, but this could be up to 6 hours or so if we want, which is nice. And I wanted to tell you about it. So if you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can join it for free. I just use Patreon for my newsletter. You can find out all kinds of stuff going on about the channel there, and you'll get access to that live stream. So head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, join for free to get that newsletter in your inbox. I'm going to send it probably once a month, and then I used to do it weekly, but we're toning it down once a month, and then I'll send alerts before this stream happens, so you know that it's going to happen. But yeah, if you have like a game project you're working on, I'll be happy to check it out on stream. This is going to be an unlisted live stream, so that is to say, if you don't have access to the newsletter, you cannot access the live stream. But I'll try to let you know that I played it and shared you a link after it if you missed it. Alright, anyway. So we're just going to keep it, stupid simple. We're not going to try to overscope and add features it doesn't need. Pops up in the right place. It looks good. It looks fine. It already feels exclusive. Like, I'm clicking all around. I can't do anything else anyway. So I think we're actually in good shape and totally fine. Alright, back on track. So obviously I need a CSV file to make sure that load actually works correctly. One thing that I did want to see... Yeah, so I am a little concerned by all of these file dialogues that exist here. Like, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. Restarting the project doesn't seem to clear them, which feels like maybe like a bad thing. So I think I want to make sure that these are getting cleared out. Maybe even I'll just like run a for loop that just makes sure there aren't any dialog boxes that are open whenever you press the upload button. Because like right now, press the upload button, cancel it, check the output. Okay, there's only one. No, there's only one. All right, we're safe. We're safe. Never mind. We're safe. Now, if I were to open another one, though, how many are in there? 2. So that's not good. We need to make sure that the old ones are getting removed. This is not good. This is no bueno. I don't think it's good to just be like adding a bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be there. So I don't know how to know when the user has canceled it. I don't think there is a way to know, because there's only a handful of signals in file dialog, and they only pertain to if you chose something, not if you didn't choose something, which seems strange, right? Just a little surprised by that. Concerns me. Probably, I mean, if we could even just say, like, at least when you close it, it removes those, would probably be sufficient. But it does mean that somebody could. Well, or you could say when. No, say when you press the button, because if people keep pressing the button, you know, who knows? If you keep pressing the button and it keeps adding them, we could just say remove the last one, right? So I'm going to say for dialog in... We haven't established the base control yet, so let's establish the base control up here. For dialog in base control, get children. Now I just want to make sure there isn't some other file dialog in here. There is the editor file dialog. So that could be quite dangerous. Some people have a habit to double click everything. I don't know if that's what it means. I think it's if you double click a file or press OK. But I guess I see what you're saying. Like if they click the wrong thing, I don't know. I don't know if I understand what you're saying. Okay, so literally all of these are file dialogues. 100% of these are file dialogues. So if I were to clear all the file dialogues, we would probably friggin' break Godot. So we probably shouldn't do that. It makes me think we need to like name them something so I can find them. I don't know, maybe this is overkill to do this, but something just feels weird about just littering someone's editor with stuff because they pressed the button a couple times, you know? It just feels wrong. I guess... I guess what I'm most concerned about is... Or I guess I'd almost want to, like, name them something specific so I can go back and find those things. Add some kind of metadata. Maybe even add them to a group, right? So, like, say... file dialog, add to group, CSV to message dialogues. I want it to be so specific, no one would ever name it that. And then come in here and say, I don't remember how to iterate through a group. I used to know how to do that. Like get group. Get groups. Get group count. Turns an array of group names that the node has been added to. No. That's not what I mean. I did that in another project of mine, so I'm gonna go look it up. Because I don't remember. That was over in this script. Get nodes in group. Get tree. So we probably want to do base control, get nodes in grouped. I think that's what we'd want. Okay. For dialog in base control, get nodes in group. Yeah, you're right. Are you sharing stuff in queue now? Yeah, so next week, next Saturday, so I said April 26th, next Saturday, we're doing the first bi-monthly community creations stream. Previously, these were weekly, but now they're bi-monthly. The advantage of that is we can do a much longer stream, so we can check out people's games and projects for a long time. Without having to worry too much about saying, I can only give you 10 minutes, we have to stop. So that's going to be next Saturday. Patreon.com/hypergamedev to get access to that. It'll appear in your email inbox. And then, yeah, the queue is already open right now. You can join the queue today and get your thing in there. We can do all sorts of things. The queue is small that day. That's right. I mean, the things would need to be kept to checking out your guys' stuff. But yeah, basically, if the queue is small, a couple things can happen. Number one, the people who are there sharing stuff, we can just spend a crap ton of time on their stuff. The other thing that can happen is I can actually go through the Discord and catch up with things people have shared. Because people have shared all kinds of stuff on the Discord, games and art and things that I just haven't had time to show off or really dig into. So that'll be how we use that time if the queue is small. Yeah. Okay. I will give you props, Ohor, even though you were there before I found it before you said it. Props for knowing the right answer. Missing it? Yeah, I was missing checking out your guys' stuff, but it's just moving to bi-monthly now instead of weekly. So it's not gone, and I think it'll be even better. Okay, so the group is going to be this insane name that I made. And I want to just say find those and just get them out of here. Destroy them, murder them, slaughter them, and then create the new one. Okay, so let's see if that works. Okay, upload. We do have an error. Non-assisted function, get nodes in group in base panel. Oh, we do have a get tree. Oh, because when I add it to a group, you were so right, Ohor. When we add it to a group, it's not, the group isn't a child of the base control. I guess if I wanted to like make, I mean, oh man, now I feel kind of weird adding it to somebody's groups, like creating a group in somebody's editor. Feels kind of weird. So, you know, I almost want to do something else. Can we do, are we allowed to do class names with a tool script? Can I say class name? Well, we wouldn't want to do it there in the tool script. Sorry, what I actually want to do it is on the file dialog. Yeah, I guess we can't do that. What else could I do besides a group? I guess I could add metadata. Instead of creating a new file dialog every time the button is clicked, we could just add a file dialog node to the scene tree for the plugin's control. Instead of creating a new file dialog every time. Oh. Hey, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I didn't question that I don't have to always make a new one. We just have one. That is the one. Is that allowed? Okay, I'll try this. I'll try. Are you kidding me? So then I'll just like move this. I mean, we could even just put this in enter tree, right? Add it to an array and then clearly, oh, yes. Yes. Okay, so if we keep instantiating a new one, yes. You could have a check if it already exists. If it exists, then it doesn't do anything. True. I'm just, the problem is there's just a bunch of file dialogues already in there. And so that's why I feel like I needed to clarify which which file dialog was the one. Okay, I want to try Gargoyle's idea. Points for everybody, though. Points for everybody. But I'm very curious to try Gargoyle's idea. So instead of doing all of this when the button is pressed, we literally just completely get rid of 100% of this. Well, I'll keep the base control here. I haven't seen Dungeon today. I haven't seen her today. The only reason I have her with a credit is because she mentioned something a while back. Add it like you're adding a sprite. Right, just like one time. So we can say when we enter the tree, run create file dialog. Not in the code, in the UI. Oh. All right. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I guess I could just do that. Whoa. You know, I don't really want to do that. I don't know. It feels like fiddlier. It feels like, wow, that's pretty cool. Like, this is a cool idea. So I think I'm gonna just adapt your idea. But look, we got access, we got file mode. I'm not sold on this because then it's gonna be inside. I mean, I guess there's one nice thing is it'll be like contained within here, which is like neat, but To me, like if I'm using a plugin, my personal preference would be that it conforms as much to the way most things in Godot work, rather than doing something uniquely. And this feels very unique. But I'm going to keep that in mind. I still think that's a really interesting idea, although it's not the idea that I want to try first. But I might circle back to it. Very nice, Gargoyle. Okay, so I'm going to say create file dialog. And I'm going to put all that code in here. Oh, we do have to establish the file dialog. I don't see why that needs to be a top level thing. It might need to be, but hopefully not. Code organization? Oh yeah. I try. Sometimes I over-organize it and I have like functions that are just the tiniest function doing like the smallest thing, and I'm like, actually I think this is too much organization. Best case scenario. Okay, so create, we can just make it this, right? So it's only gonna run one time. File dialog type, set it to file dialog new, and then we'll connect it. Right, if I'm calling it over and over again. That's true. Right, and so sometimes, yes, I agree. Yeah. Being too organized is better than not at all. I kind of agree with you. I don't know, man. Sometimes it's like, this is getting a little much. Well, here's the other problem. Here's what I don't like about this is, and where Gargoyle's original idea kind of makes some sense, is calling the signal is going to be a lot more difficult now that we're looking at quite a different location. Because I would need the signal to be able to be seen by the main plugin. Well, we're adding control to bottom panel main plugin. But when we do this file selected connection, right, and we need that file to be parsed, I need to now communicate back to the main plugin script. Which there's ways we can do that, but I feel like with a plugin, I kind of want to minimize that as much as possible. Like, I don't know that I want to set up like a static reference. I certainly don't want to do an auto load. But I mean, it does raise a question for me. Like, if we add this control to the bottom panel, is there a way to also like fetch the path for it? Remove control from bottom panel. Right, but you said main, you establish it right up here, girl. Look at that. You instantiate it right here. So I think main plugin is the path. So that's where you would connect it. All right, this will actually be fine. So come in here, on file selected, and we would want to say main plugin file dialog queue free. Get node file dialog? I don't know if that's gonna work. I have a feeling that isn't gonna work. It's just like a guess that that's not gonna work. I just like have a feeling that I've done this incorrectly. Call me crazy, but I think this is wrong. I think we'll find out. If you select a file, it's probably going to complain. But then we also wouldn't want to queue free it when you choose one. because then a new one isn't going to be created, right? So we'd have to hide it when that happens, instead of deleting it. So that'll be easy to see, because we'll know if it doesn't hide it, we'll see that it's not hidden. That'll be pretty obvious. And then we can connect it. We can do whatever else we want here. Assuming this works, we can just say like main plugin, add all that stuff. All right, let's see where we're at here. So I think I'm at the point where I actually do need a CSV file. That's the problem there, is it's immediately opening it, which is not good. We have some other problems. Non-assisted function, get nodes and group. Oh, wait, what? That still exists somewhere? That's old, right? That's like an old thing. Okay. Attempting to make child window exclusive, but the parent window already has another exclusive child. This window, editor node, panel, file dialog, parent window, current exclusive node. Interesting. So I guess I don't need the pop-up centered thing anymore. Is that what I'm seeing? We got some interesting things going on here. Okay, let's do that. Let me clear my output so I get actually up-to-date things. That didn't open anything, actually, shockingly. Oh, we also don't want to do the group thing. It is creating... I'm very confused what's happening. Oh, as soon as I unload it and reopen it, that's when the error appears. This window, root editor node, parent window root, current exclusive, but I'm not, I don't know. I think it didn't like that I'm adding this where I'm adding it. I think you need to add this to main plugin. That's what I think. I think when you go to, but where are we adding it to base? Like, I wouldn't say like this wouldn't make any difference. I don't really fully understand this error. But it seems important to deal with. Yeah, still get the error. Different error. So it is opening it, but it's opening it on my other window. The parent window already has another exclusive child. This window current exclusive child window, project settings editor. I don't understand this whatsoever. I have no idea what this error means. So I'm asking the other chat. Only one exclusive child window can exist at a time for a given parent window. When you're calling pop-up exclusive or something equivalent, which I'm kind of not, it tries to make the file dialog exclusive, but the parent window already has an exclusive child. Oh. Interesting. Project settings editor is the current exclusive child. I see. Calling show directly on file dialog does not automatically make it exclusive or check for conflicts. Okay. If exclusivity is required, like when using pop-up exclusive, it causes a problem. If exclusivity isn't strictly required for your file dialog, simply use pop-up instead of attempting. I'm not trying to make it exclusive though. Oh, I see what's happening. So when I have that project settings editor open right here, when I go to project settings and I have this open and I click that and I click it again, currently this is the exclusive window that's open. So it's trying to open another exclusive window, but this is already exclusive. That's why. Okay, well that's easy to fix because we actually want that to only happen when the button is pressed anyway. So when it enters the tree, okay, this is easy to fix. So we just gotta get rid of the ready function over here. And instead, when we enter the tree, connect our button. So we do have to define our button. I think if we just say main plugin, perhaps, and then come down and add the on button press. We just need to move more of these things off of this script. Duh. I see now. It all makes sense. Okay, so we add the control to the bottom panel, we connect the button pressed, and instead of creating a file dialog there, we want to create it when the button is actually pressed. Would make the most sense. So this is just a debug thing here. I'm actually going to make sure upload pressed precedes create file dialog. Okay, so it enters the tree, it adds the control to the bottom panel, it establishes button upload pressed signal connection. That's on the main plugin. And then when that upload button is pressed, it'll create the file dialog for the, but that's gonna do it every time. Remember, we don't wanna do it every time. So we do want this in add tree. We do want this in add tree. What we don't want in add tree is the show. We do not want to show it or move it to the center until the button is pressed. That's when we want that to happen, which means we actually indeed do need this file dialog to be set elsewhere, right? Okay, it's all coming together. So in create, so actually create file dialog should precede upload pressed. And then in here, I'm gonna wanna set file dialog to be file dialog new. So that's gonna be right there. When the plugin enters the tree, it creates the file dialog per Gargoyle's suggestion, kind of. And then it'll set up all the settings for it. It'll add it. And then once we check for the upload button to be pressed, it'll then show the dialog, move it to the center, and then it's printing this information just for debug purposes. And then when the file is selected, ideally, it's then going to hide it. We'll see if that works. Okay, so let's see where we're at. So I'm gonna clear my errors here. If we do this we won't get any error, which is good. If we hit upload, it's appearing in the wrong place because I don't actually want move to center, right? I want the pop-up ratio set to 0.5. Let's just start over, clear this, hit upload, bam, perfect. That opens. Let's check the output. We do have a bunch of file dialogues. I'm gonna reload the project just to make sure that we are getting our singular file dialog. I'm sure we are, but I want to see it with my eyes. Because that's important. Okay. Okay, it's already loaded. Upload, cancel, check the output. One file dialog. Check it, cancel. One file dialog. And this might even do what Lord Overflow was trying to say earlier. If we're loading the same one, let's say click add-ons. Look, it's in the same place. So there you go, Lord, we did what you were saying anyway. I don't know if that entitles you to a credit, but I like you, so I'll give you a credit. It now does that. Because we're not creating a new dialogue every single time, we're just referring back to the last one. It's gonna remember the previous place that you're at, which is pretty cool. And indeed, it has not created a new one. Excellent. Now, it does also mean that when it exits the tree, no, because it's just gonna remove this, which should also remove the file dialog, right? That's not the same as queue freeing, though. No, that should be fine. What does this do? Removes it. You have to manually node queue free the control. Oh. Oh, so we should queue free it. Whoa. Okay. Whoopsie. Main plugin queue free. Okay. Wow. I almost missed that one. Great, so then that will get rid of the file dialog permanently once we remove the plugin. Good. All right, next thing I want to check. Let's actually try, now that that is hopefully somewhat set up, let's try to actually get a CSV file in. So of course I'm gonna need something for that. Can we bookmark this? And let's create a new sheet. That would be the one that we try to import. So obviously I'm gonna have to decide on how this is gonna be like structured. I don't necessarily need to know right now, but it might be nice. You know, I don't want to get too complicated. I don't want it to be like speaker, like who is saying what. I kind of don't want to do that. I just want it to be like row 1, row 2, row 3, and it's just the messages. Just to keep it really simple for now. This is a message for you. You know, there could be other modifiable things. I think that's part of like what I want to learn is how to parse the CSV. I do want an excuse to have more stuff in here. You know, we could say here like that's the text that appears at the bottom. I guess in theory we'd want it to like do something different. Like it might be nice if it's like a path, like if it's gonna load something, or like it could emit a signal or not. So that way, that could be really interesting. So that way, like things in the game or wherever it is could happen. So like if you go through the last message, it'll emit a signal that says it's the last message. So maybe we'll do, let's borrow our top row here. And we'll say message. The only thing I don't like about the continue and previous text is then you have to set it every time, which is not good. So we're just gonna say So, but if it is going to emit a signal, what would be most useful about that signal? Well, I guess somebody might want to set up like, we could do like a match statement or something, or it could just be a string that comes with it. It could be like an enum or something, but I think a string might be okay. It's a little messy, but you know, so let's say somebody would want to, like, when you get past message 1, a character walks on screen, right? So then you could somehow have a signal that already corresponds to that. So it would like automatically create and connect a signal for you when that continue button is pressed. And then let's say you do press a continue in another way. It would send out another signal that does a different thing. Now, what if you're going to do previous, though? Would you want a signal for previous? I mean, we could do, like, a checkbox, like, if... like, send out signals for previous, send out signals for next. You know, but again, it raises questions of, well, what if you want to regenerate it? I would say a nice feature could be that it just automatically removes everything and added before and adds all new ones. This is complicated. This is, like, a lot to think about. I don't particularly want this to be super user-friendly because I don't know that I particularly care for this to be shared with the world. But I do want to learn some of the like general things that are nice to consider when making something like this. Well, I think a signal would be really nice. A string, I mean, so yeah, so if it's different things, like would it be a string that the user then checks later? Well, what you'd want is to concatenate probably a function name. That sounds hard. No, it wouldn't be. You'd put that right in the connect callable. And then you could just... I don't actually know how that would work. Like automatically generate a function name? I don't even know how you do that. I assume that's like doable. It could also be that if you just put like the signal at the top, the user themselves could connect the signal. Because then you could just go to the node and the signals would appear in the right. So maybe we'll just do that. It'll just add a signal on there. Although I'm still not sure how the heck you would do that. That sounds kind of hard. I don't know how to do that. Plugin generate script Godot. This is gonna be hard. This is gonna be really hard to find. Adding a node from plugin script. I actually just want to add code to the plugin script. So I would want to be like signal and whatever is in this box, right? So and this would just be blank otherwise. So if this is blank, it's not going to create a signal. So this signal would be first message read. Now that'd be tough too because you'd want to make sure, let's say you go, if we do previous, if you do next and then you do previous, does it fire again when you press next again, or does it only fire one time? There's a bit of messiness there. I mean, you might not want them to actually do previous. This is tough. This is tricky. This is hard. So I'd somehow want to find a way that when this message is skipped, it would look for this cell and then plug that in as a signal at the top of the script somehow. But I have no idea how to do that. That seems challenging. Creating signals dynamically. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. Use the signal class. Whoa. They can't be accessed through objects. Essentially, they aren't first-class objects. Could also do it as a dictionary of signals. Seems difficult. Add dynamic signal. I have no idea what I'm looking at. So it would just be like a dictionary at the top of the script. That's crazy. I didn't know you could even do that. So then, in that case, I would need to somehow dynamically generate it. Wow. I want to generate a GD script with the class. Yeah, generate a script. Use a tool script that fetches the strings from their source, then edits the script class's source code property. Whoa. Editor script that grabs the input map and creates static variables from it. Wow. This is complicated. So if I'm understanding this correctly, this would input map, load from project settings, inputs, input map, get action filter, func, input name, string name, return input name, find, input string, join inputs map. This is crazy. Return static variable. So here they're like defining what the code will be. Wow. This is on another level. Alright, I am trying to make a plugin. I wonder if this is in here somewhere, then. In, like, the plugin documentation. Automatically makes an editor plugin script. We already know about that. A custom node. Sometimes you want certain behavior in many nodes, just a custom senior control that can be reused. Instancing is helpful, but can be cumbersome. Make a plugin that adds a node with a custom behavior. To create a new node type, you can use the function add custom type. This function can add new types to the editor. Before you create this type, you need a script that will act as the logic for the type. While that script doesn't have to use at tool, it can be added so the script runs in the editor. Create a button that prints a message when clicked. Okay, that's not really what I want. Add custom type, my button. With that done, the plugin should already be available in the plugin list. And try it out by adding your new node, my button. I need more than a custom node. I need like a custom dynamic script. It's possible for editor plugins to automatically register auto loads when the plugin is enabled. That's nice. Sub-plugins. Often a plugin adds multiple things. For example, a custom node and a panel. In those cases, it might be easier to have a separate plugin script for each of those features. I don't care about that, really. Okay, well that didn't help me much. That didn't help me much at all. Making main screen plugins, import plugins, inspector plugins, running code in the editor. Hey, what's up, Ohor? Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you, and thank you for your help. It means a lot. You've been so helpful. It's a pleasure to have you. I know I'm just kind of like thinking right now. It's just like, I don't know how to do this. I feel like I have to ask the other chat. But yeah, you take care, get some sleep. I'm sure you need it. I mean, if you're a human, you need it. Okay. I'm gonna ask the other chat, because it probably won't help me, but I want my plugin to yelling it. I want my plugin to make a new script that can dynamically receive a custom signal. This isn't a good explanation. I.e., at the top of a script. Okay, let me rephrase this. I want my plugin to create a new signal or declare a new signal at the top of a script. I.e., if I tell it to create a signal called butterfly, I would like it to append signal butterfly to the top of the script I tell it to, without giving me code so we can learn something. Succinctly explain how this would be done. Open the specified script file and read its content. Determine the appropriate insertion point. Insert or append the signal. No. I want the plugin to automatically add the signal to a script. That is, in the plugin, the user would define butterfly or flowers or money, and that would become the signal, but not all of them. Does that make sense? No, I wouldn't. Okay. The plugin would need logic to ensure the specified signal is added. Can you suggest a method I would use to do the insertion of the declaration? I don't think it understands what I'm asking. Unless it does. It doesn't. No, it has no idea what I'm asking. You can give me code now. Alright, just give me the code. I tried. Whoa, that's not real. Lines insert? You made that up. Array insert, editor debugger insert breakpoint, global scope key insert. String name. What are you even talking about? There's no way that's real. Line? This doesn't make any sense. Script content split. You can make an array signal, then add signal objects to it. Right, that's what one of those Reddit comments was saying, except with a dictionary. And then my only problem with that is I don't want to connect it for the user. That is to say, what I want ideally is there's a node, right? And if you click on that node, so the node would be generated by the plugin. If you click on that node and then go to the node tab, you would see the signal declared over here. So, you know, you'd come in here and we would say signal butterfly or whatever, right? Let's not put it there. Right, so now if I come over here, we see butterfly. And then if the user wants, they could then connect that however they want to, or not. And I might be misunderstanding what you're saying, but I think what you're saying, and I could be wrong, is that I would just have an array of signals, and then either I would connect them for the user, or the user would have to know to go find that array and connect it themselves. Or not just connect it themselves, but even have it defined. But like if I were to guess, if I were to just say like variable signals equals butterfly, type it as array signal oh, I don't even know what type it would want. I don't even know how I would say that. I feel like one of these examples from before mentioned something similar. But I don't remember which one. Okay, here. Object S name signal. Oh, I see. We would just call it signal. Like that. What does it want from me? A from? I'm not sure I completely understand what's going on here. But assuming I could even do this, my guess is this wouldn't go anywhere. From signal object object. Signal string name. I don't even know what that was. OBJ. Just call it OBJ. Just call it OBJ. Just like an empty object. Wow. So assuming I even remotely did that correctly, I assume that that wouldn't appear over here, which means I would have to somehow either instruct the user to deal with that or deal with it for them, which I don't particularly want to do, because then I have to connect all these signals, and what if they don't even use that signal? There's just like an empty function in here, and that feels weird. So I don't know, I could be misunderstanding. Okay, so what is it that you're talking about? So it created, not you, the other chat. It was saying something. Let me close this. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. That's okay. I don't think you can reopen it. Alright. Here. The lines thing was something it was referring to that it created. Script content. What is script content? Is that real? No. No, it is not. There is a script class. String source code has one property. It has methods. Get base script. Okay, okay. All right. This is not promising. This is something. I don't know if it's gonna help me. Set source code. The script source code or an empty string if source code is not available. When set does not reload the class implementation automatically. Returns the class name associated with a script, if there is one. To give the script a global name, you can use the class name keyword in GDScript and the global class attribute in C#. So I think that ChatGPT has definitely hallucinated something here. Oh, here. Script content, they created that too. File get as text. File open script path. Add signal to script. Load the script file. Wow. File get as text and then close it. Wow. So we're creating a new file. We're making sure that it can be open, checking that it exists, opening it. Getting the text, and then closing it. Alright? It checks to see if the signal we want to create already exists or not. And if it doesn't, it's going to add it with this, like, that's just at the top. After, how does it know after existing signals? Oh, so it's, wow, this is crazy. Dude, this is complicated. This is like very complicated. This is like, wow. I don't think I mean this, so like if today's learn along is about making a plugin, this shifts it into making a script from code. But I mean, to me, that's a nice thing. If I'm making a plugin, yeah, I would love to learn how to make a script that's generated by the plugin. But this is nuts. This is a lot to think about. Okay, I need to be right back. My tea is empty and it needs to move on to its next stage of life. So I'm gonna be right back. Give me like 3, 4, 5 minutes. All right, I'll be right back. I apologize. If you are hanging out with me right now, I'm happy to have you here. Hit that thumbs up button while I'm gone. Enjoy the music. If you're learning along with me, working on something, co-working, get up, stretch your legs, get yourself a snack. Could be nice. I will be right super duper back. I could use this take break feature, but it's kind of... Let me see if I can make this work. Let me see if I can make this work. Okay, so some of you might get ads while I'm taking this break. Let's see what happens. Let's see if this works. Alright, I'll be right back. Nice. But I don't want all that crap. Let's just do this. Alright. Be right back, y'all. Alright, y'all. I'm back. I don't know that I've decided if I do want to pursue this or not. I think on one hand it's giving overscopy, even though it was my intention to do it like this. So in that sense, it's not overscoping because I wanted to have a feature like this. But you know, the other part of the scope is that I just want to like learn how to make a plugin. You know, and for that, I don't particularly need to do all this. But I kind of want to, so I think I'm going to do it. The other thing is, right, so I'm going to still have to learn how to parse the CSV file. So there's a lot of stuff here to figure out. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it. The only thing is, you know, since we're getting this code directly from the other chat, I do want to make sure that I do learn it step by step. It apparently couldn't explain it to me very well besides insert it. It's like, yeah, you're right, okay. All right, so first we need to establish a new file. So I'm gonna need a place to put this, right? Because the message box that's going to instantiate technically doesn't exist yet. So before I do all of that, I want to test a thing that I was going to test originally, which was, can we even import a CSV file? So let's try another signal or another message here. You have read more and therefore acquired great knowledge. We'll say that that doesn't have a signal name. Thanks to your diligence, the reward shall be. Thank you for your presence. Okay, so I mean, and somehow it would need to know if it's the last one or not, and like what, hide the message box. So there's actually a lot going on here. So we're gonna say this is sample message CSV, and then I'm gonna want to actually export this somehow. File. Something somewhere, probably, maybe print, download, that'll do it. All right, CSV, got it. Okay, and let's even take a look at our CSV file just to like see what it looks like. It's opening in WordPad. That's all right, sure, why not? Okay, so that's what it looks like. Can we not open it in WordPad? Maybe something other than WordPad could be nice. Yeah, how about Notepad++? Sounds lovely. Okay, so it's got message, comma, on next signal name. So that is the second column. That is the first column. This is row 1, column 2. So then we have, this is a message for you. That's row 2 message. Row 2 first message read would be the signal name. That's our second message, or in row 3. And then it's just comma nothing, because there's nothing in that next one. If there was like, right, if we had like a column 3, I'm assuming, here, right? Then we'd have I'm assuming another comma there. I guess I'm kind of curious to know. Just out of, because I've never really dove in too much about CSV files, but I assume that that's how it works. Probably. I'm not sure what has happened to my folder. Oh, there it is. Yes, indeed. So if we look at that, it has 2 commas. So yes, that is what happens. Okay, good. Great. So somehow, I'm going to have to set up a parser for this that is able to find the commas and determine things that are before the comma and after the comma. It's also going to have to know to, I mean, basically ignore line 1. I pretty much don't need it. But that's really, I mean, really the only reason I put that there was to like help the user or whatever, like organize it, right? So in theory, I'd wanted to start parsing it from line 2. It's kind of a lot of work. There's a lot of work ahead here. All right, but let's see if I put this in the project, is it even loading it up correctly in the first place? So I'm gonna copy this SCV. Let's get rid of sheet 1. And I'm going to paste it into the project folder. Please. No, not downloads. There we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna drop it in there. Now if we go to CSV to message box, there's our sample message CSV. Open it. Now all it should do is print it. Okay, but we have errors, so we gotta fix this. It did hide the dialogue, so that's good. But what, pray tell, are the errors? What has gone horribly wrong? Node not found, file dialog. Oh. Relative to root editor node panel, blah, 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 blah. .v split center main plugin. Yeah, because the node isn't called file dialog. We're instantiating it through file dialog, but its name is not file dialog. So that's why it's not finding it. Attempt to call function hide in base null instance on null instance. But I do wonder, did it print anything? Because we just have the path being printed, but I don't see it. I don't see that happening. Let's just see if we can do it again. No, I don't see that working. Yeah, that's definitely not working. I wonder if I put this before that, will it work then? I wonder if it's having an issue. Okay, open that, output. Okay, yes, okay, there we go. File path, yes. So it is receiving the file path, which is good. Okay, but we do need to make sure we're actually referencing file dialog correctly. So I think we could just say for node in main plugin get children. I'm sure there's like a better way to do this. I don't know, but shouldn't there be like a path? I feel like we should, no, you don't need to do this. No. Come up here, say variable file dialog path, right? And what's that gonna be, a string name? I think. And then whenever we create it, in create file dialog, we just make sure to say that file dialog path, or yeah, file dialog path equals file dialog get path. Node path cannot be assigned a string. Okay, node path, sorry, my bad. Node path. Right, and then we could say this is file dialog path. All right, let's see if that works. Turn the plugin off, turn it back on. Error, cannot get path of a node as it is not in the scene tree. That's fair. That's really fair. Yeah, if it's not in the scene tree, you can't get the path. Yeah, I get that. That's really a good point. All right. I mean, do I have to say base control? Just seems weird because we're able to modify like the file mode and stuff like that, you know? Enable to access to key file dialog on base object type panel. Okay, that didn't work at all. That didn't work. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I'm a little surprised. Okay, so tell me this. Can you just like print file dialog for me? Like, what does that do? What you got for me in there? Something? File dialog. It exists. Kind of. Does it have a name? That is its name. But it's not, it doesn't seem to be a node. Or something. We just can't get its path. Wonder why. No path to get. Because you can only get a path if it's in the scene tree. If this node is not in the scene tree, the method fails and returns an empty node path. Okay. There you go. So, okay. Cool. GDScript get node path outside of scene tree. I guess it, like, does it not have a path? This is quite a response. Jeez, oh my gosh. Well, I don't know. It's a bit of an issue, isn't it? If I can't get that path, then there's really not much I can't tell it to do things. But we're able to, it's crazy because I'm able to tell it to show. So I guess what I need to, we could still create it as new up here though, right? And then it would be global, and whatever references it needs are like fine, right? Like, could I just do that? Can I just do that? And then we're like good, and I don't gotta worry about all this chaos. Could be nice, could be something. And then we literally just say file dialog hide, which means in theory I wouldn't need this. Okay, try this. Wait, clear all that just to make sure we're not getting an old error or a new one. Okay, no errors. Upload, it opens. If I pick one, it hides, no error, and it returns the file path. Okay, so I just need to declare that up there. I guess I can't ever access it otherwise, so that just has to be okay. Cool, good, yay, nice. All right, so we have the file path, it hides. It would be nice if it then updated that in here, right? That just says upload a file. It'd be kind of nice if like the file showed up there. I mean, it'd be cool if it like showed information about the CSV in the messages, you know? That would be pretty dope. So if we like kind of recreated a table and put the data in there with like a scroll bar so you can see like what the messages are going to be. That would be super nuts, is if it allowed you to actually edit the CSV in here. Like you could upload it and then edit it and then save it back. That's crazy. That's not how fancy this is gonna be. But it would be nice if it showed. And then in that sense, you know, I kind of don't even need to do the top level thing. I mean, look, again, just for like user friendliness sake, it might be nice to have this. But is that user friendly? Because what am I gonna provide? Yeah, maybe that. Maybe the plugin comes with a CSV file, a blank CSV file that just has message and that, and you have to use like an external editor to modify it. Which again, it would be nice if you could do it within the plugin. That would be dope. I guess that's almost what would be nicer, is that you can set it up within the plugin, or you can import in the CSV, and or you can edit it within the plugin and export it back out as a CSV. That would be ideal. But I just wonder if that's overscoping me trying to learn plugins and a specific plugin that is able to load in CSVs and parse them. I said parse them. I didn't say modify them. So I think that's overscoping. As much as I would love that feature, I think I gotta keep myself on track to some extent. But I still need to make an answer to that question. Do I want to leave this top row in here? I think yes, and I think that there could just be instructions. And then the other thing is that folks would just have to like know how to like do that. So it's not as nice of a plugin as I would like it to be. Man, it would be nice. I mean, why not? Why not just save it? Because I don't know how to do that. That sounds hard. That sounds like a lot of work. Because we're basically creating like a file. No, that's too much. We can't do that. I can't create a spreadsheet reader and writer in like a single short live stream. I don't want to. So we're just going to instruct the user, you need to modify the CSV file that's in the project in order for things to appear. That's just the way it has to be. All that the plugin is doing for you, which is a nice service, is that it's taking those, it's parsing. It's taking the cells and it's parsing it. That's the value of the plugin. Small scope. All right. So then in that case, let's see if we can't update this stuff a bit. I kind of would like to see this be at the top and not directly in the center. So I'm going to have it vertically aligned up here. Maybe with a bit of margin. And then this could be nicer. That could be like centered. It could be like bigger. Just a little bit. Make sure that V-box is also centering everything. Make sure this is centering everything. Kind of would be nice to put like a separator in there. Okay. And then underneath all of that is where I would want to start loading in the spreadsheet. So if we're gonna make our own spreadsheet, I mean, I feel like there might be something that's more like an item list. Provides a vertical list of selectable items. No. I don't think that's what we want. There is something kind of like that. Now, we could just create it ourselves. It only needs 2 columns. But I think that there are like control nodes that are best for this. Box container, grid container. Arranges its childs in a grid layout. The number of columns is specified by the columns property, where the number of rows depends on how many are needed for the child controls. Alright, so I probably want a grid container with 2 columns, and I guess I'd want an HBox, and this would be HBox row 1 or something like that. Add in a label. Label left cell. Duplicate. Label right cell. Message goes here. Signal name goes here. It's not the prettiest because it's kind of hard to see like the division. Now if I were to duplicate that, oh, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. Oh, so how do I put it in the second column? Not like I thought at all. Oh, it just wraps it around. Okay, so we wouldn't need that at all. We wouldn't need the HBox. You just put them in the grid and it just like keeps wrapping it around. So that means the way we'd want to parse it Wow. So we'd want to say label message 1, label signal 1. And then we'd want to instantiate another message. It'd have to make sure it adds right after that, and that would be message 2. And then it'd have to instantiate another signal, right? And so on and so forth. Wow. It'd also have to know if the label is like empty or not. There's some things to consider here. Okay. Now I don't know that there's like a way to do like a border. I don't have a clue about that. But it would be really nice if we could add a border. Oh man, it's so many things, Pawn. It's so many things. It's complicated. This is not a simple plugin. It is a plugin. Don't know that I would call it a simple plugin though. I have a feeling this border is not going to go between each column. And indeed, it is not. Which is unfortunate. Like it would be nice that if the columns were visible. So you know what? It'd probably make more sense to not do a grid container and to actually have 2 VBoxes. I think that's probably going to be easier. Because then I can just have more control over how it appears. So add another VBox in there. Get rid of the grid container. And I'd actually want a second panel container. It's a complex simple plugin. It's okay. I'm gonna keep my eye out for scope reduction. I am. Okay, and then I actually need yet another H box, right? Your internet is funky today? Oh no. Yours is too? At least here in the United States, there's like storms brewing, which by the way, I need to keep an eye on. It's probably because I wanted to make this day a day to relax. Oh man. Yeah. Some omnipotent being just knew. It's literally out to get you. Wait, no, I'm not gonna support your paranoia. No. Let me, though, make sure I'm keeping an eye on the weather. Because this stream could be affected if I'm not careful. Speaking of funny internet. We don't want things to go down without me. I shut the stream down, okay? Not the storm. You gotta watch your back now. You never know. You just never know. Okay, it actually looks pretty good. Sorry, I had to check that out. Oh, you've got ads? Cool. Okay, I can skip them. Good. Beautiful. Okay. Let me check this. Let me show you what I'm checking. Alright, that's not actually my location. Just so you know. It isn't. But I am in this part of the country in general. And I'll tell you, it's looking okay right now. It's looking very okay. Oh, there it comes. That's what's gonna come for me. this whole situation right here. Alright, well it's still pretty far away, so we're probably alright. Good to check in though. Sorry about your guys' internet. It could be storms, it could be. If you're in the United States. Alright, message goes here, signal name goes there. Now that's still not dividing these up. So that would mean if I really wanted it to show up as cells, each label, no, we can have labels have like a border around them. Right? I don't actually think you can. I like don't think you can. Oh, we can! Thank goodness. Thank the goodness for that. And then I think we can actually, that would be part of the theme. So we would definitely want a theme for this. We wouldn't want to ride with a override. It would be kind of nice if it had like a little bit of a background to it. It's always possible with the power of programming and friendship. Oh, that's beautiful. I agree with you. Okay, now it has a cell. I'm designing, baby. I want to design. Designing is fun. I actually think this should be like a gray color. And then maybe the outer ones have like a darker color. Look, this is the funnest part, potentially. So I'm going to give it love and attention, okay? It deserves it. We deserve it. I guess we technically want there to be like no space if it was like a proper spreadsheet. You ever see those memes of a back-end programmer doing front-end work? Occasionally, but I can't say I've internalized them from looking at them very often. Send me one. Oh, I guess it should be the same color as the upload file border. I really need a theme. I need a theme badly. That's gonna make my life a lot easier. So here's what we're gonna do. Make that a little invisible, drag that down a bit. Copy it. Create a new theme. Do we already have a theme? We do not. Create a new theme. I kind of think we did have a theme. I think I started to make a theme and then I punked out. And then I'm gonna add a panel container. Add a style box flat, and then paste this in there. Get rid of the override. Come to these other panel containers. Get rid of their overrides. Oh, and then I gotta save the theme over here. I guess I put this in add-ons? I guess I could just make whatever theme things I want. I could just do what I want. Alright. Call it UI. I'm sure it bulks up my plugin, but some things are just necessary. Alright, then for these panel containers, give them the theme. There it is. Excellent. Looks kind of bad. I think you only need one panel container. I don't think you need two. That's what I think. That's my honest opinion. I think if you just take this up here and drop both of those in. Oh, because you made that an H box. Oh yeah, no, I do with 2 V boxes. No, wait. You would want to put the H box inside of the panel container, and then the V box is inside the H box. There you go. Dude, do a vertical separator. You've got an H box now. Isn't that gonna look ridiculous though? No, it looks freaking perfect. It looks beautiful. Bring it up to your theme, which I apparently can't quick load. Add a separator in there. And give it a style. This is fun. This is the fun part. All right, I'm gonna enjoy it. New style box line. I don't even know what that is. It looks like nothing. that looks awful. Looks really, really bad. Oh, so thickness. So by thickness you mean length. Oh, vertical. There we go. What are you talking about here? Okay, that makes more sense. Good. You can make it a little thicker than that. I technically want the color to be like the same as this color. Would probably be ideal. Look, to me, this is part of making a plugin, is like making it do the things that we say it's gonna do. Okay, this looks kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty clean. Although I do think that the color could be better. I wish that I could, as part of the theme, like have this color. I mean, we could just save it as a swatch, but I still wish, because, you know, if I change that swatch, it doesn't change it everywhere. I still wish that we could actually just have a color be in the theme or something, but maybe there's a way, I don't know. All right, so base type. A type associated with built-in class can be marked as a variation, whatever, I don't care. So then back with the panel container, I just feel that it could be a little darker. It's just what I think. It kind of disappears, right? No, it looks great. Lise, what? It looks fine. Okay, great. So then for each cell, if I want to design that out, first of all, nothing is centered, which is not good. V-box alignment, H-box alignment, okay. V-box centered. It's not centered, which is just true. And then, okay, so question: what happens? This looks really bad. Do you want to do like an expand or something like that? Container sizing, expand. Okay. Fill? No. Okay. All right. Just, you know, you can see it's like truncated a little bit. Well, you can tell the V-box. Oh, is that because the V separate? I see. That's because of the V separator. That's why it's not filling out all the way. Would be my guess. All right. Okay. Well, Lise, yeah, I would say don't give the label a special fancy style box. Well, but then you can't get lines in between each one unless I create a horizontal separator. Now, it's not going to go over the top of the vertical one, so you're still going to have a gap there. At which point, I think you'd probably still just be better off giving a style to this. Okay, the V separator, I'm not thrilled with the V separator. be honest. It's causing a lot of bonus space that I don't love. Okay. It's fine. So here's what it's gonna do. I'm gonna indeed give a label theme here. Make sure that every label has that theme so we can actually witness it doing something. Can't use quick load. Okay. Give him the theme. Then you want to add a style box. You posted a video for later. Wait, I wanted to see something now. I wanted to see something right now. It's nice of you to say later though. Oh, it's in general 2? Okay. Well, general 2 is for members only, so we actually can't do that. All right, so let's go styles. That's for members only. Style box flat. Oh, right, that's gonna be every single label. Well, I think you don't have to set it to that label to be on that label. Yeah. Where is that label? Here. Wait, but that label doesn't have the theme. Well, that's creepy. Why would you have the theme if I told you not to have the theme? Why would you do that? That's just creepy. Yeah, there's also live text. There's also video. I mean, if it's a video, I would feel videos or live text would be the most appropriate places. Yeah. I'm very surprised that it has applied a theme here where it was not welcome. Whoa, if I check, there's an add-ons box down here. So it will actually, so wow, so that's really interesting. So see, this is why we do these things. Look at the stuff we're learning. Down here in the corner, see if I can zoom in good. Nope. There we go. Down here in the corner of the theme selection box, there is a special toggle for themes that are included in add-ons. I am genuinely surprised that that exists. But it does. Okay, it's in video. All right, now it's allowed to be looked at. Oh, okay. It's like this kind of video. Is there music in here that I can't use? This might be a little bit too risky.
Their own names? Like, what is that? And then I was trying to type in a password, right? But apparently it can't contain any part of your username. And like, that means any of these numbers or any of these letters. I made a mistake. I let the backend engineers take over the front end for a day because it's almost Christmas break. So I didn't want to do it.
There is music, but it sounds safe.
Sign up page, man. First off, what do you mean here's your generated username? You're not gonna let people write their own names? Like, what is that? And then I was trying to type in a password, right? But apparently it can't contain any part of your username. And like, that means any of these numbers or any of these letters. Like, what am I supposed to put in here? And then look at this. Instead of birthday, they went for age. And then look at this drop down. Are you kidding me? It'll take me forever to get to 28. Like, what
This is ridiculous.
And then for some reason, remember password is like a slider.
This is so obnoxious.
Instead of a checkbox? Who thought of this? And then I was like, okay, I don't agree. I agree to terms and conditions, right? So I click agree. Why can I check both? What? Who did this, guys? Come on. I have no idea how this made it to prod, but I'm gonna fix this and then I'm gonna do some back end
It's not real.
and let's see them deal with those. Also, happy Christmas Eve, everyone.
That is so silly. That is very silly. That is so profoundly ridiculous. Could you imagine? It's freaking slider for the toggle? That is
These letters, like, what
that
am I
is
supposed to put in here?
100% a
Look
joke.
at this. Instead of birthday, they went for.
But like, I get it, right? Like a
And then
backend
look at
developer
this
is gonna
drop-down.
like
Are you
not think
kidding
about
me?
user
It took forever to
friendliness
get to 28.
and is gonna do all these like nerdy like
What's this?
programming
And for some
data
reason,
type
remember
things.
password is like a slider
Delicious.
instead of a checkbox. Who thought of this?
I like it.
And then I was like, okay, I don't agree.
Why am I
agree
not
to
subscribed to
terms and
Meme
conditions,
I
right?
mean,
So I
seriously.
click agree.
Alright, so we got add-on themes. I love that. That's fantastic. Okay, so I add the theme. If I remove it... But I don't have a theme! This is freaking me out. Is it because on the panel contain... Oh... So because... How strange. Oh, is that all more optimal? Is that why? So it's like, it's not trying to like, it's not sacrificing optimization for user friendliness anymore. I see. You know, maybe everyone should just get used to it. Don't you want speed? Okay, you can't understand what to do, but it's fast. So the panel container, because I have the theme on the panel container, if it has a child, like if I take this label outside of the panel container, the theme goes away. But if I put that label back into the panel container applies the theme to the child. I find that shocking. I had no idea that that was even a thing. Surely there's a way to tell it not to do that, right? The name of a theme type variation used by this control to look up its own theme items. When empty, the class name of the node is used. When set, this property gives the highest priority to the type of the specified name. I don't care about that. But maybe I do care about that. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could give it like a different theme. I guess I could just override it and tell it to be empty. I just like I can't believe it. I can't believe that it wants to do that. All right, so this is looking passable enough, I guess. Except I don't want this to be that, do I? I want this to be a different color. It looks kinda ugly. I'll be real with you. Your username is now a GUID. No longer need to try a million different names to find a unique one for you. Right. Thank you. Wow, you've optimized the selection process. Yeah, man. I mean, I feel like a lot of the jokes being made in that are like over my skill level head. But gotta give props to Mewtru for being so legit with that joke. You're like, I'm experienced. I get that entire short. I'm like, that's silly. And you're like, no, it means something from head to toe. So I think something that I'll do just to like continue the overscoping of the design I also want to say that I don't know that I really consider myself to be a back end or a front end. I consider myself a generalist, you know? Okay, so now that I have this in a margin container, I think I could sorta, but I'm also nothing because I have absolutely no professional experience whatsoever. See, if I kind of give it like a little bit of padding, now it actually looks normal. Like it's supposed to be separated like that. You see? You see? Okay, real quick, I'm gonna copy that margin container, pop those back in, paste a new margin container, drop the V-Bucks in the margin container. Look at that. Now I would like there to be a top level, right, that says, and then the top level should probably like look different. Like it probably shouldn't have the theme. I mean, the type variation, oh, I like this type variation thing. And then can I like define these? Of course I can, right? Somehow? Whoa. How do you do that? Add type? It already has some header named stuff. Welcome back, Timeless. I don't really know what to think about that. I don't think that's the same type. I think that's something else, would be my guess. How do you create your own type variation? Custom type variation, Godot. A scientist thinks we are stuck in a black hole. Well, I mean, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Does that explain why the universe is expanding? The universe is expanding because we're in a black hole. That actually, you know what? Kind of makes sense. We have all these like imaginations of what a black hole is, but really weird. Dude, honestly, makes sense. Makes sense. I get it. Checks out. my limited knowledge of anything says that makes sense. Okay, but where do I... Creating a type variation. Create type variation, click on the plus icon next to the type drop down. Oh! Nice. Wait, but where's the plus? Based... Oh, but some things don't have a type variation, apparently. A type associated with a built-in class cannot be marked as a variation of a type. What? Okay. I see. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. All right. I'll create my own type then. No problem. I don't want to do this. Label cell. This is complicated. I don't want to do this anymore. I think we're just gonna make it custom. This was very interesting. But I'm no longer interested. And instead, we're just gonna override it. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen here. It was always a fun theory. I had zero clue if we could survive in the center of one or not. My game universe is in its own black hole. Okay. I think I might have understood some of those words. I think I generally maybe get what you're saying, potentially. Okay, so this should definitely look quite different. That should be centered. And then be kind of nice. It shouldn't be bigger. I mean, that's kind of enough, right? You understood black hole? I don't know that I do even. Do I understand a black hole? I don't know if I do. I admit this is like generally all pretty ugly, like what we're creating here, and I'm okay with that. It's just all I need is for it to clearly look like different things. So this is actually going to be label header cell, and then this will be message 1. Copy that. I'm gonna paste this in here. Label header cell. Oh dear. Okay, we do need those to be not centered, please. There we go. And then this would be signal name on next. Oh, right, because this smart, I would say it would appear that I didn't set the same constants, but I did. It's just different. Okay, there we go. Signal name on next. It actually should be probably a little more than that. And it probably should be, like, bigger. Maybe not that much bigger. I care about this. What can I say? I want it to look nice. I'm gonna have to look at it. I'm probably gonna be the one who mainly uses it anyway. Probably gonna be the only one who uses it. I don't even know if I'm gonna use it. I'm kind of just making it for learning. What I really want is for credits. You have no idea what I'm trying to make other than CSV to message box. I don't think anybody knows. Wow. Whoops. Yeah, so what I'm trying to make, I mean, that really is it. Like, I think that explains it quite well. So, all right, so you're gonna have like a CSV file, right? And your CSV file has, well, you know, whatever. Column 1. I mean, you know what a CSV file looks like, right? It looks like this. All right, so it's gonna look like that. All right, it's gonna look like a dang CSV file. Or are you like this, Paint? Or are you the worst? Yeah, you're following with that much. Okay, good. At least we got you on board with that. Okay, so we've got a CSV file. It looks something like this, okay? Whatever. And then what I want is for that... Hey, Frank, welcome. The cat is sleeping. You know it is. And what I want is to be able to import this into Godot. Okay, that's Godot. Trust me. That's Godot. So we bring it into Godot. Nothing like the rare Frank message. Always a pleasure. We always got a mod watching. They may not be speaking, but they're watching. Pokeball Go. Okay. And wow, you said that. And then after it gets imported, I want it to turn it into an actual box on screen. And the box will have, say, this is a message for you. Oh, this is a message for you. And then I want in the bottom it to have like a little next button, right? So it'll take the CSV, it'll parse it, and it'll generate a node tree in Godot. So it will give us a node tree. And that node tree will result in said box. And the box will have this little next button. And if you press that next button, it is going to load another message. So whatever the next message is, let's say the next message is, what did I say it was? You have read more and therefore acquired great knowledge. So that's what the next one will say. And that'll also come with a next button. And so on and so forth. And then the signals will have a it is a tree, that's right. The signals are a maybe thing. So let's say you press next on this one and you have defined that it has a signal name called first message read. Then in theory, and I might decide not to do this because I think it might be overscoping a little bit. But in theory, it would create a signal to a script for you that you could then use. Let's say if the player or the user presses past that first message, you can have it make a character enter the screen or something like that. So that's kind of generally the idea. And if it's blank, if you haven't defined a signal name, it just won't do anything. Really, the only reason why I have the signal thing is an excuse to parse a second column. But when I'm kind of realizing how much work it's gonna be to generate a script, I'm like, oof, maybe I shouldn't do that part. But we'll see. So hopefully that makes sense of what I'm trying to do. And then in terms of the actual like CSV or the, oh, it's coming. The storm is coming. Doesn't seem that bad right now. I feel like some of the worst parts are gonna be like over here and stuff. Like all this. We'll see. So far, everything seems okay. So then what I'm trying to do over here is show what is going, like when you load the file, show the data that it's parsing. So I would want it to identify what would be the first message, and then it's going to tell you here that's the first message, and then it'll keep instantiating new ones on here to show you what it sees and what it's going to ultimately generate, basically. Now I could wrap this up at any point. I'm just trying to generally learn how to make a plugin I'd love to, you know, figure out how to install it too, and from like a fresh, you know, like it doesn't exist, and go into a different project and see if I can get it added in. So I don't know. I might, just for the sake of having something, I might, you know, not do the whole thing. But I'd like to get as much of the functionality as possible. And again, it's not supposed to be like something that's the most useful. It's just like a demonstration. But I don't particularly want to just do like a pointless demonstration. Like, look, now there's an image. Just now Godot.svg is down in my, or icon.svg is now in my doc. Great. I made a plugin. You know, I want to like experience a little bit more of a functional plugin and see what that's like. You know, then I'm learning these little things, like there's a whole theme section for add-ons. Like, I had no idea. All right, so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Where was I doing it? All right, so I was just making at the top level. I wonder if I couldn't benefit from putting an H separator there, just to like make it stand out just a little bit more. All right, so like that's the top. I guess I do want to give it the theme. Oh, we didn't actually, it probably already is inheriting the theme. Let's see, I just haven't defined anything. If I go back to the H separator, I only defined it for the V separator. So if I copy this, add an H separator type. Whoa, 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 no, what? No, I didn't want to create some new one. Incorrect. I continue to find it slightly interesting that you can, but not enough to care. And then if I paste that, okay, it did work, but the problem is it's vertical, so we do have to change that. Let's just make sure it's unique just to be safe. Pop this open, say that it's not vertical, and there it kind of matches the other one a little bit more. But I think there's still one more change. Right? V separator, separation 4, H separator, separation 4. Is that where it's doing the little gap? Is that the gap? Wait, can I eliminate the gap? I have to know. Ah, no, that's just the whole thickness. No, wait, maybe it is the gap. Oh, we can eliminate the gap, so I don't need to do this margin stuff at all. A little bit. It does even, can I do negative? I can do negative. How negative are we talking here? Okay, not very, I don't think it's actually doing negative. It doesn't look, I was hoping that this could have no gap, but I don't think it can have no gap. All right, well, it was worth a shot anyway. All right, just put it back to normal. Anyway, I think this looks fine. But it's like good to know. Okay, so those are the same. Get this H separator, paste it in here, put it under that. It looks like something. It definitely looks like something. Do I love it? I don't know. We'll see what it looks like with like multiple messages. And especially, and so that's the other thing, is like, is there gonna be a limit on the message? Probably should be. This is a long message, you can tell by the words. So we would definitely want like a max width on here. maybe that long. So whatever this width is. $23. So if we set the minimum size to 23, we'd want that on all of these, of course. Which we can set like a label theme. Labels have their own themes, or label settings, I mean. Labels can have their own settings, which is kind of interesting. So like maybe I'd want to create a new label settings and save it. Really, I'd kind of want to rename this as like cell. Oh, it only has these. I see. So that's not all the settings. That's only these settings. Oh, that's a shame. I didn't know that. I thought it was going to be a lot more interesting stuff than that. Alright, whatever. I was hoping it was going to be like all of the settings. It's not. I could do copy properties and paste all the properties. Okay, but then what I'd want to do is give it an auto wrap mode by word. Probably would want to do, well, we'll see. Because if you make this, it's not wrap. I didn't wrap anything. Did you set the auto wrap mode on this one though? You did not. There you go. Oh dear God, that looks awful. I don't think 23 is actually the width that you want. Okay. Alright, that worked badly. That worked poorly. That worked really badly. Word smart. Wow. Yeah, it looks awful. Looks really, really bad. Oh, because I did Y. That's silly. I didn't mean to do Y. Okay, we'll do it like this. 200, 250. There you go. It's a long message, you can tell. Beautiful. I think we could add some more like separation here. Isn't there like a message box or a text box? So I don't know what you mean, but I also think I should clarify that I am not going to allow the user to modify any of this. So this is just showing, it's just a little demo, it's just to like show you what it sees. It is not intended to be a spreadsheet editor, but rather a reader. So all read, no write. If that's what you're referring to. Yeah. Oh, I just realized what's wrong with this. I think that's where you need the grid container, because look, right, well, but what would be the advantage? I believe you if there's an advantage, but like what's the advantage to using something different? I will say I've made a grave error, which is that I actually do need the grid container, unfortunately, because these aren't going to line up with each other, which means I'm going to lose a lot of the everything that I wanted. So that's something new to think about as being part of my reality. Alright, well, you know what? It simplifies everything, so great. If I make this grid container have 2 columns, because my problem is that if I don't use this, they're not going to be next to each other if they're super long. Text boxes come with scroll bars if they hit their max size. Ooh, that is a very, very good reason to use those. That is a highly good reason. Yeah, Godot has it. That is an excellent reason to use those. That is a highly good reason. Okay, but either way, I'll still need to make a grid container, unfortunately, which just alternates between message signal, message signal. Sadly. So it'll end up looking more like that, which is fine. It's fine. I'm fine with that. I don't even care. But now the label background looks ridiculous. Can a grid container, what kind of like styles? I think we already, oh, it doesn't have anything. Well, that's hideous. It would be really nice if we could have like a consistent background on each of them, so you could more easily tell which is which. I think that's gonna be gone. I don't think we get to have that luxury anymore. That's what I think. So they just gotta be floating in here. What happens if I put a VBox in there and I put the label in and then I add an H separator, add a node in for it? Okay. For what? I think this might work. This is always a whole thing, you know? Figuring out the way to use these nodes to achieve what is desired. But then the separator isn't gonna go all the way across, right? It'll be divided here, which is not what I want. I want it to be the same height. A texture rect? Yeah, but where would it go in the hierarchy? I off the top of my head, I don't really know. If you have specific suggestions, that could be helpful, but you know, yeah, I think you're just trying to throw out ideas, but I don't know that I can really translate into anything helpful. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to get that dividing all the way across. So, I mean, you could just leave that out, you know? Every message just has its own VBox that comes after it. Oh yeah, take a look what you did. Let me know if it's relevant. I mean, I'm still not sure what you're talking about though. Like for what? Like what problem are you trying to solve for me exactly? Can you be more specific about that? So like this obviously gives me probably the most clarity that it's gonna ever get. The background. Okay. All right. What do you mean by the background? Do you mean like a color, or do you mean like dividers? I mean, I think this kind of like communicates it, even though it's pretty hideous. I could even make it 3 columns. And then in the middle, that actually might be the best way to do this without getting too crazy. Here, get rid of this. Pull that out. Get rid of this. And if I make this be 3 columns, we could add a V separator after every set, or between each one, rather. still don't love it. And it could be something instead of a V separator. Well, but what if we got like a separation, V separation? Yeah, make those like much further apart. And then the V separator could just be a lot thicker. Trying to set the labels to have one constant background. No, I'm just trying to get them to be, okay, so look. Oh, let me capture this correctly. So over here, right? All that I'm trying to do is set up like this kind of situation, right? I don't even want them to be separate like that, ideally, but I'm gonna kind of live with it. So like ideally, these would be like that, like a normal spreadsheet, right? But I think that that's more difficult than anything obvious, unless it isn't, but I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to do. I hope that made sense. Okay, so that doesn't do the thickness. That's literally just the separation amount. But over here, we can increase the thickness. Oh, interesting. And that overrides the separation amount. It makes sense. Let's go. Interesting that it only separates it from one side and not the other side. Hate that. You know, they could even put like a graphic in there that's got like an arrow of like what happens when you press it. Like maybe an arrow could be nice, but then like we have a plugin like loading in an image. It's just like kind of complexifying the plugin just in general a little bit. Might still be worth it though. That was for a previous project. Okay, let's open up this. And I'm just literally gonna make an arrow. Very simple here. Not complicated. Just an arrow. You know, I gotta make a decision somewhere. That's true. That's true. I could just do a caret or whatever, a bracket. It's actually a pretty good idea. What if I do that? It looks pretty terrible, but that could be okay. Call it label separator. Get rid of the V separators. That is gigantic. Why are you so gigantic? Oh, because of the separation, I guess, on the grid container? Yeah, totally. Yeah, this is kind of okay. And then I might even say we could bring back the V-box. No, I don't think so. It's you know, it's not beautiful. It's not gorgeous. I would love to have separators in between them. Man, it just like I just want like a line that goes all the way across. But that is apparently a challenge. I guess what I could, you know what I could do? Wait a minute. I have another hackneyed idea. Okay. So this time, first of all, we need to clean up here. There's no reason to have an H box. I think we can just delete this. I think this is old news. Oh, for the header cell? Yeah. That's true. All right. We'll circle back to that. Dude, what if it's a VBox and we instantiate grid containers? This might be the way. Because then the grid container, forget it even being a grid container, bring in a panel container. Hold on, I got this. I got this. I know what it's gonna be. You know where I'm going with this. Drop that in there. Delete these. I'm cooking, baby. Duplicate it as a child of the VBox. Okay, now we got lines in between. Okay, I think hold on, we gotta put this. Hold on, don't duplicate the grid container. Duplicate the panel container. There you go-ish. Nice. Ideally, they would be like overlapping, right? So we'd want it like that. Okay, kind of a spreadsheet. And then for the in-between, we could actually go back to the V separator, right? We still have a V separator sitting around. Get rid of this. Drop that in. What happened? Oh, it's invisible. Bam. Bring that thickness down, because that's ridiculous. A little bit thicker. Nice. Buy carrot. Oh yeah, the carrot, yes. That's right. I was like, buy carrot. Okay. Yeah, you see a carrot. You're right, there was a carrot. So then I wouldn't even need to like number these. Well, you would want to number something. But what you'd want to number is, this would be row 1. This would be row 2. Right? Except we're going to delete row 2 and duplicate a new row 2 so they match. I think that it would be better if this was not on the right, now that this actually is situated correct. Now we obviously have this kind of like extra thick border, which I don't fully understand why it's such a big border. I guess I just set that up on the panel container to be that large. It's beautiful, it works! I just need like multiple grid containers, basically, which like is kind of counterintuitive sounding, but it isn't. It's good. I do find myself wishing there were like more margins within it. So I am gonna go ahead and do that. This is still the fun part. I have to embrace the fun part. It's only right. Get rid of that, duplicate it again, so there's a little more space around them, just to enhance the beauty. This could also be part of a theme as well, this margin container. I mean, if I'm being honest, I feel like I would prefer it to be on the per label basis. My God, what have I done? Okay, that's better. Margin container message. Then I don't even have to rename this. That's just a label. Margin container signal label. And then I'll make this part of the theme. So let's just get rid of that right now. Let me delete this, get us a new row 2. To all these margin containers, which they might already inherit the theme. I don't know that I even need to do anything other than add a margin container. And we want to say on the left, it's 5. Beautiful. On the right, it's also 5. Nice. Spreadsheet. It exists. As for the border being a little too thick, I think we can fix that in our panel container. No, but I kind of like it a little thick. I think you just have to adjust. Oh, that is kind of strange. I wonder if that's the VBox separation. There you go. Now it's thickness. Let's go. Consistent thickness all around. We got cells, baby. And then so what we would do is, depending on how many rows it finds in the CSV, it would just instantiate a new one. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. It'll be cool though. It'll be cool. It'll be really cool to just like import a CSV file and then it just like shows up in here. I'm really excited for that. All right, so let me just clean things up a little bit. Well, I do want to add the top row, which just tells us what the left and the right side are respectively. So I think I would just want to make another row, and we just call this row 0. And we're gonna override its panel style to be empty, maybe. Oh, well, I guess I would want to put this, wow, even outside of the panel container. That's less ideal. Well, I think you would want to put that in its own VBox. It is in a VBox. Oh, okay. It obviously isn't like matching the same alignment, which isn't great. So just make it invisible. Don't remove it and make it empty. Just make it like alpha invisible in the override. I think would make the most sense. So come back to the panel container theme, copy it, paste it over here, make it unique, and then just get the border color to be invisible. Right, but there's still the one at the top. So that doesn't totally clear out this. It's kind of okay though. I don't really care, actually. I think it's fine. You know what? I think you don't need to do all that. I've just decided. We can just say message. Center that so it looks different. You could even give it like a background. Definitely could get a good override use out of this, right? Give it a style box flat. Beautiful, look at that. A little dark. Use the swatch. It's a little goofy the way it doesn't like quite fit. It's actually kind of interesting for just seeing how I need to make that margin container adjusted. It's actually very useful. Thank you. Perfect. Technically, I'd want that row to ignore the margin container, which we can do. Although it's gonna look stupid. Yeah, it's just gonna look stupid. Yeah, alright, we actually do have to keep that. Alright, I'm actually not gonna get, I think, the beauty that I want there. Can we do like a blend? Not really. I was hoping it would like kind of fade out on the edges. I know, I'm doing the absolute most, guys. I know. But I guess I'm trying to distract myself from the pain that I know is coming. I do still have ADHD. This is hyper game dev, hyperactive disorder. Okay? So like ADHD is gonna ADHD. Probably good to like recognize that and like fix it. Wait, but that's the border. You didn't want to blend the border. Right. The background is what you were thinking to blend there. Just make it a shadow and make the background invisible. That's right, I'm hyper-focusing on the wrong thing. That would be the situation, I think. Okay. What if... That's gonna look stupid. No, maybe it won't. Actually, maybe it won't. If you put a border on it, hold on. Add in the swatch background, give it a swatch border, and then blend that. It doesn't look like anything. It looks like nothing. Alright, you know what? I tried. I did try. I give myself credit for trying. Good job. Good try. Alright, just let it go. Ignore it. Stop this. Stop this madness. You've done too much. You've gone too far. I just want to make this look distinct right here, you know, on top of all these. That's all. I guess I could make it a different color. That would make it look distinct. Why did you ignore me? Why wouldn't you change the color? Is that because of the label settings? It is. Oh. We can't override those label settings, so we would want to remove the label settings from that. Change the background color of the grid container. Yeah, but that would be the entire... Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, because we're doing separate grid containers. Nice. Credit where credit's due. Nice call. Okay. No. Credit revoked. No, I can. Actually, if I add in... Oh, the panel container. Not the grid container, but the panel container. We can add the background too. Yes, the answer is yes. Just not in the way you thought. Let's go! Yes! Thank you, good thought. Look at that. Look at that! Okay, cool. Signal to emit on next. I feel like that would be the best way to describe that. Oh my gosh! I'm probably gonna want wrapping on that too. Ideally, you would not make these signal names very long, but we want to account for what users would do here. Okay, let me finish cleaning up first. I don't think this is any use whatsoever, so I'm gonna put that in the garbage. We've got row 0. That has our message and our signal to emit next. On next. I would like to add the wrapping in there. Not like that though. Wider. Nice. And then this one we want to be centered, so that's a minimum size of 200. Center that one. Good, good. And I actually would want that to be on all the rest of these signal labels here as well. So make sure these have auto wrap word with a minimum width of 200. Okay. You might need more than word because, right, if the signal is like, it's, I mean, whatever, like, let it go, like, whatever. Maybe you shouldn't have named it that. Maybe your signal name is ridiculous. How about that? You know, I guess we could also do like, oh, smart. Yeah, just make it smart. There you go. It's so smart. I guess it just decides if a word is too long, it'll break it up, I think is what it means by smart. Okay, good. All right, I think the UI is almost set up. There's probably other things I want to do too. You know, like name what the next button says. That's a little extra, so we're not going to worry about that. I do want to add like a note in here. Let's make sure this is all cleaned up. And then basically these rows would get instantiated. So I wouldn't actually have a row 2 here. I don't think that needs to be called panel container 2. So that's going to call that panel container. H separator we want. H box container we want. Okay, good. I'm going to call this H box upload. Panel container loaded CSV. VBox loaded CSV. I don't really need to name these, but it's just gonna help reduce confusion. We'll deal with some of this stuff later. Okay, what's up top here? Merge a container, VBox container, label, plugin title, HBox upload. Okay, cool. Now I'd only want all of this to appear after you've uploaded. So this would just be nothing. And then when you go to upload it, this would appear. And I would love to have a label underneath here that just gives some instructions, like review the loaded data below. Modify the source file and re-upload. To update the data, modify the source file and re-upload. I guess we could do like tooltips and stuff, but whatever. It's too fancy. Let's make sure that it has some wrapping going on. We need to set a minimum. I mean, really, whatever width that grid container is, or I guess the panel would be nice. Let's say the grid container. Its width is 485. So come to this label, layout, custom minimum size 485, which is pretty much what it was anyway, I guess. Read the data below. To update the data, modify the source file and re-upload. Okay, it's not pretty. Would I be able to get away with like a return on there? Sure, why not? Maybe we could squish it down just a little bit and give it a little bit of a shrink. That's the wrong direction at first there. I kind of love to add another separator, but have this one be not visible. I want to style things, okay? That's what I want to do. I'm fancy. Review the loaded data below. To update the data, modify the source file and re-upload. You're satisfied, press generate. Okay, so I'm gonna need said generate button. It's quite large. That is a big button. So we're gonna margin contain that just a bit. A lot. More. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm sure in some way these instructions are technically unclear somehow. We'll see. All right, cool. We should make sure this button is easy to find. Generate accessible as unique name. margin container, generate label instructions. Okay. All right. You know, there's other things that would be nice, you know, again, to be able to choose what, like, the next or continue text says. That would be a nice quality of life feature, but, eh. Let's just call it out of scope. Okay. Now, let me do a GitHub commit after setting all that up. Basic plugin laid out. And this is in the description box, the GitHub repo, if you're curious. Okay. So now let's make it work. One thing I would like to set up is the upload of file text. I think it would be nice if that actually had the uploaded file name on there. I could appreciate that. I'm gonna add a margin container in there for the sake of aesthetics. Amazingly, that reduced the size. Something I kind of don't like about the way this looks, if I'm being honest. Like, I kind of wish it was, like, italicized. But, like, I don't even know. I feel like if I'm gonna do that, I gotta, like, create, like, a font variation. Embolden. I don't know if it has an italics, which seems a little shocking. If I'm being honest. I probably have to just pick another font and that font be italics by default. So we'll just say that. I think that looks kind of good. Like with a little grayed out there. Just kind of makes it a little more clear that this is not an interactive element. I think so, anyway. Alright, so I want to make sure that that actually gets updated with the file name. So we have the file path being printed here when the file is selected. Alright, we're back into code. So I'm going to want to make sure we on ready. And what is this? This is, oh, so I don't particularly want to put all of this on the main script. I would love to offload this somewhere else. So if we could just like send this data along, I think I'm gonna have to put a lot of it on here. I think you're just gonna have to do that. But you can still on ready these things over here. So let's do that. So I'm gonna take that label file name. We're gonna drop it in. We're just gonna call that file name. And then say path or main plugin file name text equals half. This could probably be like its own function. I haven't even said a main scene. I guess I don't need a main scene. Alright, turn off the plugin, turn it back on. Pop open this. Ooh, right, so we do want some of that to not be visible by default. I'm starting to feel like the bottom dock is like not an ideal place for this. Oh, right, so I'm gonna want to add a scroll, like a way that this can be contained a little more if there's like a lot of messages, right? So I still have to do that. All right, let's try upload a file. Click on this, open, nice, look at that. Beautiful, let's go. How long can that get? Just out of curiosity. I don't have any wrapping on there. You should put some wrapping on there. Yeah, let's say that big maximum. We should wrap it a little bit. Just look at whatever this transform is. 375. So we'll set that to the minimum. And then auto wrap word smart. And then it'll look like that. Oh, but then it's gonna be giant. Yeah, that's horrible. Don't do that. Let's make it small. Let's see. Do I like that? Oh. Oh my. That looks devastating. What has happened? That doesn't look good at all. Why would you let me make something that looks that bad? Well, I mean, I think... Oh, because probably our minimum height needs to be different at this point. But, here's the thing. I don't actually want all of that stuff to be there. The loaded CSV shouldn't be there yet, technically. Yeah, that's what it should look like. I feel like we should have some space on the bottom. It just feels really weird to have no space down there. It bothers me. So I'm gonna put some margin down here. That could be a bit much. Oh, well, what's the minimum size that we set? 200? Okay. Probably don't want that much. Just give me like 50 at the bottom. Okay, but then you need to make the overall size bigger, too. No problem. 250 then. I know, I said I was getting deep in code, and I'm like, but wait, the styling of it. What about the styling? It has to be stylish. I'm surprised that there's so little margin at the top. I think that's just because your minimum size needs to be bigger. Nice. Cool. Great. Interesting that that bumps that up like that. So, I mean, it's gonna look kind of crappy one way or the other. If it starts, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if I actually like this dock thing. Just kind of a little goofy. We'll see. We'll adjust it as we go. Alright, so I want to start parsing this data. We've loaded this up here, but I need to load it somewhere else. I need to actually load this file in a more serious way, right? We're not just setting up the file name. We want to put this in like the memory so we can parse it and stuff. I actually think some of that code that we were looking at earlier for creating a signal is going to be pretty relevant here. Right? We have to establish what the file is and open it. Make sure it exists and we can open it correctly. Now, I don't know that we need to... I guess we do need to get as text. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be nuts. I don't even know what I'm doing with this. This is a whole other thing. How to... Cause dude, you don't know how to do this, Liz. This is way out of your league. What do you think you're doing? How to... I mean, if I'm just going to deduce what this is doing, right? So this is just finding if text already exists in a file, right? It also has this insertion point that it looks for. Now, I vaguely know what split does. I think split is just saying look after the first line, like it says /n. So it's like, oh, I think it's saying split between lines. I think it's saying if it sees a line, look past that line or something. I guess it finds every single line, because /n like means like new line, right? I don't even know how to search for that. In the stream, to go to a new line. Yeah, it means new line. So I think assuming this works, this is just some ChatGPT thing, so it could be hallucination. But assuming it works, what it's doing is it's trying to find all of the new lines that exist in the document. In theory. And then it's iterating through that, so I guess it's going to generate an array. Yes, I think split creates an array. Yes, that's what split does. Split says, identify a delimiter and everything on either side of those delimiters is going to be contained in an array. So if we set the delimiter to be /n, that means it's going to create an array for everything that's in between every new line, or beyond, above or below every new line. All of those things will be their own array item. And so this is checking the size of that. So if it iterates through the entire size, that means it's going to read through every single line, in theory. Now this is checking if the line, and so it does the I for saying that it's currently iterating through strip edges. So I'm guessing that's like the left side. If something on the left side begins with signal, it's going to establish the index for the new line. That's crazy. Well, this is a little beyond what I want to do right this moment. Because right this moment, I just want to parse the CSV file. I'm not trying to create or modify the CSV file. So instead of doing some insertion thing, we would want to say if we see a comma or whatever, could you please pull out the contents or that which is like before it or something, right? Pull that out, give that to me to use. And I would want to assign that to text in my grid containers. However, the grid container is just displaying what it's going to look like. The grid container isn't going to hold the actual data. So I would need something else that actually contains the data that is going to then be added into what? A message box. I haven't even made a message box yet for things to go into. So I guess I should probably do that. Yeah. And I need to figure out how to add that control node to the scene tree. I, by the way, don't even have a scene, right? So I gotta save this. I mean, I don't want to put this, I mean, the project, I guess it's like just a sample project, and then the add-on is like separate, right? So we can come out here and just say sample project or whatever, sample scene of some kind. And then in there, get the cat cam out of there. The cat has left, and so too must the camera. I'm just gonna show you the carpet like that. What does that do for anybody? Nothing. All right, I'll have to wait a second. So in this node tree is where I would want to instantiate. Let's see if I can get rid of the cat cam now. There it goes. Is where I'd want to instantiate the message box. So I guess I could start designing that message box. I thought I was doing code, but I realized I still need something else. I'm gonna put that on the canvas layer. I guess people are gonna want to put that somewhere. Does it follow? Who knows? That's up to you. This is just gonna create a control. If you're gonna put that on a canvas layer, that's up to you. This is just gonna make a control. All right, and you put it wherever you want. So in there, we'll add a margin container. In that margin container, I will contain a label. Really don't need this to be fancy. Message goes here. She says, come on now. Let's get a panel container. Give that panel container a style. Give it a border. I really must not be too fancy. Give it a shadow. Sure, why not? It's not meant to be beautiful. It's meant to prove a concept. But it should look kind of nice. It should. It really should. Just like a little nice. Just a bit. This shadow is pretty aggressive, isn't it? Oh right, it's currently only a shadow. So I guess I'd want to put a background on it. Give it like a color. Make sure the text is visible on that. Would probably be nice. Let's make the font size quite a bit bigger. And then I also want there to be, here, make this margin container quite a bit larger. Oh, its size is determined by the panel container. Okay, that's fine. Something like that. We could set the control to be default, like, not that. I think you don't want to do that. I think you want to make the panel container. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I was just hoping it could be down at the bottom or something. Could be nice. But you want to be... You want to be somewhere else. You know, that's where you want to be, is somewhere else. I would like to see you down here. That's just me. But you don't want to be there. Okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll just move it manually. How about that? That's snapping right now? Jeez. How can that be? Okay, there, that's... Oh, okay. That's awful. Was it 8? Let's make it 48. I mean, that's going to be different depending on whoever, you know, whatever someone's setup is. So, this is probably not ideal for a lot of reasons, but that's okay. Okay, and then this needs to be actually up at the top, not at the bottom. I think we could add a VBox in here for this. Put the label in the VBox at the top. Give it its own margin container. So we can keep it a little bit pushed down, a little bit pushed over. Make another margin container, and this will just be next. Now, next won't always be visible. Or something. Margin container. Give it some margins over here. It's not beautiful. I think you'd want a button, not a label. If I'm being honest. You know, then I just have to set this up. Ideally, this icon would wrap around the text. So I'd want to nerf this margin considerably. Although once I increase that font size, it's probably going to get a little weird. Oh, no, it's not that weird. Good. Can we change the vertical alignment of the text? Or... Okay, it's fine. I am going to style it. I am going to style it a little bit. I just am. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this as a scene that would get instantiated in. I'm not gonna, I don't know if I mean, I do want, it would be nice if the colors were different, if I'm being honest. It would be nice if we could even keep it similar to the way this other thing is set up. Can we get some outline going on here? Oops, add that as a swatch. And then can we darken it for the border? Add that as a swatch. And then the panel container, I'd love to just use that same style box. If we could copy and paste it actually just onto that button. So it actually just looks the same. Oh, it's putting it, we actually want to put this icon in the center, the text in the center. Okay, that's better. Right, message goes there. Now I would like that to get larger, right? So we want this to have a max width. The width that it has, I think, is sufficient. So within here, we have 700, we'll say 750 as the minimum width. Auto wrap it. Smart. I think we could add some margin on the right there. Alright, in the V-box, I'm going to add some separation. It's not beautiful at all. There's a lot I don't like about it, and I'm not sure what it is. But it is supposed to just be a proof of concept, not a brilliant masterpiece. So I would want to put a length cap on this. So it doesn't like fill up the whole screen. So however many characters this has, I think would be probably sufficient. $100 sounds good. So I don't even know. I don't think I can. That would be like with the text type stuff, but we could check that somewhere else. So I would want to make sure it has 100 tops on it. This is the maximum length that a message could ever be. Deal with it. Thank you. Is that 100? I think I went over. I didn't. Okay. I do feel like the button could use the same outline stuff. Feels weird that it doesn't have it, the text. Okay, can we put a little margin on the bottom of that too? All right. Whew, we got there. It's not beautiful, but it's not supposed to be beautiful. So then the things I'm gonna want, this is label message. This is button next. Both of those I'm gonna want to be accessible as unique names so I can easily adjust that. All right. Now this, I'm gonna need to be able to access that. Once it parses it, it's going to need to be able to inject that message onto there. And not only that, but when you press next, it's gonna have to know how to say, not the last message, but indeed the next message. So I'd want it to actually be able to overwrite the old one. So we probably want to store all of that data in like an array, and when you press next, it just shows the new data. Now the other thing to think about, probably want a dictionary, because we need that signal. No, the signal name is separate. The signal name isn't. How are you gonna do that? How the heck are you gonna do that signal stuff? Because it's gonna have to know. I guess it can just check with okay. I think what we could do is it will start at 0. And so if it's on 0, then we must be on message 1. So if the current we can even just say, have like a counter. If the current message is 1, then make sure this one is showing. Also, if next is pressed when 1 is active, emit the signal associated with it. So at the top of this control node, I'd want to call this message box. Now that's tough too, because, you know, do I want the code? We just have it on self. That way you don't have to worry about the name of whatever it is. So I'm going to call this CSV message box. And we're going to attach a script. And this is where all the signals will be and where it's going to check where it's at. So we'll want a message array, which is going to be array of strings. And I think a counter is just going to be really useful here. But we also want to know a maximum, right? So like whenever we load it, we need to count how many rows were there. And if we look at like the way a CSV is going to look here, which I don't want to look at that CSV, if I'm being honest. I'd rather look at this one. I'm definitely going to have to nerf this concept. So when we do those line checks, right, we know to already tell it to ignore the first line. So once we get to line 2, it's interesting that like an array begins at 0, but a script begins at 1. I don't know. So by line 2, that's where it's going to start checking them. And then we'll use the comma as the delimiter, which is going to create an array. Which means all of... Does 0 count? Does 0 count as an even number? Alright, so how am I going to parse that? Can it even check even and odd numbers? How do you even do that? GScript check even odd number. No, not game maker. Oh, right. Use the modulo. Right. If the remainder is set to 0, then you know that it is even. Gotcha. So if you modulo, can you modulo 0? Can you modulo 0? I assume you can. If x is 0, will it still tell me true? I think so. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so alright. So we just say that all of the even number, so it'll just, well, but that's on a line. You don't even have to do that, because that's on a line by line basis. You can literally say if it's 0, it's the message. If it's 1, it's the signal. If it's 0, it's the message. If it's 1, it's the signal. It would need to check. Now, this is where I'm a little concerned. Well, if it's just line 1. Okay, so let me see. Let me just try parsing it and printing out to just see what it says. I just want to see what it says. So we're not currently printing anything, right? Like anything at all? There's no prints happening? Okay, there's a print. We don't care about that anymore. That's old news. Check up here. No print. No print. Okay. So I would love to just see if we can read the file and then print what's on, let's say, line 2, and just tell me what that is. Okay. So, and one thing that I do think needs to also be clarified, by the way, before I forget. Is I think on the instructions, there should be an extra note that tells you that there's already a sample in there. A sample CSV is provided. Is it? Will that be part of the add-on though? Like, how do I actually include that in the plugin? I have no idea. I'd have to find some way to add a file to the user's file system. I have no idea how to do that. Dude, this is complicated. Cannot create a file, sample message CSV on next signal name. What? Hold on a second. Okay, are we good? Everything is good? Yeah, I guess I'm just worried that, like, it's not gonna be clear that there's, like, a top level line, and it almost makes me want to, like, check for it. Oh, here it's doing the same. Can I create file sample message CSV on next signal name.translation? What? What is it even talking about? What do you mean on next? Where did I... Why is it saying that? The only place I put on next was actually in the CSV itself on line 1. But I'm not telling it to look for anything yet. Where is this coming from? File access? Did I start doing file access stuff and not finish it? I don't think I did. Well, this is very strange. Oh dear. I seem to have made a terrible error. I wonder if it's trying to assign this, but I didn't choose a file. Like, is this running? Is that why that's happening? Like, it seems like when I come over here and I start looking at these nodes the wrong way. Let me see if I can clear this out. So I'm just kind of waiting for the error to appear. I don't exactly remember what makes the error appear or why it appears. I wonder if this is like open. It's just really interesting because it's clearly pulling data from the CSV itself somehow, which I don't know how it's doing that when I haven't told it to try to access that stuff yet. So I find that very shocking. I honestly think that I am in over my head with a lot of this. I really do. I think this is wildly difficult. Why is it... What is that error? What does that error even mean? Okay, well, I guess I'll just hang out and wait for it to... Wait for it to happen again. Okay. Anyway, what was I trying to figure out? Right. The first layer of it. Hey, Unitomb, welcome. How you doing? Oh, there it is. Why did it do that? I'm doing great. How are you, Uni? What is this? Why are you trying to access the file, though? Why are you trying to create? Is it because I put it in the add-ons folder? Is that why? That has to be why. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. Let's go. I did see... Oh, it's every time I click on... Or I activate the script. I did see your message, by the way, Uni. I'm doing a playthrough stream. Let me pull up the Patreon. I think you are, but if you're not, join up the Patreon for free, by the way. All right, it costs nothing. On April 26th, I'm doing a unlisted live stream for when we play through games. I used to play through folks' games every week, but now we're doing it every other month, and it's going to be a very long stream. So it could be up to like 6 hours. I could play your game for like maybe an hour. Well, if it feels like that's necessary. So yeah, so that queue is actually open. Again, make sure you're signed up on patreon.com/hypergamedev. You can join it for free. Let me make sure I put a link in the chat. There's a link in the description box as well. So yeah, I'd be happy to check out your game there, give you the feedback you're looking for. And then if you want to join the queue, so this is the only way your game gets played, okay? Just sending me the DM is not enough. You gotta come to this page on the HyperGameDev website, hypergame.dev, and fill this form out. Then I will definitely check out your game on April 26th. And then if you want to be there for the live stream, sign up for the newsletter. This will be in your inbox next Saturday. Wow, so every time that I just even like go to the script, I feel like it's because I have a CSV file. Where's the CSV file? Here. I honestly, I don't I don't particularly understand why the error is coming. Why would you create that file? What does dot translation mean? It's trying to create the file sample message CSV dot on next. Like the file is called sample message CSV dot CSV, and instead it's trying to create that dot on next, which is one of the lines. That's like this, or it's not even saying the word message. It's just looking at on next signal name. I mean, how weird is that? So let's see. When the plugin begins, it adds the control to the bottom panel. And it calls that CSV to message box. That's what we see the plugin down here. We create the file dialog, and we connect the button upload pressed signal. So create file dialog establishes a base control. Why is file dialog just sitting here? Wait a minute. Why is that like that? Is that the problem? Did I just have file dialog just sitting there? That seems like incorrect on its own, for one thing. Okay, let's see if maybe that error goes away. It was like, I don't know, but why would that do that? File dialog, it sets the file mode for opening the file. It sets that it's going to access the resource directory. It says it's only going to look for CSVs. It connects file selected to on file selected, and it adds the file dialog to the base control. When upload is pressed, it shows the file dialog button, and it centers it in the window. We are unnecessarily establishing base control again, so we can actually get rid of that. When the file is selected, it calls it the path, it hides the file dialog, it prints is it running, it is running, which it's not printing that, and then, not yet, and then it's going to take the file name that is to say, the label that's going to show the file name, which is on main plugin, it's going to set its text to the path of the file name that was selected. And finally, whenever we remove the plugin, it removes everything. Okay. So, I mean, that seems fine. Upload sample message. Come to the output. It is running, and we know that it worked because it set the file name right in here. So, okay, we're clean for now. I wonder if it was just that weird file dialog in there that was just causing it to be very confused. Okay, great. So, anyway, like if I were gonna have it ignore that first line, if something is there that isn't the data? Like, how would it know? It wouldn't know that. Oh no, it's still saying it. Why? Why you do this? Why? I'm not trying to create a file. Dude, I wish I knew what was going on here. Very confused. Alright, Uni, sounds good. Thank you. Can't wait to try it. Next Saturday. Well, this has complicated things quite a bit. I wonder if this has to do with the file dialog not being destroyed. That's what I think. Like, I wonder if because we're just showing it and hiding it, that is causing it to keep doing stuff. So, like, obviously, we don't want to queue free it forever every time, but just out of like curiosity, what if we queue free it just this time? Like, obviously that's a problem because then you can never upload a second thing, but I'm just curious if that makes the errors go away, because if it does, then I think I do need to find some way to load them and free them, and it's not gonna work to just hide it and show it. But I'm not sure yet. The error might just come right back. Anyway, whatever. We're gonna skip all that crap. We're just gonna say ignore the first line. I don't have time for all this. So I haven't seen the error yet. I will say the error ain't erroring. So well, we need this. This is going to parse it, but this has to know what the file is. How is this going to find it? Well, it says we can do auto loads. That's what it says. So I think the only way to do this is an auto load. I don't think there's a more reasonable way to handle this. It's possible for editor plugins to automatically register autoloads when the plugin is enabled. This includes unregistering the autoload when the plugin is disabled. This makes setting up plugins faster for users, as they no longer have to manually add autoloads to their project settings if your editor requires the use of an autoload. Use the following code to register a singleton from an editor plugin. Place this value with a Pascal case autoload name as per the GDScript style guide. Autoload name, some autoload. Enable plugin, disable plugin. Whoa. Wait, is that different than enter tree and exit tree? Oh, the error is still there. It doesn't have to do with the... Dang. What are you? What are you? Edit, error. I don't understand. I don't know what to do. I could try looking up the error. It's a little tough because so much of that error feels very specific to my situation. I need to close some tabs. That's a situation. I'll tell you right now. Close all of the freaking tabs. Hey Sable, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. You know, the plugin is it's not so simple. And I'm currently a little stalled by a mysterious error. But generally speaking, it's you know, it in theory works, except for an error that I can't explain. So when I enable it, you do not have to use C++. No, you can use GDScript. So down here, you can see my plugin, CSV to message box. If I click on it, it pops open this. I've used control nodes and GDScript to make all this set up. And then I'm able to upload or really just read this file. And when I do that, it puts the path in here. Ultimately, what I'm going to want it to do is to generate, well, I want the text that's contained in the CSV to be added to this message box, and then be able to skip through the different messages and stuff. And then it's also going to display on the plugin itself what the messages that it sees are. I'm having a strange bug that's I don't really understand, and so I'm trying to kind of puzzle that out. Can't open certain files. I'm not sure what files or why it would. Okay, so this is where the error comes from. What is mine? Is mine the same one? Mine is 857. So I need to go look at that line. 857 is the one that I need here. Return string hex. What the hell does that mean? String hex encode buffer. Hash 32. What? Huh? What does that mean? What does that even mean? So it's something that's coming up. I don't even know why. Like I'm not even observing the plugin not working. Not that it works, but the things that it does, it doesn't not do. But this error keeps popping up, and it's a very strange error because the error implies that it's reading the CSV file. All that I wanted to do was take the path of the CSV file for now and pop it into the text box. I'm not even looking at the data yet, but it's saying cannot create file sample message CSV. So sample message underscore CSV. Let me get out the way just for a second. If you look down in the bottom left, it says sample message CSV. So that is this. Now, it does something very strange, which is it adds a dot after that. And after that, it says, in quotes, on next, signal name dot translation. Okay, so where is it getting that from? Well, in the CSV file, on line 1, we have message, comma, double quote, double quote, double quote, on next, double quote, space signal, space name, double quote. So that's the first line. So it's ignoring all of that, and it's seeing this and appending dot translation onto it. Like, what? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do this? Why would it even care to observe the first line. I haven't added any code about it looking at that. I think it translates a string as a hexadecimal code. That's a good guess. Return string hex encode and buffer hash 32. Okay. Okay. Why are you doing that? Why would it do that? Can I create file on next signal name dot translate? I don't want to create that. You don't know what colon stands for? Okay. All right. Yeah, maybe I should ask the other chat then. Let me see if anyone else has ever gotten that particular error. So mine is 857. It's very specific. Nobody in the world has ever gotten this error. Okay. Oh, but Google AI, you have a guess? Okay. A problem with how the file is being accessed, possibly during import or saving. Often triggered when there's a mismatch. Are you sure you're doing the right one? It's been designed and created just for me. That's strangely beautiful. Nope, it's hallucinating. That's not 857. None of these are 857. Your sources are wrong. When there's a mismatch between the expected file extension and the actual file extension, or when the file is missing or corrupted. In the documentation, it says, "Hi, Hyper Game Dev Stream." They literally planned it out just for me. I'm asking the other chat. I think it's the only way I'm gonna understand what's going on here. This is bizarre stuff. Why am I getting this error? Post the error. Here's 857 from the doc. There you go. And here's the code. There you go. Help me out. Use your large language model. Indicates that the file dialog cannot properly access or initialize the file you're attempting to interact with. Incorrect access mode. In your create file dialog function, the line file.access resource seems incorrect due to the use of the dash operator instead of the assignment. What? Oh. What? I did what? I did what? To be fair, it's right next to the equal sign. And it looks very similar. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, my. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I had a dash instead of an equals. That may be... I'm amazed that so much worked. That can't be the only thing. I mean, that was a thing that it identified. But that doesn't mean there isn't something else going on. I somehow don't think that was connected. But it's certainly worth checking. Also, let's make sure that's hidden. Okay, so I gotta wait until this error procs. It does not always show up. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. They didn't have a better way to say your line is odd. I know. Okay, so that immediately appeared. That did not fix it, but it certainly was something to fix. Okay, thanks for... I'm amazed that it didn't cause an issue, though. That's, like, stunning. Okay, yeah, we're still, okay, alright, we get it. It's still happening. File path issue. The error suggests that a file handle, F, is null, which may mean the file path provided to the file dialog is invalid or inaccessible. It's, I don't think it is. Maybe. Ensure the file paths you're working with exist and are accessible. I assume that they are, but maybe they're not. Initialization and connection. If the file dialog is not fully initialized before calling show or pop-up centered ratio, issues may arise. What's crazy is that I haven't even loaded something in yet. I haven't even hit the upload yet. So how is it even finding this? It makes me think that this existing in here is giving it grief. Like, it doesn't like... Does Godot do something special when you put CSV files in there? Is it like behaving in a strange way? Okay, this is interesting. Wait, oh, it's used for like localization data. Okay, this is starting to make more sense. It's coming together. You notice CSV files? CSV is a comma separated, whatever V stands for. But basically, it's like a spreadsheet. This is a spreadsheet. And then if you download this spreadsheet as a CSV, it looks like this. So what's nice about that is it's very machine readable. So it's not like this whole, it's even fairly human readable, but it's just not like this whole designed layout that has all kinds of information. Literally, you've got column 1, row 1 is on line 1, and then the comma lets you know that you're on the next column. So this is the next column in the first row. Okay, so then the next line, this is column 1, this is column 2. So this is row 3, column 1, column 2. And so on and so forth. Although it does seem like there's some strange things going on here, but anyway. At least that's the way I understand it. Let me download a new one and make sure I've got the right file here. Download. Comma separated values. Comma separated values is what it stands for. Okay, drop this in here. I don't know, I don't really understand why it does another comma here. I guess the comma doesn't matter in a way because it's a new line, or this column like has data in it and so it's putting the commas in. I don't really fully understand what that's about, but like why there's not a comma at the end of this one, I don't actually understand what that's about. Truth be told. Maybe I need to learn more about CSV files. I probably should understand that. But that's okay, because all I'm gonna do is, in theory, pull an array, right? And we can just say, because if I just use the comma as a delimiter, we can check everything before and after every comma. So if I say all the messages are on the 0 of this line using comma as a delimiter, all the signals are on array position 1, then it will just always work. So I don't really care about this next comma anyway. Okay. So, I think part of what's going on here is CSVs are automatically being parsed by Godot. Godot will treat CSV files as translations by default. It will import them and generate one or more compressed translation resource files next to it. I think that's what's happening. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. So if the user of the plugin tries to bring in their own CSV file, they're gonna get errors galore. So I really would probably want to enforce that folks only use the one that's there. I got you hyped to work. You'll go find some C++ videos on how to make windows and render things. So let's go. Nice. Do it. Co-work with me. Thanks, Sable. Happy to have you co-working with us. All right, so is there a way to tell it to not behave like this? And if can't open. Okay, you can't open. You'll be back as soon as your ADHD catches you up. That's relatable. Okay, so we gotta come up here to import. CSV translation. Keep file exported as is. Skip file, not exported. I'm not exactly sure if that's what I want, but let's try it. Okay, so now it's got a little red X next to it, which is good, I think, maybe. Failed loading resource. Make sure it's been imported by opening the project in the editor at least once. Right, but I told it to skip it. So, what's the problem? I said skip it. That's what I said, and that's what I meant. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close Godot. We're gonna reopen it. Apparently, there's a whole CSV world that I didn't realize was a Godot thing, which is, especially in this case, trying to make a translation out of it. So I'm going to open the project again and just see if there isn't some other import setting we can set here. So that this at least clarifies something. This at least clarifies something, that I want to make sure that the user is using the CSV that the plugin provides and not some CSV that they want to provide. Okay, so there it is. It's got a red X on it, but that's okay. Importing has been disabled for this file, so it can't be opened for editing. Import. I thought I disabled export. I didn't know I disabled import. So I don't even know. I'm curious though. So if I were to open up that file dialog again, would it not show up? So let's try. So open up this, hit upload. There it is. Open. It loads it. So actually, it's okay if it's got the red X, because my plugin can still find it, which is good. Now, it's not parsing the data in there, but that's okay. All right, so curious, what about that other setting that it has? Keep file exported as is. What is that like now? So we still have the red X. I'm gonna restart the project. We still have the red X. Is it different because it's that one? I don't know. I didn't see it in the documentation, so I have no idea what it means. Still has the red X. If I try to click on it, it still says importing has been disabled. I can still upload it. I still upload it. Okay, well, at least that error is gone, so I'm happy with that. That's fine with me. All right, we're gonna call that temporarily possibly resolved. Something that I'd like to try though is I'd love for this to actually be in the add-ons folder, you know? So I wouldn't even want to call that sample. I would say this could be like, this is like the one. This is where you need to, if you're using this project. So I mean, we do want to say upload, I would think maybe instead of just doing it like that, I actually think we should do file system access. I think we should do file system access because otherwise users have to understand that they have to change the re-import settings of their CSVs. Whereas if you load it from outside of the resource folder, then it kind of doesn't matter, right? If it's got the re-import settings. I'm kind of curious, like if I say access file system, reload the plugin. Whoa. Let's reload the project. I don't know what that was about. Maybe that was because of the re-import setting I changed? Maybe? Possibly? If I'm lucky? Okay. Come up here, upload. So now we have the whole file system. It does start you in the resource, but I can actually go anywhere on the computer. So if I want to go up, we can. But we can pull this in, and it gives you a giant path name now, because it's not strictly on resource. So that's something to think about. But what I want to try is what if I go to my downloads over here, right? Wherever that is, apparently not somewhere I would have thought. Okay, we come to downloads, and I find the CSV files that are contained in here. Is that fine? Yeah, good. Okay, so that's how we're gonna do this. Whew. I think we could afford to make that a little wider now, knowing that it's going to be such a gigantic path. So I'm going to increase the minimum size of this considerably. Well, not considerably, but a decent amount. Let's say 300. Which should just give it a little more breathing room. Just a little more. All right. I kind of feel like the overall plugin size should be bigger too. So maybe make I mean, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's gonna be a big old plugin. It's big. I didn't look that much bigger, but that's okay. Oh, I didn't save it. There we go. You might want to consider pushing that margin down a bit there. All right, good, great. Whew. I guess it's time for a GitHub commit. Improvements. Improvements. Okay, so back to what I actually wanted to do, which was parsing the dang document. Oh, I need to do the auto loads thing. Right, I was learning that. That's important. That's very important. So, and auto load singleton. All right, enable plugin. Like that's different than enter tree. Sub-plugins. Enable plugin versus enter tree. Somebody has to have had that confusion, right? No, that's not my question. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask the other chat. Serve distinct purposes. Enable plugin called when the plugin is enabled. Enter tree called when a node enters the scene tree. Okay. Used to initialize the plugin, add functionality to the editor, or interact with the editor interface. Enter tree used for initializing nodes, setting up logic, or making connections. Why is enable plugin better for registering an auto load? Using enable plugin to register an auto load is better because it's specifically designed for initializing your plugin in the editor environment. Unlike enter tree, which triggers for any node entering the scene tree, enable plugin avoids unintended initialization, keeping the auto load registration strictly tied to the editor. Okay. Alright, whatever. I don't really understand, but I believe you. I'm convinced that I should. So now we not only have enter tree, we also have enable plugin. And when the plugin is enabled, I'm going to want to add an auto load. As an entire scene, no, I want it to be a script, yeah. Alright. Alright, so constant, we're gonna say, auto load globals, and that is going to be, I guess we'll type that as a string, maybe, or a string name, I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we do add auto load singleton. Add a string called the name of it. I'm just gonna call it globals. And then down here, we say add autoload singleton. It just wants a string, not a string name. I guess that makes sense. Globals, or sorry, autoload globals. And then we want a path for the globals script. So we'll create a new script in our add-ons folder called globals. We'll set that as the path. And then we have to make sure we disable it and remove the autoload singleton. So I'll say right before exit tree, bunk, disable plugin, remove autoload singleton, autoload globals, that's it. All right. Now in globals, I would say we could even fetch the file name. Maybe, I mean, yeah, you should put that. You should put that out there. That's where that should go. This path. So I would want now. Is it gonna be able to find it? Like if I type in globals, it's not gonna know it exists. So now how do I reference it? Do I say auto load globals? Wait, how the heck do I reference an auto load that isn't auto loaded? I guess I need to run the plugin and have the plugin going, then it can find it. It's crazy. Man, we're learning all kinds of stuff. Okay, so now the plugin is running. I assume globals is auto-loaded. Will it be up in auto-loads? Yeah, there it is. So does that mean this script will just be in error otherwise? That's nuts. And this doesn't tell us how to even do that. This tutorial kind of sucks. How would I reference an auto-load GDScript plugin? How would I reference a plugin defined auto-load in code? If the plugin isn't running, wouldn't it give an error that such a class name doesn't exist? Is the name assigned to it in the projects? Right, I know, but oh, wait, but but you can't do an auto load and have a class name. But if something is auto-loaded, doesn't that conflict with class name? There isn't a conflict. Okay, I mean, look, from generally what I know about these kind of things, it will, but if you say it won't, then okay. Like normally it'll say that if I try to define a class name when there's an auto load, right, there you go, right there. It says error, class globals hides an auto load singleton. So do we just ignore that error? Do we say, well, in this case that has to be okay? As I suspected, it leads to this error. Do we just ignore it? I didn't mean to yell at you, other chat. I apologize. I shouldn't ignore it. It's a critical issue because, yeah, well, that's what you told me to do. Just give it a different name? Well, then what's the point of it being an auto load? I guess like what? Okay. How do I access the... Won't the auto-loaded script data not match the class name referred data? I don't know if I explained that well. It won't necessarily mismatch. The auto-loaded script's functionality and data are bound to the singleton instance, while the class name declaration provides a global reference. Okay, alright, if you say so. Alright. Fine. Fine. So we'll come up here. First, let's turn off the plugin. That is blowing my mind. I never even thought you could do that. So we'll say this is global singleton. I think that's good. Name-wise. Global singleton. Re-enable this. Failed to create an auto load. Script globals. Oh, right. I had to rename. Wait, why do I have to rename it? It's not compiling. Condition info node is true. Continue. What? No, I'm confused. Wait, why did that cause an error? Add-ons message globals.gd is not compiling. Condition. Oh my goodness. Oh, other chat. I appreciate your ideas. I do, but we got issues. Oh, is there just an error? Oh, I'd love for that. It's a fake error. Oh my god. That's alright. I should realize that when it says it's not compiling, that it just means it sees an error. But it wasn't a real error. Okay, nope. Nope. There's no errors in there. Just kidding. They are different names, though. It is correctly defined. Dude, you're bugging. Oh man, are we vibe coding now? Oh, dang it, I forgot to paste it. No. Ugh. I think we're vibe coding. I think this is elevated to vibe coding. Or downgraded. No. I changed the name. It is error-free. It is correct. It has no errors. What? But yes, it is. Don't you lie to me. You guesstimator. You little guesstimator. You little hallucinator. Alright. Yeah, it's become useless. Well, this is crazy. I don't even know what to think about this. Maybe I'll just do a static reference. Honestly, I'm done with these globals. We're doing static references because this is untenable. This is really hard. I can't figure out what's going on here because there's not an error in the script. Let's make sure everything's saved. Turn this off. My global script has a class name called globals. It extends node. Over here, we set up an auto load, adding a singleton based on globals.gd. The name of the singleton should be global singleton. When I go to enable the plugin, we get errors. It says it failed to create the auto load, although if I go to globals, it is there and it's enabled, and it did seem to fail to create it. So that's interesting. It says that it's not compiling. I mean, do you want me to add? Do you want something in there? Like, I don't think so. I don't think you care about that. It does care. What? It wants something in there. Now there's no error. That's wild. That's so weird. Okay, so it can just be an empty script for some reason. That was the problem. Okay, all right, let's go. Let's go. Solving problems. No problem. Because it's been solved. Okay, good. Whew. Oh my gosh. So then, back on the CSV message box, this is interesting. I'm learning so much. Like, I didn't even know you could do this class name auto load sharing thing. So what I want to say is that when the file is selected, globals, oh, we need to create a variable in here. Variable CSV file path, which is going to be a string. We want to make sure that that gets the path set to it. You can't find it? Are you sure? Because I put it in there. Here, let's untick that. Come to global, save it. But see, it's not, that's because it's not behaving as an auto load. So it's not gonna find any of those things. Because what it needs to be looking for is the global's singleton. But if I were to come up here, wait, why didn't the, the plugin is not getting turned off. Okay, we need to restart the project. Reload it, reload it, reload it, reload it, reload it, say reload, yeah, go reload. We got problems. Dude, this is complicated. It's just it's a different beast. Yeah, it's the same code, but it's like having to take into consideration so many different things. Okay, so there we go. So now it's saying that it's not declared, which is obviously a huge problem. Oh, because I called it the wrong thing. I still can't even find it, even with that. Because it's just a class name. It's not a actual autoload, so it can't access it. You're dealing with stuff named WCLPFN WinProc. I don't know who made that, but geez. Okay. Yeah, that looks kind of random. You might be summoning demons. I hope so. We could all use a few more demons, right? And we still get this global singleton. Of course, well, yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. Try reloading this. Yeah, clear these errors. I mean, I don't even know. So the plugin is gone. Unable to load add-on script. Well, yeah, of course there's an error. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, this isn't working. I think we just have to do it all in this one script. I think it has to be a Doom script. I don't think I'm gonna get the luxury of separating it out to different places. That's what I think. So I think we're gonna scrap this. I don't know what's going on with auto loads, but I am not interested. I am disinterested. So it is out of here. I don't want it. I'm not interested in it. It was interesting, but it's time to go. Get it out. So instead, well, let's make sure we burn globals to the ground. And make sure any reference to it is gone. Okay. And this time, yeah, we're just gonna put it somewhere else. Now the worst thing about that is just like, where are you gonna generate it? I mean, really, I'd want to store it here on this giant Doom script. So variable CSV file path. I think we just got to keep it on here. I think that's the only way. So we're gonna say CSV file path equals path. I gotta get this done. We already 7 hours in. I mean, come on. CSV file path equals path. How's the weather doing? Let me check up on the weather. Main plugin file name text equals CSV file path. That's what I'd want to set. Let me just look at that weather. Okay, we got a storm. Yeah, we in a storm a little bit, but it's not that bad. It's much more chill than I thought it was gonna be. Oh look, there's the red stuff. It might creep over. That's a bit further away from where I am. I'm over here. Red stuff is down there. Alright, we still got some time. Oh look at that. What's that? There's a little something. That looks like it's gonna come at us. So we got some time. We got some time. Okay. Okay. So we want to set that text as CSV file path, and then we're going to want to try to parse that file path. I've been wanting to do that for quite a while here. And that needs to carry over to this to be able to be set in there. So we need to start chunking it up. I would love to put this somewhere very special, like at least its own special function. So let's run that function. Let's say right here. I'm gonna call it parse CSV. And that's gonna call it the CSV file path, func parse CSV. Okay. I would like it to just print the first line. So in order to do that, I don't remember. But there was some code that the other chat came up with for a separate question I had. And I think it's going to be quite valuable here. Right, so we have to actually load the file. We haven't even loaded it yet. We can't parse it until it is loaded. Alright. So forget that for now. We want to say load CSV file. Let's just say CSV. That will also call with the CSV path. I'm just going to call it CSV path. No, I'll just call it path. Alright, I'll borrow some of this code. File new. Now it's inferring the type, but I would love to like know the type. It would be awesome. Oh, you made that up? Okay, cool. Nice. Nicely done. Let's just see, load. But how is it gonna even be able to load the CSV? I don't know if it can. File access open. Eesh. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be able to do that, but we'll try. So this would be path. I also don't think you need to call this with, I mean, you do need to call it with, you do, you should. Okay. Yeah, I might not even need to set the CSV file path, technically. Yeah, I think you don't need to create that variable. Like, you could create it down here. Get as text. Oh, that might actually kind of work though. Oh, then we can just return it. All right, I mean, thank you. I don't know that I learned much from that other than copy and paste, but you know, I'll take it. So what does that return though? File access. I'm not really sure how to type any of this stuff. I wonder if we could print it so I could type it better, or we could just infer as well. Get as text returns a string. Okay, so this will return a string. It's going to be quite a string, which means it's not going to have lines anymore, which is a bit of an issue. We might be in danger with this CSV file. Unless I created my own delimiter. I mean, it's still going to have the commas. It's just now I'm not going to have the line 1, line 2, line 3 kind of thing. Maybe. Assuming this even works. So how about this? Print that. This should be an interesting mess. And I'm excited to observe the results. So if I load that CSV file, what is it gonna look like? Okay, we've uploaded it. It outputs stuff. And it's got lines. That's interesting. But it's just a string. I mean, I'm impressed with it worked. What I'm not sure of is if I'm going to be able to determine lines. But all right, let's try it. Let's try to specify it. So now I'll go back to that code. Oh, should I close the file? Probably. Check if the signal already exists. Okay, I don't care about that. Okay, I think this is a very interesting idea here. So I'm gonna say CSV variable CSV data equals that. And then in the CSV data, define the lines. And I would want to say print line 1. Lines 1. So in theory, that should be line 1, I think. Which should be message on next signal name. But I don't know if this is gonna work. Whoa. It actually ignored the column. How did it know to ignore the column? Or the first row? How did it do that? Oh, because that's 0. You put 1. This would be 0. Okay, got it. Dude, that works. Let's go! Okay, cool. Yes! Yes! Oh, I kind of thought this would be the hard part. This is the easy part. What if the hardest parts are behind us? Okay, cool. Yes. All right, great. So we've got line 1. So we actually want to iterate through every line for line in lines. You know what I mean? But yeah, basically I loaded up the CSV file as a text file. I loaded it up as a text file, And I parsed a single line and printed that single line. So, I mean, it was really easy. It was apparently very easy to be able to change that CSV file into text and to look at a specific line. I kind of thought that might be hard, but it wasn't. So yeah, really good, and it's promising for what's to come. So now I'm gonna say for line in lines, line split by the comma. So I want to use the comma as a delimiter, right? And I want to assign, so what that's going to do is then is going to create an array. And the 0 index in that array will be, this is a message for you. The 1 index in that array will be first message read. So then I'll just say, feed all of the zeros in each line's array into a special instantiated node in the message box. Now, of course, I still gotta figure out how to instantiate nodes in a message box, but that's okay. Right now, we must look cute to people with experience in this area. OMG, I have a line! OMG, I almost have a window! I know. Well, but you know, that's... Honestly, I hope we do look cute. Right? Because this is what learning is. This is what learning is. They had to go through that too. Everybody has to go through that. Not knowing how to do something and then finding out. Everybody, every single body. So, you know, I hope we do look cute. I really do. Okay. So, this is a channel all about learning. That's what this is. It's not about knowing. It's about learning. So, for line lines, line.split, comma. Okay. So, that's going to give us an array. And what I need to say is... Well, the first thing, before I start putting it in message boxes... It's why I like to do simple things when you're teaching. Gotta go step by step. You gotta learn somewhere. So I want to... I think I need to create an array of messages. So I'm gonna say variable message array. That's gonna be an array of strings. And then I also want a signal array, which is also going to be an array of strings. Oh god, figuring out how to do that is going to be a whole party. Okay. So then for message array, append line. Well, but that you have to call this something, right? This has to be called something, and so this should be an array. I'm pretty sure that's going to be typed as an array. By the way. So this, let's call variable line data another array of strings. We're just parsing strings. I think I'm typing that correctly. So wait, don't put that here. Put this up here. Oh, it returns a packed string array. So I think I need to actually type it as a packed string array, if that's gonna work. That was a close one. pack string array, pack string array. Okay, now I would say line data 0. Or we're gonna say variable message, which is a string, is gonna be line data 0. And then we want to make sure that message gets appended to the message array. Okay, we also want to create a variable for the signal. Variable signal. Wait, this is all in file selected? Girl, this needs to be in parse. You put this in parse right now. Parse CSV. I'm like, why is this such a Doom script? Okay. Oh, we can't use the word signal. Okay. Hopefully message or signal value, message value. Or I'm gonna call it string. Message string, signal string, and that's gonna be line data 1. Oh. Sorry, this needs to call with CSV file path. Really, you should put this in load CSV, but load CSV is returning something, so no, we should put it here. We have to make sure it's loaded first before. I'm a little concerned. I don't know that I do want to do a return for this. I don't know that that's what I want to do. I don't think I do want to have this return. I think I just want to say load CSV. I'm going to take this out of here. And this is actually going to return nothing. This should return a string. I don't know what the file returns, if I'm being honest. I have no idea. That's gonna, I think, return a string. I'm certain. And then we want parse CSV to come with the content. I'm gonna call it CSV data. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay, so this comes with the data to parse. Call that data. Okay. There we go. Now, because I want to make sure that parsing happens after it loads it, and I just think that's gonna make more sense here. So after it loads it, it parses it. Upon parsing it, we want to set up a signal string and then go to the signal array and append signal string. Now, I want to first, before I start instantiating things, I would like to put this in the little generated spreadsheet that we spent so much time on. This. So we would want to make this become visible and fill these out. So in order to do that, I need to instantiate these grid containers. So I'm actually going to remove one of these grid containers here. Just get them out of here. Or sorry, the row, it's a panel container, but it is primarily a grid container. I'm gonna remove one of these, and I'm going to save this branch as a scene. And yeah, we'll call this row 1. I mean, you can just call it row. Yeah. And then this can be called row 1 up here, right? So it's gonna need to be able to find these labels in here. Or this is gonna need to be able to pull from there. One question, do we have stuff in this script, by the way? Yes, I think all the scripts need to be, unfortunately, in the add-ons folder, right? But see, if that's the case, I think we need to redefine where main plugin is. Oh god, I'm probably making a terrible mistake by moving this. Can we please make sure this is not enabled? I'm a little concerned about what I'm about to do. So before I do it, I'm gonna do a GitHub push or commit. Committing before moving main plugin scene. What is this scene even doing? Pray tell. What is it? Oh yeah, that's important. That's definitely important. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by putting all of my plugin files in the add-on folder, but that seems like the correct thing to do. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. So let me just make sure that didn't break anything. I am going to have to change this path here, unless I was using a UID, but I wasn't. Okay, let me make sure that's like working. Okay, it is. It's showing this. We obviously don't want it to show this generation yet, but we will. We'll get there. Okay, so I saved the row as its own scene. Now this is going to have to fetch that array. It's going to have to find it somehow. Okay, I think I have an idea. So I need to know, before I start thinking about that, I need to know where this is going to go, right? These rows are going to get added to this VBox container. So I'm going to make sure this VBox is accessible as a unique name by the main plugin. And if I can get it on readied, I'm going to say this is a VBox loaded CSV. But really, this is loaded CSV. Let's call this CSV preview. Let's say that. Okay, so back over here. So it's gonna fill up those arrays for every line in lines. So we're gonna want another function, and this function is going to be generate preview. I would even say, instead of generate, well, no, you would want this to be Here's the thing, Lisa. You don't want generate to be visible either, is it? The generate button should actually be... Can we get like a single container? And just call this margin container CSV preview? I'm gonna put that up here. I'm gonna put our generate button and... Oh. That has to be a VBox. Okay. That's fine. Make it a VBox. Totally fine. Call it VBox. CSV to generate. I can't call it preview now. CSV to generate. Make sure that's accessible as a unique name, because what I want is I want this whole thing to either appear or not appear. Right? So as soon as we upload it, this whole thing appears. Right. So if we even say upload button pressed, show the dialog box, have it be centered. When a file is selected, load the CSV. We do have generate preview. I'm gonna say update CSV show CSV to generate. I mean, technically, I might want that further down. I'm gonna grab this. I don't think I actually want to run this here. Show CSV to generate. Returns nothing. Do that, but also we want to say main plugin, and what I want to show is this VBox CSV preview. And let's have it update the file name first. Okay, then we want to generate the preview, which is probably going to need a call with something. All I know is we want to make sure this shows the CSV to generate. Sable says, Visual Studio on launch. Do you enjoy the app? Want to rate us? Dude, you just crashed like 5 seconds ago. That's so funny. That's silly. You should try VS Codium. That would make that go away. But you don't have to. You should live your life and do what you want. But I really like VS Codium. It's like VS Code, but it's built from source. It's like exactly the same, except it gets rid of all kinds of little bloat crap like that, which is nice, I think. You know, but you should do what you want. We lost one line. Let's go. That's silly. That is actually embarrassing that they would do that. I hope it doesn't happen again. I also love that in Visual Studio you can build in all the GitHub stuff, which is really nice. Main plugin, file name, text. Okay, CSV path not declared in the current scope. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, we're gonna need to pass something down. Oh yeah, so do we really want to pass the path all the way down there? No, I don't. Well, you can set this sooner. Yeah. VS. It's called VS Codium. Is what it's called. It's awesome. It's really, really cool. Someone in the chat told me about it. Joe Schmo, I think. Here's a link in the chat. Open source software binaries of VS Code. Microsoft VS Code source code is open source, but the product available for download is licensed under a not open source license and contains telemetry/tracking. So something to think about. You don't have to download build from source, so you don't have to. Clones the repo, runs the build commands, upload resulting binaries. Floss, yeah, the thing you do with your teeth. I know FOSS is free open source software. I don't know what the L stands for though. Free licensed open source software maybe is what that means. Free/Libra. As in freedom. People started using the term floss to help make the vision that the software is freedom and not free. Oh, I see. So it's saying like if like free, it's not just costing nothing, it's also liberated. That's sweet. Imagine the bathroom intrusion. Get the floss down, show your license. Yeah, wow. That would just be devastating. I want some floss. Give me some floss. I like my floss free/freedom. Well, today I learned. Now I know. All right, what else you got for me, project? Main plugin, VBox, CSV preview visible, true. Cool. Where we at? Oh, I need to have that line update. You should really leave that line update out here. Honestly, I just think it's gonna be easier if you put it out here. So just do that. It would be nice to put in here, but I just think it makes more sense out here. Okay. I mean, we could put it in here, since we still have the path at that point. But, like, why? I mean, you could even put it down here. That way, at least kind of goes along with those. Okay. So we parse the CSV, we update the arrays, and then we're going to generate the preview. So that would be after that for loop ends is when I would want it to do that. I feel like this would be a good time to try to remember what those different for loop things mean. I don't know that I do remember. For loop differences between break, continue, and any others. I hate how everything is abbreviated in C++. They were running low on memory back in the days. I don't know nothing about that. That does sound annoying. That sounds very annoying. Probably makes it really unreadable. Fools. No, they had to. They had to. Break immediately terminates the entire loop. Okay. Continue skips the rest of the current iteration and moves directly to the next one. Got it. So we don't need to do any of those. Pass does nothing. Okay, we don't need any of that crap. Return, set up a function. We don't need any of that stuff. Send a message is mzg. I like mzg. But I feel like especially when folks don't have English as a first language, that makes it much harder. You know? And I think that's a whole coding problem. Is how English as a first language or English as a second language unfriendly code is in general. But yeah, stuff like that would be, you know, for me, I see MSG and I'm like, it's message. Well, it's message. It's not monosaturated glutamate. It's message. Still though, it's still really less readable. But I've got MSG in this project many times, but I don't have it in too readable, an unreadable place. Probably, maybe. See, I say message sometimes. I feel you though. Generate the preview. What was I up to? Generating the preview. We definitely want to show the CSV to generate. But we need to actually instantiate. Oh, I was doing the for loop. I need to instantiate all of those rows. So let's do that. I don't actually want row 1 on there. It just needs to look like that. And it needs to be hidden by default. And we're gonna say, I mean, this is awful. That's so unreadable. My God. Oh, we do need to make sure that lines is passed down. Do we? No, you don't. You definitely, absolutely not. Absolutely not. For message string in message array. So I need to establish the scene that we're instantiating. So variable CSV row preload the path and then instantiate it for message string and message array. But you still need to be able to get to these labels in here. So I would recommend calling this label message and this label signal. Make those accessible. I think that'll work. We'll see. I think that'll work. And we have to know where we're adding this as a child. You really should put this as a... You gotta put this as a variable. Variable... CSV table, let's call it. And that's going to be a VBox container. and it's going to be set to VBox CSV preview main plugin. And I even think we should call this down CSV table. CSV table. Okay. I don't even know that I need that function, really. Okay, so we've got our table and we've got the rows. So then I would want to say CSV table, add child, CSV row, and then CSV row. I gotta gear up for this. No, I can do this. We're good. CSV row. Percent label message equals message array but what you don't want is the string. You want the position in the array. Is that what this would be, though? Expected. Oh yeah, text. Wait, what? Expected identifier. For attribute access. Do you want me to say get node and then put this in parentheses? No, I don't think you don't care about that. Yeah, right. So that is a problem. And then if I say hello, we're good here? Yeah, okay. Do I want to say like find or something? What do I want to, how do I iterate through here and get like the numbers? I feel like that was what was happening way back here. Where was that? Up here? Size. We need to say size. That's how we do that. My bad. Okay. So this would be message index in message array size. Right? Nice. Okay. So it's going to get the node label message in CSV row, and then it is going to update its text to be the text that is in message array index whatever. Maybe that'll work. I mean, really it would be the same whether it's doing the signal or the message. They should have all the same ones, but it's fine. For signal index in signal array size, it might be useful to have them separate for some other reason, maybe. Well, yeah, we'll see. CSV table and child. Whoa, no. Oh, back it up. Hold up there. Not what you want to do. No. See, don't do that. CSV row get node, because then you're going to be adding a new row, which is not good. Just put it in here. It'll be fine. Label signal text equals signal array signal. Oh, we don't have a signal index because we're not iterating through. Oh dear. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Cool. Good. Fine. That's not good. This is a problem. I don't even have a whole idea how to do this. What? I wonder if I shouldn't, maybe I should pass down lines. That way we, and not even lines, we could even say lines size and pass that down, right? Whoops. And then say generate preview number of lines, and then we'll say for I, for a line in, I mean it is an index though, for I in number of lines, and it should be the same, so we'll just say I for this, then CSV row, get node, label signal, you got it, text equals signal array I. So it should update each of those and iterate them all, and then show the table. Where are we at? How broken is it? How functional is it? What is this? Is it? Sable says, I have a white window. Victory. That's what you wanted? Nice. Nice. I successfully copied the code, understanding a small portion of it. Okay. Sounds like you might have learned how to copy code. Good job. You probably did it a little bit more. Nice. Congrats. No, it sounds like you're excited, so I'm excited for you. What are you trying to make? You trying to make like a Windows program or something? Sounds awesome. Okay, so let's upload the file and let's see if we see a preview of these messages here in this plugin. We do not. We do have errors, so let's investigate those. All right, it's debug time. I hope it's simple. I hope it's easy. Okay, let me actually restart this because I'm not actually sure where the error is. So I needed to have that clear so I could tell it was happening. Going back to super basics, how to create a window, how to render graphics with GPU languages, etc. Okay. Basics, like in Windows in general or something? Sounds useful. Okay. Okay, that's much better. Error, add-ons CSV to message box, CSV to message box. .gd. Invalid access to property or key VBox CSV preview on a base object of type VBox container. Oops. All right, this is fixable. This sounds very fixable. On a base object of type VBox container. Oh, I typed this 2 times. That'll do it. All right, easy. All right, see where we're at. What's the real error you got for me? Okay, let's see. Can't add child row 1 to VBox loaded SCV. Already has a parent. What? You can't add a child because the child already has a parent. I think I know why. I think I know why this is happening. I think because, and I could be wrong, but I think because, yeah, I need to, use the move or reparent method? Really? I was gonna say, I feel like I need to move CSV row to be preloaded up here or something, instead of declaring that in the function. But I could be wrong about that. But okay, use the move and reparent method. Let's circle back to that as soon as I find out that this didn't fix it. Yeah. All right, heard. All right, let me see if this makes any difference. Clear the errors, please. Enable the plugin. Upload the file. Check the output. Okay, nope, that didn't fix anything at all. Alright, good. So if you got something like this, you would use a move or reparent. I mean, I'm just so confused. It can't add it to it. It tries to do it 4 times because there's 4 messages for it to add. How does it already have a parent? I must be fetching this. I'm very confused. So we establish CSV table as cbox CSV preview. That is vbox loaded CSV. That's what that is. So it's seeing that just fine. And you think it's the add child line. Since you are in a loop, you may be trying to add child several times in a row. Right. What's strange is that it's not necessarily even doing it once. Well, I guess, well, yeah, I'm not sure. I guess one way we could confirm that is we could show it early. Oh, we haven't defined CSV table yet. Cool. I need to create a new instance in the for loop. Oh, thank you. I don't know if I would have figured that out. I might have, but it would have taken me a long time. I would have had to ask the other chat. Thank you. Thanks? Like, thank you? That makes so much logical sense. That makes an incredible amount of sense. Thank you so much. Alright, we'll get you on this very tiny board today. It's been kind of a tiny stream. That's fine with me. Okay. Oh, Sable Spirit. Oh, it does just say Sable Spirit. Okay, Sable Spirit. It used to say Sable Spirit Studio. C++, which can be translated to any platform code. I see, is what you're making your thing in. At the moment, Windows. Eventually, at some point, we'll be able to understand how Godot works at the C++ level. Yes! Oh, I love that. Ooh, that's exciting. You're learning so much. The studio's gone. I am... Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm gonna pour one out for you, alright? I'm gonna pour one out. That was for Sable Spirit Studio. Dang. Dang. I almost poured on my keyboard. I did that for you. Wow. Bummer. I'm sorry to hear that. But the Sable spirit lives on. Sable spirit lives on. If you ever do a French branch, it's going to be Sable Spirit Le Baguette. Yes, French sense of humor. That's like some like. Wow, I'm actually really impressed. I'm very impressed. Is that would that be considered like self-deprecating French humor? Best part is Le Baguette is grammatically wrong. Yes. So maybe it's there's a lot of layers to that, actually. Like, you're being critical of someone saying French wrong, but you also are French. That's wow. Very good. How are we doing with storms, by the way? Speaking of being from places. What's the weather situation? Ooh, that looks nice. I like what I see. I don't like that. It's not good. Oh, that's bad. That looks really bad. Look at it. It's got a little dangly bit. You gotta watch out for those dangly bits. Yeah, the weather is there's quite a devastating weather forecast, but it might not. It just you never know. There's a I don't remember, some kind of percent chance. A fairly like a 4% chance. Yesterday they predicted a 4% chance that we'd be getting like tornadoes and stuff today. There's a 15% chance of like hail, rocks falling from the sky. And I think that is the danger. But it is closer than the last time I checked. But it's not here yet. And it's bigger. It's bigger than it was. I don't know if you remember from earlier, but it wasn't that big. It's bigger, and it looks like it could be a little swirly. So, okay. All right, it's gonna be a late night. Go one step further with Les Baguettes du Fromage, but this would be overkill. Okay. I don't even know what that means. We didn't have hail this year. That's when it rains ice formations. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh yeah, does this work? Did Sable fix this for me? Let's find out. Clear the errors. Upload the CSV. Okay, so we're not getting any errors, which is good. I am also not getting anything appearing. So that's something. Of course, did I ask you? Of course I did fix your code. How did I ask? I don't remember what I said. I probably said some kind of thing that made it sound like that. I don't remember what it was though. Okay. Why are you not being visible? Do you not know how to be visible? I'm saying after the for loop, show the table. CSV table is set to VBox container. Oh, I think we need to go up a level. I'm not showing the right thing. That's the wrong thing. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. I think. Maybe. Yeah, I haven't actually on-readied this. So this isn't really the VBox preview. This is the CSV table, is what this is. I must label it more correctly. I'm gonna fix a drink. You didn't break anything. Okay. Table. Is that the drinking game? Is that the Hyper Game Dev drinking game? Okay. Please no drinking games. Oh my gosh, we can't. I mustn't condone. Alright, so VBox CSV table. And then this would be VBox CSV preview. Okay. I got a good feeling about this. I do. So this is going to be table, which means I don't even need to call anything here. CSV preview, VBox CSV preview. Make that visible. Okay. Okay. Let's try it now. Close it. Load it. Upload. Come on, come on! Drum roll, give it to me! Bam! And we have a parsed... Hold on, let me actually move this into the right place. We have a parsed... Almost. A parsed and displayed... Okay, the first one's wrong. CSV sheet. So we do need to tell it to skip that one. It's doing line 0. We don't want it to do line 0. We could even have a checkbox that the user could do, and this is checked by default. And so if the user wants their table to not be formatted that particular way, they could do that. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, this is actually incorrect. Because it's splitting the message. Why? Oh, because I put commas in the message. That's why. If you had commas in the message, oh no! How's it gonna be able to tell the difference between CSV commas and commas in the message? Oh, this was a mistake. Oh god, what have I done? Crap. There is no way for it to tell. I have an idea, but it requires the user to have a very specifically formatted sheet. You didn't dare ask. I thought there was a reason. No, there's not a reason. It's incorrect. I didn't think about that. But I mean, we want, for this to be an ideal message box, you should be allowed to add commas. You know? Yeah, well, yeah, that's, split doesn't care. I mean, maybe there's some way to tell it to ignore stuff within there, but I mean, that's annoying too, right? To like, tell the user that they have to use double quotes. CSV which uses non-comma character splits. An XML. What is an XML? I don't even know the difference. Hierarchical and uses tags to define data elements. Oh, so we have to parse something quite a bit different. But I don't even know. I mean, but the thing about that is I want it to be like much simpler. So it would have to be something. Oh, wait, we have tab separated values. You know, for me, for my personal use case, like the reason why I want to make this is I want to adapt this into a credits list. So like the credits, not this particular one, but ones like this. When I make credits lists, when I give you guys, you know, credit for helping me, I want to be able to generate an in-game credits automatically is what I want. And so now we could do TSV, but I feel like those are much less common. I mean, I could be wrong. How common is TSV in spreadsheet export programs? Also, you know, then I somehow, my concern with that is, am I going to be able to delimit that? Fairly common, less popular than CSV. Excel, LibreOffice Calc, and Google Sheets all support it. I mean, those are kind of the main ones. Let's make a new one. I wish. Well, that's what I was thinking. Is like a hacky way around it. Is I could have a column in between every message and every signal, and in that column would be the delimiter, right? But then every CSV. So if the user has their own, and yeah, I don't know that I like that. That's not good for me, because again, if I want to do the credits list, I'm gonna need to like have like a weird delimiter in there, and that's not good. I don't like that. TSV is particularly useful when data contains commas. Avoiding delimiter conflicts. That's right. Right. Okay, so then I guess my next question, this is crazy because this is I have been doing this entire stream. Whoa. Heart done it's me. I've done this entire stream predicated the whole thing. I've named the plugin CSV to message box. And you're telling me that now I have to refactor all of that? I mean, it's actually kind of very daunting to think about refactoring all of that. I gotta refactor file names, I gotta refactor on GitHub, I gotta refactor in code. It's like, yeah, refactoring, it's kinda, yeah, refactoring is definitely kinda fun. Emphasis on the kinda. CSV plugin using TSV file. Oh, that's the fun thing. We just call it CSV, and you have to find out that it's actually TSV. All right, let me ask this question of the result that I'm about to observe. If I do a TSV file, but see, how am I gonna use tab as a delimiter? Maybe I can. How use tab as delimiter GD script? First time a documentation says does not support CSV. That's brutal. Wait, but speaking of that, wait, I don't even know if Godot supports TSVs for that matter. Yeah, no? Okay, /T would be the delimiter. I don't even know if Godot can handle this. So we gotta find out. I'll tell you one thing, we definitely set up the plugin to only look for CSV files. So that means I need to find this. Well, yeah, well, true. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. I guess I am creating the compatibility. That's beautiful. Okay, so I've switched it. It can only recognize .tsv files. Those are the only things it can find. So it's not gonna recognize anything else. So let's go up into downloads. Go find it. Oh, we also need to change the comma delimiter to be /t, so it looks for the tabs. Would probably be a good idea. Okay, add it back in. Go find the file. I had thought for a second that it was going to remember the position that our browser was last in, or file system browser was last in, but it doesn't. It doesn't. That's okay. I can live without that. Oh, that works. Oh, look at it's perfect. Oh, it's perfection. Look at that. That's beautiful. Okay. All right, it's got to be TSVs. It's the correct way to do this. Wow. All right. I guess I need to refactor everything now. It's the only way. That's gonna be messy. Oh yeah, so I do need to change the header too. That's easy to fix. All I have to do, and the thing is I kind of want it to be like an option that the user can, but probably not. I mean, basically we say for I in number of lines, if I is not, or if I is greater than 0, right? So we just tell it to ignore. I guess we could do a continue as well. We could say if I is less than 1, continue would probably also work. So that should just skip that one before it does any of this, right? And then if we enable this, I think, is that what you meant when you were talking about that header? I think that's what you meant. Downloads, TSV, there we go. So now it skips the top one. Great. But, you know, I was kind of thinking also, like, if do not skip top row and I was gonna actually just make that a thing. Variable do not skip top row boolean equals false by default. I mean, don't do that. That's ridiculous. That's chaos. Just call it if skip top row. And then make it true. True by default. And then in theory, I could make like a checkbox for the user if they want to say, actually, I do want the top row. I don't feel like doing that, but in theory, it could be done. Alright, well now I have to friggin' refactor everything, because it's not CSV to message box anymore, it's TSV. I'm actually horrified about this, because Godot is not gonna like me changing so many things. It's gonna hate that. We have 28 matches just in the code alone. So I guess I should really just do a replace with TSV. Yep. Oh, but I still haven't renamed the nodes. Oh my god. People ask, why do you want to use C#? What does that have to do with anything? You C# bros sometimes get on my nerves. Like, what are you talking about? Like, look, you know you can do what I'm about to do in GDScript, right? What do you mean? What do you mean? Tell me what you mean. Well, I think what you mean is, I'm sorry for calling you a C# bro. I think what you mean is that it's less likely to break if I change file names? I actually am not sure what you mean. I actually don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Okay. So first, I'm going to change all of the node names to TSV. Whoa. Rename TSV. The compiler. You rename a variable, for example, you get errors. No. That's not what my problem is. My problem is a Godot problem. And in Godot, renaming like scenes, especially like instantiating scenes that get instantiated, things that have references built into Godot's like code, the project's code. When you start renaming that stuff, Godot can get angry, particularly if the project is still open. That's what I'm referring to being potentially risky and frustrating. I don't have the project running. I don't have the plugin running. It's very easy to just not have it running when I change these things. I think that's a bizarre way to say that you can't do. It's interesting. It's not bizarre. It's interesting to frame it as like a limitation of an interpreted language, that you can't change something while the project is running. Because to me, it's a limitation that you can't change something when the project is running. It's like, it's so weird. Because like, if I'm using Unity or something that has C# or Godot with C#, if I want to update code while the game is running, I can't do that, which sucks. But then you're framing it like, it sucks that you can do that. Just like, what? Okay, alright, no, I mean, hey. To each their own, but also, why are you trying to start a fight? Okay. I just think that's so weird. Okay, so let's go. Oh, hold on, I gotta fix something. Okay, let's go back to. I think I have all these CSVs renamed. Let's go back to the script code and check all these. Yes, rename. Yes, rename. Yes. I mean, I can't imagine any of these. I mean, some of these are going to be incorrect, so I'm going to have to rename them elsewhere, which is horrifying, but I can't imagine that there is a single reference to CSV that doesn't need replacing. So at least I need to make sure everything is saved before I do this no undo action. I'm going to replace them all. Yeah, I know. We have issues. Thank you. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? I know. Okay, so I'm going to close Godot, and then I'm going to open up the project folder, which is where this gets the most annoying. Not necessarily. It only gets annoying if it doesn't work. It's not annoying if it does work. If it does work, everything is good. But it has just a good chance, really good chance of not working. Makes refactoring easier? Okay. Alright, if you say so. I'm inclined to believe that there's something there. I hear you. I don't know what it is. I don't believe you. I'm not convinced, but I hear you. Usually when people want to critique Godot about not being easy to refactor, they are talking about the Godot editor, and that it's not easy to refactor in the Godot editor. But you know, if you pull up VS Code or Notepad++, whatever, and if you just search through especially VS Code, it makes it really, really easy. You can just refactor everything in all the ways that people are like, you can't do it. You can. You just need to not use Godot editor. So that's a fair limitation of the Godot editor. But I've never heard of it being related to compiled versus inferred. But maybe it is. Or interpreted, sorry, not inferred. Maybe it is. Alright, so I need to rename these files, which is scary, of course. I guess I'll do a commit. I should have done a commit sooner, honestly. Commit before renaming files. And then we're just going to find all of our CSVs and call them TSV. Oh god, it's called UID. It's horrifying. Oh god, I'm in danger. Also, this should be somewhere else, by the way. This can keep the same name. We're gonna get rid of that anyway. This folder needs to be renamed. As do all these files. Okay. So I think that's all the right spots. Let's try it. I'm afraid. The catch is that you will have to do the same actions on both languages anyway. But with GDScript, you can miss something that will stay unnoticed for a month. Why? Why is that true? And get an error from the refactoring you did a month before. And here you have to figure out the error comes from 1 month old code and not what you're doing at that moment. I still don't... I mean, I hear you describing what can happen, but I don't understand how it can happen. But I hear you saying that it can happen. Oh, right. I need to fundamentally change the entire name, which is really gonna suck. Because I also have this repository named based on it. I guess I could just delete the repository, and I'm sure there's an easier way to rename it. I just don't know what that way is, truth be told. Let's not tackle that yet. Let's not go there. I can't believe I'm changing it to TSV, but it works. It works now. Correct. So it is the right thing. Okay, so that's got the wrong name. You know what? We'll cross that bridge. cross that bridge when we get there. Oh my goodness. RIP CSV. It's so obvious now that I think about it. I probably could have anticipated it if I had that ability. Cannot navigate to CSV message box as it has not been found in the file system. Right, so I think on our plugin settings, oh dear. Main script csv.gd. Oh dear. We're in danger. It's still looking for the CSV script. Can we just like destroy this plugin? Oh, we can change the script name. That's good. We can change the plugin name. But I don't know if that's gonna help us here. There's an option to exclude commas from text when you export to CSV. Something that would do slash and then Godot ignores it or something. Maybe, but I just feel like that's too much. I think that's too much. Like, I want it to be as simple as someone who uses Google Sheets can come in here, go to File, and export, and it's ready to go. I don't want you to have to do extra things as the user. I want to make it as simple for the user as possible. I already hate that I now have to tell the user to use this TSV thing, but I'll live. Okay, so we're not getting an error now, which is good. Let's enable the plugin. Okay, instant error. Node not found relative to... I'm not exactly sure. Where the error is. This is one very annoying thing about plugin making is the errors don't actually take me to like a line in code. And that sucks. Oh, because look, we replaced this with lowercase. That's why. That's why that's not working. When I did a replace all, I only replaced it lowercase wise. I didn't do a check for... I should have said match case when I went to replace them. That was my mistake there. Okay, and then that's easy enough to fix. That's easy to fix. But the text on the title, we want to make sure that says TSV. For the name of the plugin that appears in the initial setup script here, I also need to make sure that that's capitalized right here. TSV. Okay. Now now let's try it again. Clear out the error. Load the plugin again. Okay, no errors yet. Come up here to downloads, get the TSV. It works, no errors. Okay, so that refactoring has worked. However, my project folder and project name is still incorrect. And that bothers me. That bothers me a lot. So I'm just gonna say refactored to TSV. I'm gonna commit this. I'm gonna make a new repository. And I'm gonna call it something else, which means we lose all of those past commits, which is probably a mistake, but I'll keep this other one and I'll just like make it private, basically. That way, if I really ever need to go back to it, I'll know where it is. This is not particularly a best practice, but it's mine. So we're gonna live with it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to duplicate this folder. Except this time, we're gonna call it TSV to message box. We should probably get rid of the Git stuff. Hey, welcome back. I have finished it. Hardly. I've gotten some aspects of it together. I'm gonna get rid of the README and the Git stuff in here. And then I'm gonna create, well, let's load it up in Godot first. I've actually switched from CSV to message box to TSV to message box because, oops, commas need to be in the messages. So if it's a comma separated value, well, now it's going to interpret commas in the messages as things that need to be parsed, which is incorrect. So I'm switching it to tab separated values, which is apparently a thing. And so yeah, that means I need to refactor everything, including the name of the project. So that's kind of what I'm in the middle of doing right now. I've got it working, except it doesn't instantiate anything yet. But it does, but it doesn't. It doesn't create the message box, but it does show you what the message box would be if I had coded that far. Technically, the CSV plugin isn't determinated. It's about as terminated as can be. Okay, get the TSV to message box, load that project. So I just want to load it to make sure Godot can just do all its little loady things. All the little loady things that it needs to do. Probably means... I don't know what it means. Let's see. We'll find out. I assume there's going to be a plugin for me to add. Wow. It's enabled by default. It's ready to go. So, this is my new one. It's T2MB. Exactly. So T2MB, if I click on upload a file, I'll go find a TSV, which I have downloaded. And it'll show a preview of what it would be. Now I'd like to do more than that, but at least it's this. Sad though, you've seen it grow for like an hour or something and it's gone. It's just different. So we've got messages. So this is parsing it directly from that file. We've got messages on the left, and then the signals that would be emitted when you press next on the right. So yeah, there's a lot of potential issues with this, and there's a lot of things that could be made nicer. But it is what it is. How much space is it using? I don't know. How do I know how much space it's using? I don't know. Something? Something. Give or take something? Okay, so that works, but wait, why is it called CSV to message box at the top? No. This is TSV to message box. Get it right. Get it right. Come on now. CSV to message box is old news. Typed used twice. How much space is it using? Yeah, I gotcha. I don't even know how to gauge that. I mean, there's like the project, because there's the project and then there's the, I mean, I guess I could look at the add-on folder, although it is missing one thing, so it wouldn't quite be accurate. But I guess so far, um, 12 kilobytes? Is that the one, or is it the one below it? I don't know. This is something like that? Something like that, maybe? One of those two? I think 12 kilobytes? Something like that. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. It's a good question, though, but I don't know what it is. Maybe once I don't know. Alright, so TSV to message box, it's good, it's there. Now, I want to set up the new GitHub repo. So I'm going to say add new repository, and this is going to be called TSV to message box. I'm just going to make sure that's correct. It appears to be a Git repository. I thought I deleted those references, but apparently I didn't. Really? I thought I got rid of that stuff. Oh, we have Git on there. Okay, well, let me get rid of that real quick. If it was using 2 megabytes, it would be reasonable to name it TCV2MB. That's true. I hope it's not using that much space, but you're right. Yes, if only. Maybe I should just bulk it up just so it equals that, so you could feel glad that it acronymically lines up. I don't know if I would do that for you, but it crossed my mind. So let's get rid of that Git file. TCV2. Yeah. Alright, delete that. Oops, I put that in the wrong place. My bad. I deleted the wrong thing. What have I done? That was not the correct folder. Whoops. Wait, but this doesn't have a Git. Wait, so why does it think that it has a Git? Where do you even... Why would you even say that? It doesn't have any Git stuff in it. Unless one of these is a Git file that I don't understand. I'm confused. Oh, okay. We good? Okay, good. Did I just type it wrong? I don't know. Okay, we're good. TSV to message box. It's not showing up now. Okay. All right. We good. Maybe I did delete it. I don't know what's going on anymore. Okay, give it a read me. I'm so confused. I didn't give it a description. I forgot. It's okay. Okay, create the new one. Make sure we're actually in the right place. Add some arbitrary thing somewhere. add a pass in there. Save it. Hop in here. We're in the right place. There's the pass. Okay, good. Get that back out. All right. Now we're gonna say first commit after refactor from CSV. Publish it. Okay, we get a second chance at the description. Okay, copy that. Name is TSV to message box. We're converting TSC files. Okay. Publish it. And then this one, I'm gonna make private. I know you made an issue, Roth, but unfortunately, this one is going to have to go away because it was incorrect. Where's the danger zone? Change the visibility to private. I'm keeping it private. So that way, yeah, okay, it's totally fine. Oh my god. I'm keeping it around just so that way, if I really need to go back and look at it, I can. All right, so that one's private now. It's gone. Yeah, okay. Good. So this one's private. TSV to message box. Let me update it in the description box before I forget. All right. Updated in the description. Okay, I think I have successfully refactored. That could have been more painful, but it was certainly time consuming. All right, great. Continuing on, a couple things I want to add. First of all, I think there's some things that are ugly that I would like to adjust. I'm gonna actually change this one. The separator here. It's just a little things that I think are kind of ugly. I mean, a lot about it's ugly, but I don't want it to be too ugly. It can be a little ugly. You know, you don't have to do a separate separator. Yeah, you could just make this be like, whatever. I'm just saying. Okay. And then the other thing is I need a scroll box so that when this appears, it isn't going to just take up a crap ton of space. Unfortunately, that means I actually need to change some of the nodes. Vertical scroll bar. A vertical scroll bar that goes from top minimum. A vertical scroll bar typically used to navigate through content that extends beyond. So, scroll container? I think I want a scroll container. I think that would probably make more sense. So I'll get a scroll container. Pop all this in there, which completely breaks it, which is horrifying. Okay, cool. Wow. Y. Do we need like a minimum size? We do. Cool, good. Horizontal scroll, don't care about that. We only want vertical scroll. And then it's gotta figure out how big it should be. That does mean that I need to refactor a little bit here. We need to say scroll container TSV to generate and make that accessible as a unique name. Get rid of the VBox TSV to generate. And just change that to scroll container. Yep. I'm also gonna want to find VBox TSV preview. Can we just call it scrollable? How about that? Scrollable TSV preview, scrollable TSV preview. Okay. Alright. If I did that correct, well, you didn't, because you typed this as a VBox. Okay. Let's reload the plugin. So it's showing that right away, which it shouldn't, but at least I can see how well it doesn't fit. So let's put that at 150. And reload it. It's still kind of pushing it. It's supposed to be a little bit higher than that. But I feel that 100 is going to be very small. That's not bad. This is good. Okay. So that's the maximum height. But what I also want to do is make sure that it's not visible to start with. Open this up. There's that. Upload our TSV file. Oh. Trying to create a value of scroll ball. Oh, I was wondering if I still had a typing issue. So let me see, everywhere I've referred to VBox container, right there. Wait, why are I don't think we have to, do we have to set it up that way? I guess, yeah, alright, I guess so. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Try it again, upload. Go find it. Okay, good. It's a very small scrolling area. I kind of hate that. It's like very hard to kind of see like what's going on here. I'm not a fan of that. That's way too small. No one deserves it being that small. We gotta make that a little bigger. That's brutal. I'm gonna double it again, which is gonna make it quite a bit larger, which means I'm gonna need to make the overall thing bigger, which is a lot. Another thing, which is unfortunate because it means I'm gonna have to type something else over again, I kind of want a panel container on top of this, so that way it has like a border around it, you know? I think that's a fair thing to want. So I would kind of like it to be this style panel container. So I'm gonna copy this, And I'm gonna paste it in here. I kind of do have to type. I like kind of don't have to type it again, but I kind of do as well. Like we could just have it look like this. Yeah, that's kind of fine. You know what? We could leave it like this. And then the panel container is just always visible there. And then eventually it's gonna appear and everything will be fine. I'm okay with that. Can we also add a margin container in there though? Perhaps? It contains all of this. Which means we're pushing it down even more. Okay. So I'm probably not going to be happy with the size here. Oh, it's actually not bad. Okay, good. I think you can even make it larger. But we do want that to be hidden by default. Oh, with the margin container, now it's going to be like this kind of weird little box. Oh, I hate that. That's that. The line I could get down with. But the margin, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Alright, it's gonna be the panel container. Or, I mean, it could be the margin container. Let's say that. And honestly, can we just call it the preview instead of trying to do all this prefix thing? That would make me happy. So, yep. I'm gonna revoke this unique name. And we're just gonna call this TSV preview. That would probably be the nicest thing to call it. I mean, honestly, I'd kind of rather just call this margin container. I know, I'm so indecisive. Margin container. Call this TSV preview. Make this accessible as a unique name. If I had done that to begin with, that would have saved me a little bit of time, but that's okay. Not much time, really. So wherever I was setting up this as a margin container. No? Wait, what did we call it? I don't remember, I forgot. Scroll container. Wherever we said that, I actually want to call it a panel container now, and its name is the much simpler TSV preview. Come over here. Panel container. Can we just call that TSV preview as well? Okay. All right. Where are we at? Good. Open up the file. Nice. There's something I don't love about the fact you have to scroll down to see it all, but hopefully the user can figure that out. I think it's pretty explanatory on its own. A part of me thinks the generate button should be like outside of it, you know, like below it. That's gonna be a little tough though. It's not that tough. It just means I have to make sure I show it separately. Yeah, I was thinking that. Like, on one hand, it could be nice if it was all the way at the bottom to, like, encourage the user to definitely go through it, but I think then the user just isn't gonna even know that it's there. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I'll give you credit for plus wanting that. This is fun. This is a lot. It's a lot to think about making a plugin. I like it. It's really different from making a game, but I enjoy it. So where is that button? I don't even know where it is. There it is. That does mean things are even more spaced out. Because I wouldn't want the generate button to be there at the start, was what I was trying to say too. So I'd want the margin container to be accessible so we could hide it or show it. I mean, you don't have to do that. You could just hide the button or show the button. That'd be fine. Okay. So I gotta write that too. So whenever we go to show, the CSV to generate, we also want to set up the generate button. I mean, technically I'll probably call it button generate. So that needs to start out not visible, as does the preview. Let's see where that's like, or what that's like. Pop it open. Looks good. I gotta put this in a more convenient place. No generate button. Whoops. What did I do? I don't know. I did something wrong. Oh, I didn't save it. Wait, maybe I did save it. I don't actually know. Okay, let's try it again. Wait, where is the generate button? Is it down? No? Okay. That's surprising. No errors and it's not showing up. That's very interesting. Ah. I didn't tell it to show it. That will do it. I am so close to putting this in a more convenient place. This file. Okay, there we go. It needs a little bit more breathing room. It's getting cramped in there. The problems are hard to find. They certainly can be. Let's make it 550. See if that's enough. No, not 559. Let's make it 550. See if that's enough breathing room for it. Oh, I'm done with this. We're putting in the file somewhere more convenient immediately. This is getting ridiculous. Oh, I need to move. Okay, let me actually do this while I'm thinking of it. I need to move the GDScript file into the add-on folder. Wait, why are there two? Oh, I see. That's for the message box. Yeah. Put that in there, please. Thank you. And we want sample. Wait, did we lose the message box in the refactoring? I just realized the message box is gone. I think that got lost in the refactoring. Luckily, that shouldn't be hard to recreate. I should just be able to copy it from my other folder. But I don't even see it anywhere. Whoops. I don't exactly know how that happened, but I know that it must have happened. Maybe it's just not where I think it is. What if I just never saved it? What? Wait, I made it but never saved it? Do I even believe that? Oh no, it's here. It's in sample project. Oh, okay, I see. I just never actually saved it. I never saved it as a special branch. Okay, I see. I got you. Okay, we're good. What was I doing? Checking to make sure this space is good? Oh, right. Oh, yeah, dude. I need to put a file in a more convenient place. So let's go to downloads. It's nice. I do think it's the right choice to have it be able to search the file system. Because, well, actually, I don't even know if Godot is gonna parse this, which is kind of interesting. But I think it's gonna be a lot easier. I think it is important, and because with the CSV files, Godot was automatically trying to turn a CSV file into like a translation for like localization, and you have to set like a special setting to tell it not to do that. And I don't really want users to have to muck around with that, so ideally they could just load their file from wherever. But I have a feeling it isn't going to read a TSV that way anyway. Still, let's not worry about it. It might. So let's go to... Do I have it open elsewhere? Here. And I'm going to just put it in add-ons. Copy, paste. I'm just gonna call this message sheet. Okay, and then I should be able to upload this a little bit easier. Okay, looks like it needs more space. Make it 600. I don't even know if I tested the 550 or not. I'm not actually sure. See you later, Sable. Thank you for your company, and good luck with your own exploration of making programs in C++. It was a pleasure. Sorry again about the studio. Okay, I even think this could still be larger, even though it's starting to take up a lot of space. I think I would be pretty annoyed by a dock that took up this much space. But, you know, at the end of the day, on the other hand, you know, I just feel like if it's not central, it's going to look really, really bad. It might look okay in a side dock. I don't know. I think this sizing is fine. I think we can leave it like this. I don't think I need to push it anymore. Okay, great. So now, you realize that the series you found has only one video so far. The rest is old stuff. You'll have to be patient. Dang. Let's always trying to do it on our own. Forging our own path. You made an icon and a new readme. What? Wait, but I've made changes. What have you done? Okay, that's the old one. Yeah, let me know when you have your triangle. Okay, so you've made a fork. I see your fork. So let me, so I, here, you know how this goes by now. So let me just say improvements, you know, improvements, stuff, a couple things. All right, let me push this. Refresh this. 2 commits ahead of, 1 commit behind. Okay. So if you could just catch this up to my latest. 3 commits ahead of. Nice. Able to merge. Well done. You know how to do this. I hate this because I didn't have control over it. I feel like I need to have control over the way it looks. I will say, it gets the point across, and it has, you know, I kind of like it though. You know, it's a little, if I don't know. Wow, and look at that. It's like the whole logo for the channel. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I see that you made it in Paint. I see that. It's kind of amazing how like steady you were able to keep your tracing. I can't promise I won't change it someday, but if I do, it'll look really similar to that. But maybe I won't. Like, why bother? I don't want to have to make an icon. You already made it for me. Thank you. Okay, and then you updated the README as well. Let's see that. TSV to message box. This project is going to import your TSV and convert to message box. Thank you. Thank you. I love that. I love it. All right. Let's do it. Raphael's changes. Icon and README added. Hey, keyboard. I said type things. Hello, keyboard. Okay. What? Chrome. I can type other places. Chrome, get it together. What are you doing to me? feel like I've had problems like this before. Okay, what if I type somewhere else? A PC is out of control. I think GitHub's out of control. Alright, here, let's try this again. Let's try this again. One more try. Create a pull request. Raphael's changes. New. It's happening again. It's not letting me type in this one box. You know, I don't really have much going on. But it's enough. I feel like I've definitely had this before, and I don't remember if it was with GitHub or something else. But there's something like about GitHub. I don't want to close all this stuff, but I want to keep it all open. Yeah, you know what? We're just not gonna type anything in here, is what's gonna happen. I'll put it up here. It's only when I'm in this box. That's so weird. It's so specific. But, I mean, it is what it is. What am I gonna do? Icon and readme. We're just gonna put it in there. I ain't got time for this. I ain't got no time for this. Alright, create the pull request. I will approve it. Merge it in. Congratulations, you are a collaborator on this project. Thank you. I love it when you guys are collabs. Okay. Make sure I pull that in. High five. Teamwork. Let's go. I wonder, will that icon be the same one that appears in the plugin list? Fix the readme in no ease game. Oh. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why? Oh my gosh. What have you done? You said fixed it, like it was broken. Is 10 commits behind? I don't understand. What did you do? I was talking to someone about the speeds of communication between GDScript and C#, and here's the results. Continued in a moment. Okay. Alright. Wait, I can't tell what the change is. Look into the project? What? This is... I'm so confused what has happened. What are you talking about? It's stressing me out, Raphael. What is this? Today is the 18th. Man, I don't even know. I don't know what am I looking for? This is... I'm not working on this right now. Why you got me distracted? Why are you doing this? I just don't understand what's going on here. Like, why does it say it's 10 commits behind? You made a pull request? Okay. I see. Okay. That makes more sense. Each node has a 1 millisecond delay. GDScript to C# has a 4 millisecond delay. C# to GDScript is a 2 millisecond delay. Okay, you're sharing this why? Like, it's interesting. Like you're saying that, like, if you have a project that has both GDScript and C# in it, the way they communicate with each other, I'm very confused. You guys are like, I need you to be distracted, Lise. It's interesting. I don't even know what to do with that information. Like, I don't even understand what you're talking about. You said the speeds of communication between, but I don't understand what that means. They communicate with each other. Alright, I'm confused. I am confused. But somebody might appreciate what you're saying and be like, oh, I see what pawn means. I don't get it. I need to be spoon-fed what you mean, because I can't divide my brain. You can call a C# script in GDScript and vice versa. Okay. So if GDScript is calling a C# node, there's a 1 second delay, 1 millisecond delay. If C# is calling GDScript, there's a 4 millisecond. Okay. All right. Yeah. Why is that? Why is it take longer one way than the other? I don't know. Cool. So what have you done here? Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm dying right now. Why did you remove East? Don't remove East. Stop this. You troll. No. Get out of my face. You're trolling me. I can't believe it. We're done with this project, Raphael. There's no more to be done with this, okay? Stop it. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm not even, oh my god. No, we're not even gonna do this. Okay? This is a no. You know what? We're just gonna leave, I'm gonna torture you and we're just gonna leave it open for eternity. That's how that's gonna go. That's your punishment for being a troll. Alright, so I want to make that message box actually get these things. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, and we pulled it and everything. Okay. Let's make sure we got the latest one. Alright. So what I want to do is, so this sample project, I want to save the message box as its own scene that's included with the plugin. So it's called CSV message box. It needs to be called TSV message box is its new name. And I'm gonna save this branch as a scene and add-ons as TSV message box. Okay, so it's way over there, which is not good. Don't actually want that. I'm a little concerned. Especially if someone has a project of a different size, I feel like this is gonna get really weird and behave very badly. So we'll have to see about that. Okay, so now that's in a weird place. Even if I drag this in here, yeah, it's up there. Okay, alright. I'm a little surprised. So I guess the user is just gonna have to know to move this message box somewhere. It would be nice if it would actually like figure out where it could go, and I'm sure there is a way we could do that. Like get the viewport size and have it just instantiate it at like a center point offset down a bit or something. I don't know. We'll see about that. But I am a bit confused. That's okay. I think because it's inheriting the position of the node 2D. That's why it's up there. I think that's the problem. And I don't know if I could drop a canvas layer in. There you go. So if it's in a canvas layer, then it will go. Okay, well then maybe the top level should be a canvas layer instead, right? So what if we just change that? I'm gonna make this local instead. I don't even want that script anymore. At least not there. Yeah, but if you detach it, I feel like your control node... Let's leave the control node. But indeed detach the script. Reattach the script onto the canvas layer. Oh, that's the wrong script. Detach that. Put this up here. That needs to extend from canvas layer. And then I'm gonna delete the message box. And I'm gonna actually delete the message box scene. Oh, it didn't like that. Are you sure you don't like that? Okay, we're gonna do that. Then save this one as a scene and call this one TSV message box. Still open. Don't save it. TSV message box. Okay, that's good. That's correct. Now if I delete that and I add it in, it'll be in the right spot. Alright, that works for me. Hey, what's up, Derek? Welcome. Not a lot. I'm trying to make a plugin today. Not just any plugin, but I want to make a very specific plugin that reads a TSV file, which is a tab separated values file. Basically, that will be from a... Not that. From this. A spreadsheet. So we get a spreadsheet. I export it as a TSV file, and I want the plugin to parse that file to say, okay, these are the messages, this is some other information, and then I wanted to insert it in useful places after that. And I've made some progress. The plugin does exist, and it does load information that's in those CSV files. And now what I want to do is I want to take it from here and I want to put it into a message box, which is part of the whole point. So ideally it would fill this out. Now there does need to be a 100 character max, which I just realized I have not enforced anywhere. So I actually do need to do that. Hope things are going well with you. Thanks for stopping by. We got a Travie. I think things are going well with a Travie. So what I want is to actually make sure that the message can only go up to 100 characters. So I don't even know how to do that. I don't know where to begin. I don't even know. I'm sorry, okay, let me look it up. GD script, Limit string to max characters. He's carefully listening. He's like, okay, I got you. I can't even escape the AI, man. It drives me crazy. How to put a limit on characters. Yeah, I don't want it to be in text edit. Fine. You can use string substring method or a for loop with string length check. For example, truncated string equals original string dot substring 0 max length. Return a new string containing the first max length characters. Thank you. Thank you for answering it for me. I was trying to look it up and gather collective knowledge. It's a common program. A lot of programs forget how to program on their own. Yeah. I know. I try to avoid it where I can. I like it to explain things to me and teach me about things, but often things are kind of self-explanatory. If you just give me the code, which at the end of the day, if I'm going to look it up on Stack Exchange, look, he's resting his head on the tripod. If I were to go to Stack Exchange and get the code, I mean, how is that really different than ChatGPT telling me the code? So either way, I really have to do diligence and make sure that I go find out, hey, what is the information, like what does this code do? And maybe try to remember it for someday. He's being so cute right now. He's being so cute right now. Oh my gosh. He might move the camera. It's not a very sturdy tripod. Oh well. You learn how to not rely on ChatGPT so much and delegates how to rely on your brain. Nice. Sounds useful. So I want to, wherever it populates that string in the preview, because I want the preview on here to actually reflect what's going to be in there. If it's more than 100 characters, it shouldn't show it at all. Thank you, Raphael. Hey, look, no, I appreciate the playfulness. I hope you know that I appreciate the playfulness. But I also have ADHD, and sometimes if my attention gets too divided, I get frustrated. But I'm not frustrated with you. I appreciate you. Thank you for the icon and setting up the README. I'm glad that you got to stop by. Get some sleep. Sleep well. And I'll see you next time. Hopefully, Ralph, you did hear about this, by the way, because I know you've come through and shared a lot of awesome games with us. But on April 26th, will be the next, that's on a Saturday, it's next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but the one after that, will be the next time we play folks' games on streams. So if you have something you want to share, make sure you're signed up on the newsletter, which I think you are, patreon.com/hypergamedev, and the queue is already open. It is open, so you can share your stuff as soon as you've got it. So that link is here as well. Links are in the chat and the description box if you want to join that queue. Next Saturday, it's going to be a long one. So those used to be weekly, and they were like 2 hours long tops. Yes, you already know. Preparing 30-minute content. Exactly. Like, we can play your game for now a super long time instead of being like, oh, we're going over 10 minutes. Oh, no. No. We can spend a lot of time. So yeah, April 26th, again, you have to be signed up. Just for everybody else, you do have to be signed up on Patreon. It is free. I am not using Patreon for money stuff, unless you want to. But I think I might even turn that off. Like, I just use it for newsletters purposes. So if you sign up on the Patreon for free, you'll get access to this next Saturday. It'll be in your inbox. And then the other portion is, if you want your game played, join the queue. You can join the queue the day of, but you're probably going to be near the bottom by that point. Add your game name. Yeah, so if you come on here, you just gotta say, who are you? Derek. What are you submitting? My game. Whatever the name is. If you've put it on the Discord, you can just say it's on the Discord. And then ideally it would match what you're sharing, and I could go find it. And then you can also say other. So if you want to do a URL, you can say, you know, whatever, derek.itch.io/mygame, right? And then you don't even have to fill up that last one. And then you'll be able to submit it. Wow, it's text fields. Look, even this text field. Remember on Git when I was trying to click stuff? My browser is struggling with text fields right now. That's really interesting. Wow, what is that? And then you'll be able to join the queue. All right. You got a cool game for a game jam you want to share? Yeah, share it. So yeah, that'll be next Saturday. Again, it's an unlisted stream, so make sure you have the newsletter. Okay. We keep it unlisted. Yes, so it promotes the newsletter, but also I just think it's a lot nicer to play everyone's games without the pressure of it being content. And, you know, then you guys don't have to worry about, you know, if you have like a work in progress game, it's not like leaking it in a way that feels like exposed or something. So yeah, I think it's just a nicer environment when it's more private like that. A script inherits from editor plugin, so it can't be typed canvas layer. Okay, I don't know what that is, but we'll circle back to that one. All right, Godot. So, all right, so I want to limit the number of characters that are allowed to go in here. So I think we want to do that back here in the message array when we're setting up the message array. I would want to say, like, instead of what? Not this. File selected, load TSV, parse TSV, line in lines. I would think in here, when we append the message string, I think in here we would probably want to do the substring thing. From 0, length, it's called just substr. It's not even the full word substring, which the AI didn't know. So, way to go, AI. Good job. Substring, I want it to be 100 characters maximum. So I guess I need to test this. So I should update the file, which for convenience's sake, wait, where did the folder go? Okay, I seem to have misplaced the folder, but not that one. Okay, documents. Whoa. Okay, TSV, add-ons. Okay, here. Wait, no, not that. Actually, wait, why is it called sample message CSV? No, don't call it that. I'm confused. I thought we called it something else. I'm a little confused. Message sheet. That's what it should be called. Why is this folder like empty right now? Oh, because it's in here. I see. So is that other one still there? Get it out of here. I don't care about this file anymore. I'm gonna delete it. Okay. That's why I was just lost. Okay, there's the message sheet. Whew. Clean up, man. I don't clean up enough sometimes. All right, so in here, I need to add one. This one is going to be 100 messages long. 100 characters long. I don't actually know what 100 characters is off the top of my head. Oh, but I think we're having issues with text input. So, you know, you just do the math. It'll be right there at the bottom. We have 219. So when that goes up to 320, we'll know we've done enough. This is a long, long message. It's so long, it's gonna get cut off for sure. Too bad, because I bet it said something interesting. Okay. Then we want to do a tab. And then save it. Actually, this is a good test for reloading it, which I haven't done yet. Okay, so open that. Oh, look, it extended it. Oh, but it just added it. So it's not clearing the old ones. Ooh, that's a catch. Well. I don't even see that on there. Okay, some things are not working super great. Evidently. Alright, wow. Didn't even think about that. So whenever it happens, we need to clear the old message to update the new one. Dude, plugins are hard to make because there's so many considerations. I mean, it's like software development, right? Which has potentially more things to think about than many games, unless the game has such a bunch of things that it does. Like if it's almost emulating software within it. All right, so that means whenever we press the upload button, we need to make sure that we remove, or let's say when a file is selected, it removes the old stuff, right? So we would want to get the children of TSV table and we just want to get rid of them. TSV table rows, and we'll say get children for child in for row in TSV table, but we don't actually want to get rid of every row, do we? We can't, because the top one has important information. So it's actually a little bit frustrating. Well, here's what you do. All you gotta do is say for row in TSV table rows, if row well, but that was with an index. That's gonna be a little trickier because I would want it to skip the first one, right? This is gonna get all the children. Well, yeah, you can do that. If row name is set to row 0, continue. Okay, then we want to say row queue free on all the rest of them. Crazy. Okay, let's load this. Message sheet. That didn't work. Trying to assign a value of array to a variable of VBox container. Oh, whoops. This is an array of... I think, panel containers. I'm pretty sure. But I should double check to make sure. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, panel containers. Alright, do it again. Clear the errors. Upload. Message sheet. What now? Trying to assign an array of type array node. Oh, okay. You know what? Sure. Go ahead and be a node. Why not? Whatever you want. Okay, clear it. Alright, there we go. Probably because we're inferring the type somewhere along the line. And it's inferring node. Okay, that looks good. This is a long message. It's so long, it's gonna get cut off for sure. Too bad, because I bet it said... Oh, it cut off right before I bet it said. Nice. Alright, good. So that is working. Now, I'm gonna try to see if when I load up another set, or I re-upload it, is it going to actually replace all of this, or is it gonna add on top of it? Open it again. Looks like it replaced it. Let's try opening a different one just to like test it, to fully test it. And it's shorter. Okay, good. I'm gonna commit some of that. I think that would be wise. Improved the upload functionality. 100 characters max, and now removes previously loaded stuff. Now the reality is I wouldn't only want to do this here. I'd also want to do this and we should actually say clear previous TSV data. That should be, it really should be its own function. But if we have a message box, in theory we'd want to like replace something there. Somehow. But I think that would probably be better used on like the generate function, the generate one. Okay. There we go. Clear previous TSV data. Okay, much better. Now, we have a maximum because the reason why I was thinking that is because I don't want this to get too big. It's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be very specific. So, let's do it. I've made the message box that's going to instantiate. So that means I'm going to need to set that up in the main script as something. So we're going to say variable I mean the generate button, or do I want this here? Where are you going to connect the generate button? I mean, you're going to connect it on here, right? And we're already connecting, actually I don't even know. Yeah, we enter tree, we're connecting this, but yeah, so we'll connect it on here. Okay, so I'm gonna say variable message box, preload tsv message box.tscn dot instantiate. All right. And when, so we need to actually hook up the generate button, right? So I guess I'll come over here. We do have the generate button set up. I'm gonna move it over here for organization's sake. It's called button generate. So I'm gonna connect that. Main plugin, button generate pressed, connect on generate pressed. Func on generate pressed. That's not gonna call it anything. And I'm gonna want it to find and instantiate that which we need, which is the message box. So I think we'll say add child. We just need to know what to add it to. So this is actually very different, right? Because I needed to generate something in the user's scene tree. I don't actually know how to do any of this. I need to look to something. Let's look at the documentation tutorial. I don't know what to do here. Oh dear. I actually don't have a single idea. Yeah, this is very deep in the rabbit hole. But I mean, if you're gonna make a plugin, I feel like generating stuff in the user's tree is important. Okay, we're gonna say this is gonna be tough. GDScript. I think if, oh gosh, okay, I need to restart the browser. It's being goofy. I've had enough. Oh, but I have other browser windows that I kind of need open. I guess we should just close them all. Because my text fields aren't working and it's getting really annoying. So I'm just gonna close everything here. Even the stream. I don't know what it is. I mean, it could be the weather that I have open, but I don't think so. That's on Edge. I have that in a different browser. Okay, have you had some time to rethink everything? Oh wow, the weather is moving so slowly. I remember when I was reading about it, they said that the storm was going to stall over the middle of the country. And it seems to be stalling away from where I am. It's taking a very long time to get here. It'll probably be here eventually, but hopefully it'll be here before or after I'm done tonight. We'll see. Oh man, it's getting closer. It's creeping. It's creeping up on us here. Okay. So how are we doing, Chrome? Are we behaving? What do you think? So what was I doing? I was just gonna search in good old Google. GDScript, and what's it called? Editor plugin. I feel like that's like a good keyword to kind of add in there, because otherwise it's just like it returns. I don't know if Google has gotten worse or the internet's just so big that it can't find anything anymore. I could open like that's true, but I don't need to. But you're right, I don't need to though. You can also right click up at the top and do that too. But there it is. But I actually would rather not reopen it. So I think if I put the editor plugin up here, I think that might help filter out, because often it just returns like, oh, here's a plugin that's useful. No, I'm not looking for plugins. I'm making a plugin. So I'm just gonna say editor plugin. Yeah. Just right click right up here. It's handy. You're welcome. Editor plugin. Add node to scene tree. How do I add a child node to node via editor plugin? That's kind of sort of what I want, I think, to some extent. If you want the node to be persisted in the scene, you need to set the node's owner property. Without doing so, it will neither be saved in the scene nor show up in the scene tree doc. Nice. I think one of y'all, Gargoyle maybe, earlier was talking about that. I just tried that and I got an error saying invalid owner. You have to set it after you add it. Okay, so that's it? That's all we gotta do? Is just add it? Now that's adding it to the editor interface. That's not adding it to the scene tree, unfortunately. So we don't need to set get owner, because the get owner thing is for if you're setting it possibly to the plugin stuff. I don't know. I think here's the thing. I think when you add a node to the scene tree, it automatically gets an owner set to it. But when you add something, add a node, like instantiate it outside of the scene tree, it doesn't automatically get an owner. I think that's the way that is. And so, you know, one way you can mess around with owner stuff is you can just take a random node and just check its owner, right? So you could just say like whatever, print self get owner, right? And then that will basically, it just looks to the highest place. It doesn't just look at its parent, but it looks at its parent until it can't find any more parents. Then that's the owner, basically. We have to force it to have an owner. Yeah, but since I'm not adding things to the editor plugin situation, I don't think I actually need to do that. Modify the currently loaded scene. That's kind of what I want. Scene root, add child. Oh, it looks like we still have to set the owner. Just kidding. Maybe it's... All right, let me just... Not... We kind of figured it out before, but I forgot it somehow. Why need to set owner when instantiating plugin editor? When you instantiate a plugin editor, no, that's not what I mean. I don't really know how to ask it. I'm sorry. I wish I could teach you, but I don't remember. It was, there was a point where it was, maybe it was even, I wonder if, Yeah, I try to bail out of it as soon as possible. ChatGPT. I really do, because I don't wanna linger in that chaos for any longer than I have to. Okay, this is what I was trying to say a second ago. And it's gone. Okay. In the editor, nodes not owned by the scene root are usually not displayed in the scene doc and will not be saved. To prevent this, remember to set the owner after calling addChild. The owner must be an ancestor of this node. When packing the owner in a pack scene, all nodes it owns are saved with it. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I read this somewhere in the documentation, but I just can't like remember where. It's in the owner documentation. Once I get a live from ad jump shit. Yeah, I'm just like, nah, I'm not gonna get stuck in a Vide coding loop with you. No, thank you. See ya. Like, unless it just like, I don't know. I don't even bother. No. Like if I know it just barely misunderstood me, and if I just nudge it, like it'll be fine. Maybe. All right. What the heck are we doing? On generate pressed, right? Oh, right. So we wanted to remember how to instantiate this correctly. So according to a Reddit post from 4 years ago, scene root addChild, and look, once again, we've got this. I guess because you're like instantiating it outside of the node tree, and then we're adding it, and so maybe that's why we have to set the owner. I don't know. Okay. Scene root addChild. Okay. All right. That seems problematic. Do I really want to add it to the scene root? I guess this is the scene root, right? Wait, what's the scene root? Is the scene root above the main scene? Like where auto loads and stuff go? Is the scene root what I actually want? Scene root versus and then what would it be? I don't even remember how to word this. Currently loaded scene GD script minus AI, please. Get tree.current scene. Thank you. Okay. Scene root versus get tree current scene. Way to see, man. Just scene root refers to the root scene of the current scene. The root node is the topmost, which acts as an entry point. So I feel like I actually want this, not the scene root. I think the owner thing is all I really need to know. Make sure I'm try to add a child to the root. If I print the node after adding it, it seems like it's there, but nothing appears in the scene doc. I'm gonna try it. We'll see if this works. What does getTree look for? Returns the scene tree that contains this node. Oh, we don't want that. Oh, they're defining scene root. Dude, I'm bugging. I should have read the rest of the post. They're defining scene root as get editor interface, get edited scene root. Wait, what is that? The root of the scene currently being edited in the editor. This is usually direct child of root. Dude, I have no idea what I want. Okay, let me... But what if it isn't defined yet in the project? I actually have no idea what to do here. Okay, let me pass this. Can we just say when it enters the tree? Can you just print whatever... Yeah, just print whatever get editor interface is, sure. I just don't even know what's going on. So I'm just gonna get some information because I'm confused. Okay, turn this off, turn it back on. Editor interface. Okay, that is not what I want. That is definitely not what I want. Dot get edited scene root. Okay, what does that print? And let's clear the messages. No 2D. Oh, that is it. Okay, get editor interface, get edited scene root. Returns the edited current scene's root node. I don't fully understand this like edited language. I also do have some concern about what like happens if it hasn't been defined in the project. Like, is it gonna freak out? So I probably would want to make sure that it exists first, I guess. It's such a weird word, right? Should I be afraid of that? I just don't really understand what it means. Maybe I should ask for clarification. Why is it called edited here? In Godot, the term edited in get edited scene root refers to the context of the editor environment. This function is typically used in the Godot editor itself, not during runtime gameplay. Edited scene. When you're working on a project in the Godot editor, the scene you are actively modifying and previewing is considered the edited scene. Okay, yeah, that is what we want. Yeah, that's what we want. So yeah, it's edited equals editor. Why not call it editor? Well, if you called it editor, I don't know. I guess yeah, that is kind of confusing. It is a little confusing. I don't know. It seems like kind of a tough thing to name. I mean, if you said editor scene root, would that mean the editor's scene root? Right? Right. So like it's kind of what do you add in an extra word like get scene being edited, but that feels like not a good method name. It's kind of tricky. So can I do a check here and say, like without everything exploding, if this, then that? Like that way it can just make sure that it is real before it tries to do it? Well, it's not getting mad at me. What if we say if it doesn't exist, print it? Let's see if it won't print it. Okay, well that seems to work. Okay, good. Whew. All right, so I do think we should define this. I think that would be convenient. I don't think I need it anywhere else though. This is such good learning. other than generate pressed. So we're gonna say variable edited scene root scene being edited. I don't know, we'll just infer it. And then that's gonna be equivalent to this. And we'll say if scene being edited, then we want to say scene being edited, add child message box. You want to see? Yeah, let's check. I'm curious too, but I was willing to ignore it. Probably no. Yeah, it's probably gonna be Node 2D exactly. So it's almost like it's at least gonna be Node, but I think it's probably going to be whatever it is, right? So if it happens to be a canvas layer, it'll say that. If it happens to be this, it'll say that. Or that, it'll say that, or whatever. That would be my guess. But we could check, right? We could say scene being edited. What is it? Class? Get class? I think we'll return built-in class name. Is that what I want? Type? I just did this earlier, but I promptly forgot what it should be. Oh, my bad. I gotta move this somewhere else. Past that. Come up here. Okay. Node 2D. So yeah, so it's reporting whatever it happens to be. So actually inferring is like the correct choice here. We would absolutely want it to infer it. Otherwise, it's gonna be wrong. Because we gotta base it on what the user actually wants. I should really put that in my static typing part 2 short. Using the walrus, which I love as a name for something. Using the walrus, because it looks like a walrus. Using the walrus is useful when the type can't be known. You could also do like variant or something. Isn't it delightful? I only learned about it from people commenting on the static typing short that I put out. People just were like calling it walrus. I was like, huh? Huh? And I had to look it up. But yeah, it's a name for it. It's useful when the type can't be known, e.g. when it's variant based on user stuff. It's really confusing. See learn along stream 4/18 2025. Nine 0.55 hours in, something like that. Okay, so if the scene being edited exists, I would like you to add a child to that scene being edited, and that child is going to be the message box. I know I didn't capitalize that B. Oh, come on now. Alright, lowercase b. Then we need to immediately make sure message box Wait, what? Wait, how do I even do this? What am I doing? Dot owner. Yeah, I just like I had message box capitalized up at the top. And when I went to go type it in, it auto-completed it with a capital B. It was just a little typo. Okay, so we're not gonna bother with set owner. However, I am going to just do owner equals. Owner? Wait, literally set it to owner? Nah. To the root of that scene. So it would just be to itself. Why did that person not say that? Owner equals... I don't know why it said owner. That's just ridiculous. That's nothing. I feel like it would be scene being edited. But I guess it was just leaving it open for whatever you might do it to. Okay. Alright. So that would add that. Let's just see if that much works. Let's see if that actually does it. So it's not going to actually have the messages in it yet. I don't have an error. I didn't get a single error there. That's promising. That gives me hope. Let's see what the result is, though. So... it's there! It instantiated it. Let's go. Wow. And then what happens if I remove the plugin? It remains. Wow. Okay, what if I delete that? Just put it into the trash. There's nothing there. Open up the project. Enable it. Upload. We should see it appear as soon as I press generate. Bam! There it is! Let's go! Let's freaking go! Message box needs an owner. Your script has an owner already. So you're saying set message box's owner to the owner of this script. I don't understand. What are you trying to say? Why are you saying this to me? I don't understand. Why are you saying this? What do you want me to do? I don't understand. Why are you saying these things? Why would you say that? I don't understand. There's only celebration here. Are you just like, are you just retyping it? You're not saying I need to fix something. Wait, are you saying I need to fix something? What do I need to fix? What did I do? Okay. I mean, I could certainly try cutting that out and seeing what happens. Okay, okay. Wait, no, you're not what? No, you're not what? Reiterating? Clarifying? Or no, you're not pointing out something I need to fix. Okay, so... But I would be curious. What happened? Does it... I want to see it not work. Well, what if I just take it out? Just for the sake of learning. Okay, heard. But just out of curiosity. What if you get rid of it and not give it an owner, and what if it works? Like, what am I even gonna think anymore? Doesn't work! Alright, great. Hey, it's kind of nice to find out, though. You know? I would rather find out than not find out. Okay, good. One thing that I do want to do is I would like to update the message box name instead of canvas layer. I'm going to call this canvas layer message box. Messagebox.owner equals owner should work the same as scene being edited. Wait, really? Oh, seriously? Wait, but no. No. What? Won't it tell me that I don't have like a whoa, wait, what? So then wait, what's it basing that on? But wouldn't that be the owner of... No, because... But that's going to be the owner of the editor plugin node. not the owner of the edited scene tree node, right? So I don't see how that would work. Right, but wouldn't it add it to the plugin or the editor? I don't know. I feel like that wouldn't work. No. I don't even want to try that. Like, I'm afraid of breaking something. Like crashing Godot and my computer exploding. That's terrifying. But it is nice to think about. Okay, so now that we have it added, I would actually like to make some changes to that thing. Now here's something that's weird. Do I want to add all of the nodes that I want to create before I instantiate it? I don't think you can do that. I think what I would want to do is instantiate it as we're doing, and so it's floating around and who knows where, and then add the owner after I've loaded in all the nodes that are gonna be in that. What about that? What if I do that? So this is where I'd want to say for, and actually this would be the same code as that's generated in the preview. I think we could basically run generate preview again, right? Although it needs to be a little bit different. So I'm gonna say function, we don't just want to generate the preview, but I want to say generate table and that can have number of lines, and then it returns nothing. Grab all of this, because I would love to call this same one again. Oh wait, leave that in there, actually. Grab this. Paste this in here. Have this run generate table, calling with number of lines. No, not multiplayer, actually. That's a thing? There's just a multiplayer? Whoa. Multiplayer spawner? Dude, Godot is awesome. What? Okay, that's a learn along for another day. Generate preview, number of lines. I think I would definitely want to do that in a learn along before I do it anywhere else. Generate preview, number of lines void, generate table, number of lines, show TSV to generate. All right. And then I would want to run generate table again. The only thing is I need to make sure I'm defining that number of lines. Right? So it has to read that from someplace. I guess we could make, where did we call that from in the first place? Pray tell? That's just coming from lines normally. Okay. Yeah, oh, just lines dot size. Can we actually like set that as like a variable? Lines to generate. Set it to lines dot size, and then pop this in here. Lines to generate. I'm gonna set this up. This is an integer. That way I don't even need, I'm not even gonna call this anywhere. We're just gonna make sure we set it. Here, just comment that out. And we're gonna call this lines to generate. Okay. Ideally, that would, well, we could say that it's, unless it's not 0, but whatever, you want to load a blank message box? I don't care. Probably. 4, maybe. That might actually be a, well, who knows? We'll find out. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like that could be a problem. You know what? Don't load a blank one. Yeah, we're gonna say that it won't even bother if there's nothing there. So it's only even gonna show what to generate if it's not even gonna bother with a preview. We could say if lines to generate is greater than 0, then it will generate the preview. I don't know. It just seems like the right thing to do. So that's what I'm gonna do. We're always right here. Well, let me rephrase that. We always try to be right. It doesn't always work out. Okay. I need to get a new aux cable really bad. For lines to generate, or rather for lines in lines to generate. Oh no, wait, we don't need this, right? We did this so we could do generate table. So we would just literally run generate table. But the one problem with this is doing a very different thing, right? This is adding them to something quite different. We don't want to have the row. This is very different. This is super different. This is like completely different. You can't just do that. Right? We have to say, what are you generating? I don't know why I thought I could just copy this. To be honest, I still needed lines to generate, so we're just gonna create something new. Generate table preview. And then we're just gonna say generate table itself. It's not even the table anymore. That would be generate messages, right? Is what we'd want to see there. So func generate messages. I almost made a silly error. I didn't really almost make it. My logic was flawed. Okay, when we generate the messages, I do want it to be somewhat similar to this, but it's actually going to be quite different. So I don't feel like we need to make that some beautiful unified function. Because we're going to need a couple things. We don't just want the table, we want the messages, and we want the signal stuff separately. I don't even know what to do with signals yet, so we're just going to start with message. I don't think I'm going to get to signals today, but I think we can get the messages in there. So variable, well, where do you want to put this exactly? Label message. So something that you need to do is we need to instantiate multiple of these. We need to figure out how this next button is working. How is that working? What does it do? It should be going through a bunch of different messages. That's kind of a whole complicated thing to set up. Is a way to switch between these messages. I think what you'd want is there to be multiple messages. So there would be like message 1, message 2, message 3, and you know, we could say this is message 1, right? And then it could duplicate it. So there's a bunch of them, but only one of them is visible at a single time. Right? So it would need to iterate through, make them all not visible when you press next, except for the one that it's currently on. So somehow it has to know the one that it's currently on, and it has to update that every single time. So that's like its whole thing. That's like a whole thing. So we do have a message array where we'd want to, we do want to fill the, okay. Well, that's a lot simpler. Is that all? Okay, so generate messages. We're not really generating the messages, are we? We're actually... I mean, we are and we aren't. You know, we're just gonna call it that. So the only thing that we need to actually know here is the child. So we could just call message box here. Yeah, we don't even need to establish anything. For IN lines to generate, if skip top row, yeah, do that. No instantiation needed. We just want to say message box dot message array, which I think is what it's called. Message array append. Right, but you don't want to append the index. Right, but you would want to say message array, another message array, if that's not confusing. Index. That's what you'd want to do. So that way it fills the other array for us. It would also be nice if when we do that, really, I would say we're like transferring messages. You know? We're transferring them to the scene tree. And so it might be kind of nice when that's done to say, okay, on the message box, run a function called generate messages. Right? And I don't know that I'd even want to do the message box owner thing yet. I'd probably want to kick it back later, once all the generation is truly done. So I might want a function for add box to edited scene. Kind of a crazy name, but I think it's probably the right way to go. Oh, I need a new aux cable. And then what that's gonna do, oh, we need scene being edited. I mean, you could just define it again. You could also call it in here. Seeing being edited. No, don't do that. That's ridiculous. Please don't do that. Well, really, it'd be what is calling it. Seen with messages. And then this could be seen with messages. And then what I would say over here is like function generate messages. Which should call, we could say it calls with self. I don't know if this is gonna work. And then back of the plugin, run add box to edited scene. I do not know if that's gonna work. And then this would call with itself, which then becomes the owner, which ideally would set it, in theory. I do not know if that's gonna work. Probably not, but maybe. So all those are in the array. We do generate messages. We know that that's happening after. Yes. So in order to generate them, what I need to do is save this message, this label, this message label, as its own scene. I don't need to make this a unique name. So we're going to save this. As label message 1. I should probably make it something like less obnoxious. Could ever be is I shouldn't say deal with it. Could ever be is 100 characters. Sorry. No. Is 100 characters. Is only 100 characters. There we go. 100 characters. Beautiful. I don't think this is 100 characters anymore. But now I have no idea. $99. You stepped away, so it's a bit late. Alright. Owner equals scene root. So no TD. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Unless it is the scene root. Oh my gosh. What are you talking about? Owner equals scene root, so no TD. Owner is always scene root? Is that what you're saying? It's never anything. Right, that would be get owner. Okay. I see. If I say print owner, and we load this in, It says object null. No, we're not doing this. No. Enough. I don't know. It said object null. If it is the scene root, it will be null. But it isn't the scene root. This is the editor plugin. No. Alright. Enough of this. This works. Yeah. This is on the editor plugin. And it's reporting object null. Okay. One does not simply fix what is not broke. I don't think that's how any saying or meme goes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so... what was I doing? Thanks for investigating it. I don't care to learn about that right now. So generate messages, but I like that you did. I love that you did. And maybe you can post about it later. On the Discord or something. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I'm not working now. So let's say... but I appreciate you saying it, I do. So whenever we get generate messages... oh, right. So I need to go over to the message box. Label message 1 is its own scene, so we don't actually want that in here. But we do want that to get added to the margin container messages. That needs to be accessible as a unique name, so we can add all the messages in. Yeah, self-curious interest. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working for me. I'm glad it worked out on your end, though. Let's say on ready that. I'm just gonna call it messages container. I'm also gonna need that label set up. So we're gonna say variable messages label. Preload that, indeed. Dot instantiate. Then but how you still have to add it in to the messages label messages labels label. Oh, it's the only thing in there. Oh, okay. So it is the label. Oh, okay. That's fine then. Good. So we want to say for I in message array size. This should already, we don't need to do an if, like skip the first one. We shouldn't need to do that at all. I don't even think you have to do the I size thing. I think you can just literally do for message in message array. Messages container add child messages label and then messages label text equals message. And then I'm gonna try this thing that may not work, which is try to add it to the edited scene in this weird way. Okay, what happens? What has been done? Where are the problems? Let's fix them. Project settings. Load it. Get the TSV file, generate. Okay, we have an error. Invalid access to property or key message array on a base object of type canvas layer. Really? Really? Invalid access to message array. It's right there. It says message array. Message array. On a base object of type canvas layer. From TSV message box. Oh wait, that's on itself? You can't see it on yourself? No, that's not itself. No, that's on TSV to message box. Okay. Huh. That's crazy because it's seeing the canvas layer, but it's not able to access. I wonder if that like oddly has to do with it not being in the scene tree. So like maybe I do have to add it to the scene tree first before it's going to be able to do that. Like, it's just a guess. Yeah, that's surprising. All right, let's try adding it in. It's kind of wild, right? Let's try making sure that it's in the scene tree before we transfer the messages. Maybe because it's like a different message box? I don't really understand, truth be told. But we definitely don't want this to happen. Okay, let's try it again. I did have a feeling that there was going to be something weird about what I was trying to do there, but I didn't know that that is what it would be. Okay, we still got an error. Condition P owner set to this is true. What? Alright, let me make this bigger. Actually, I'll go over here. Invalid access to property or key message array. Why? All right, well, let's see. Very sad, Godot. So it wasn't that. So then I'm inclined to put it back. This is a mystery. This is kind of a tough one. Whoa, that's a cool error. Sorry, you can't see it. This scene can't be saved because there is a cyclic instance inclusion. That's awesome. What? Godot's like, wait, this is going to explode the planet Earth. Can't have that. Yes, I'm certainly learning an arcane art of a such. Oh, you mean just general plugin stuff? Yes, absolutely. First drink. Cheers! Yeah. I'm glad that Godot protects against that. That's good to know. Excellent. As it should. Yeah, so I'm trying to make a plugin that parses a TSV file from a spreadsheet for the purpose of loading credits. Although right now I'm trying to do something simpler than loading credits. And so it's going to parse the spreadsheet and then add it to the scene tree as like some stuff. And so I've gotten some progress up until previewing it, so I can load the data in. Like, this is like preview section, right? That's like, hey, this is what is going to be instantiated. Check it to make sure it's all right. And if it is, go ahead and generate it. But we're having some issues with the generate portion now. So the generate portion is supposed to add nodes to the scene tree. Although I'm seeming to have trouble accessing something that should be in the scene tree. But I'm actually also noticing it isn't in the scene tree. So I gotta figure that out. See you later, Roger. Thanks for stopping in. And thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. I am going to try to roll this back. Ritualistic sacrifice. Okay, I'll remember that. Yeah, if I need to contact you, I'll just sacrifice something. No problem. Yeah, I got all kinds of goats ready to... Okay, that's not true. I don't. I don't have goats. And if I did, I would love them. So let's... Oh yeah, the cyclical situation. Right. Oh, sacrifice the jam rats. Perfect. Jam rats started working harder. So... I am trying to finish this as much as possible in this stream. That's for sure. Message box, message array, append. Damn it, where's the cyclicalisms? Here, put that back. Put that back. Just like that. Wait, but what do you mean? But also, what do you mean? Wait, what does that mean? I actually don't know what that means. I thought I knew what that meant. So it is this. If I comment this out and save it. Oh, now it allows it? What? Why? Alright, so here's what I want to know. If it isn't seeing this, what if we just... I don't know. What if we just comment that out? Just get rid of it. No transferring messages for now. Alright? Forget that. Instead, let's do this and then make sure we add the box to the edited scene. Scene being edited. So this much works, right? Right? Project settings, turn it on, turn it off. Open up this. Let's make sure we can see our scene tree. Upload this. Generate. Bam. So it appears we got it. Easy peasy. We got this. Okay, it looks incorrect. Don't. Oh, because we're not telling it to remove the original message. That actually makes sense. So, like... Well, actually, I'm not sure I understand. Wait, where did I get that message from? Oh, wait, look, it's there again. So, with the cyclical thing... Okay, I wonder if this... Okay, now I have to look something up. Cyclic instance inclusion. Assuming you have two scenes, scene A and B, your problem is likely that both scenes reference each other. In scene A, you have a reference to scene B, and in scene B, you have a reference to scene A. You can't do that because it's cyclic. Oh, okay. Scene A will include scene B, which will include scene A, which will include scene B, which will include... Okay. Alright. Yeah. I know where that is. Okay. Well, I tried. So, that's why commenting this out fixes it. I said, that's why commenting that out fixes it. I don't know if you heard me. I do wonder if it's not fixed because you've instantiated something that has that set up. So you have to make sure you remove that. Then you can save it. I think actually that'll fix it. And then back on the message, I'm starting to get a little confused. At this point, I'm like a little burned out. But not burned out enough to quit. So I just want to make sure that we are actually adding the box to the edited scene. We are. Okay, good. Great. Excellent. Clear out our errors. It is a super knowledge fest. I don't know what that means, but I think I do. That's what I love about learn-alongs. Well, learn-alongs? Let's do learn-alongs. That's what I love about learn-alongs. Is all of the learning. Gonna take 10 minutes break with learning new stuff? No! I won't do it. Do you even understand the laws of hyperfocus? Of course you do. And that's why you understand when I say, no! But I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And I think that in some ways that would be a good idea. I accept your idea. I reject doing it. Okay, so add the box to the edited scene. That should be fine, no problem. But of course, we're going to have an issue where it's not going to do the things I want it to do. It's not going to set up the message array. I'm just curious, what if I do try to do this? I wonder if the cyclical thing was causing that not to work. Like, let me just try it. I haven't actually tried it I don't think. Have I? Like with that pulled out of here. We'll see. It might still be there. No errors! Maybe the cyclical thing was causing it to not work. It's there. It's there. There's a canvas layer, but it looks wrong. But there was no error. Let's see. Let's look at the editable children. Okay, so that did not work. But there's no errors. Where is it even getting that text from, by the way? Where the heck? That text doesn't exist anywhere. Where is it? I'm actually very confused. Wait, what is this? Sorry. Wait a minute. So if I delete this, what is that? Where is it from and why is it there? Is that loaded? Wait, is that loaded like somewhere it doesn't belong? Wait a minute. I think this is from when I was loading things previously in like the editor plugin. I think they're just there all stacked on top of each other. I think that's what's happening. All right, let's just reload the project. You know what? I'm gonna be right back. Give me 2 minutes. You know, I'm not gonna do 10 minutes, but I'll do like 2 minutes, okay? We'll do like 2 minutes. All right, I'll be right back. For those of you who are here, okay, it's gone now. Thank goodness. It'll help me a lot if you guys watch a couple ads. It makes a big difference. So if you don't have YouTube Premium, you're probably gonna see some ads. Thank you for watching them. It means a lot. I'm gonna do it for 2 minutes. I will be right back. And I'll see you then. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Alright, be right back. Be right back. Okay, I knew I didn't need 3 minutes. They wouldn't let me do it in 2 minutes. I don't need 3 minutes. I only needed 2 minutes. Just end it early. I mean, whatever. Yeah, it's helpful. It's helpful. Running these helps a lot with the channel, so I'll just let it. We'll let it chill for a second. We'll let it chill. I beat the clock. I need to change that background on there. basically if I upload a video, I can make that whatever I want onto YouTube. And I'm just gonna make it something easy to green screen out and just have it be that, except bigger. But really it's this whole scene that they just have by default that YouTube provides. I think it's dumb and I hate it. It looks very corporate and I don't like it. So I would like it to go away. It is kind of nice, but it's in like a weird corporate hotel way. Okay, officially we are back. Let's make this work. Let's make this work. Thank you for watching the ads if you got any. Appreciate it, guys. Helps a lot. Okay, so I wonder if that works in the VOD. Probably. Okay, so it's cleared out everything, thank goodness. If we upload a new one, generate it, bam! Generated, let's go. Then we can delete this, generate a new one. Oh, bam, let's go! We generating stuff. What if we click it again? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, we got errors. You really shouldn't press it multiple times. It's already there. It's already there. You really shouldn't do that. So like, what if the user makes a mistake? I don't know, user. Go delete it. Just freaking delete it, man. Like, come on. That's on you if you can't figure that one out. Alright, so good, beautiful, love it. So now, let's try to actually put messages in there. So I do have, oh, I stopped calling transfer messages. Let's try calling transfer messages and see if it works this time. We're gonna add it to the scene and then run transfer messages. Wait a minute, how is this working? Messagebox.owner. Oh, the message, wait, but this is a little confusing. Add child. Yeah, but you can't, like, you can't do that. You would want scene being edited and message box. Otherwise, it's not gonna be the same one, right? I don't even know if it's gonna be the same one anyway. There's something kind of funky about this, right? There's something about this I don't like. I wonder if I need to... I feel like I should set up the message box down here. You know? Like, that's kind of what I think. Okay, let's try that. Reload the plugin. Upload the sheet. Generate it. No messages. But let's see what it has in there. Nothing. Yeah, what are the errors? Inbound access to property key messages. So it's still, no, okay, it still doesn't see it. Darn. And that's even after it's being edited. It's saying it can't find. So it sees the canvas layer, tsv message box.g. It sees the script. It sees the canvas layer. What it doesn't seem to be able to find is the message array. which is so surprising. I'm not sure I understand why. Like, okay. Comment this out for a second. Comment this out. And just tell me, what do you see? Print. Message box. I mean, I guess name. But I would like to I'd like to be absolutely sure, like, we're checking the one that is actually currently in here. We could even check, like, the parent. Like, that might be interesting to see if it's Node 2D, for example. Okay, let's see where that gets us. So keep an eye on the scene tree. Load the plugin. Add the sheet, generate it, output. Canvas layer message box's parent is Node 2D. So it sees that one. It sees that one. I wonder if, like, I don't know, like, everything hasn't loaded in yet somehow? Oh, we don't need this to call with plugin anymore, by the way. Okay. I wish I had a remote node. I don't think I have anything spelled wrong either. Is there a way to just, like, see the variables that a node has? It would be so nice. Print a node's variables. At tool. I need at tool in the message box? Really? It can't access it. So if I'm generating nodes for the user just has to have at tool at the top of their script? That seems... I guess I could remove at tool after it's all set up if I really wanted to be, like, clean about it. Phew. Oh, Pawn, you might have just saved me a lot of debugging. Yeah, it feels a little wacky to do that. But I guess it makes sense. Like, it can't, in the editor, that makes so much sense. It can't access it in the editor without at tool. So we can't make changes to it. Actually, that makes perfect sense. I love, Pawn, when you say oh, I'm like, some good's coming, some good's coming. Okay. I'm just, honestly, just for the debug help, we're gonna go ahead and give you credit for that. We're gonna anticipate that credit is deserved. Okay. Okay, comment out this. Drop in that. Let's see what's different. Make sure we can see everything. Oh, get rid of that. You're always like getting a boot to the head and realizing a fix. Oh god! At least it's like getting a boot to the head. Better than a boot to the head. Messages! Okay, okay, alright, alright. Editable children. Well, I'm not gonna pretend I'm not a little confused. It did put one message in there. Although I don't see... It's good. No, it's good. I don't see a label in the scene tree, which is scary. How does that work? I feel like there's like more that needs to be done here. What if I make it local? What? But where's the label? There's no label in here. How can this be? How can this be? Is it because it's tooling it in? I wonder if @tool is creating it. Maybe I need to do get owner for it as well. Because it's an @tool script? I wonder. Messages label owner equals, and we can probably actually get away with owner equals owner on this one. Okay, let's try it. Generates children. Oh. Well, that's even worse. Output invalid assignment of property owner with a value type of no TD on a base object of type. Oh yeah, duh. We actually don't want it to be owner. I didn't mean yeah. Oops. We actually don't want it to be owner. In this case, we want it to be messages container. In fact, is actually what we want that to be. Although I'm not sure that that's even gonna fix it. It said onward. Oh, it says onward. So it does. I still think that needs to be the messages container though. I think that still is wrong. So I'm gonna change it, even though I bet you're very curious to know. Okay, because I know you're curious to know what happens if I do owner, I'll leave it. But I don't think that's what I want. Onward. I gotta give you another credit for that eagle eye right there. Oh my gosh. Thank you. That was well spotted. Holy crap. Okay. Drop it. Generate. Okay, it's looking good. Editable children. We got one label. We got a single label. So actually, I think get owner works. It should be doing much more than one. It should be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 or 6 of them. But yeah, owner worked. What? Let's go. Love it. Yes. Okay, alright. It's a start. It is a start. Wow. This is good progress. I honestly, we should do a commit after that. A message box gets added, but it's not perfect. That's the darn truth right there. Keeping it real. Okay, so... Thank you. Thank you. You know, sometimes I try to be really specific about the commit, but I don't know, man. I seem to have gotten less and less specific. Storm update. It is still ever so slowly creeping on us. And it seems to be getting weaker. Or at least dissipating more. I don't really know how to interpret radars, but I kinda do. A little bit. I mean, there is like a lot going on in here. But... From before, it seemed like it was a much larger blob, and now it seems to be like fracturing a bit. But it's still taking its sweet time getting here. Thank goodness. But it might be here later. Oh, it's like, I'm coming. All right, you're coming. I see you. All right. So why are you only doing one message? Red, big storm, green, and storm. Yeah, I mean, literally, there's nothing happening outside. There's clouds. There's clouds. I'll give it that. Maybe it's drizzling, and I just don't realize it's drizzling. That's right. That's absolutely correct. So why only one label? Why not more labels? Give me the labels. So I guess we should look at this for loop in here. For message, in message array. We should see what's in message array. See if it's actually populated correctly. So for every single one, in theory, that it sees in there, it is going to add a child, set the owner, and set the text. So let's have it print what's going on in message array. What's your deal? What you hiding? Delete that, save it, reload the plugin, upload the message sheet, generate it, check the output. We have an error in the output. Okay. Okay, so it actually has all of these. They're all in there. I know. I don't actually know what the errors are. Can't add child label message 1 to margin container. It already has a parent margin container messages. We had this error earlier, and I forgot what the fix was. It's like, it's adding the same one instead of adding new ones? Because what I would hope that it does is it says label message 2, label message 3, label message 4, label message 5, just like it does with the rows. So I wonder if looking back at the code for how we set up the rows will somehow illuminate what's going on here. Can you see my loop? Which loop? I got a couple loops here, actually. Well, yeah, actually I think that loop is fine. The array loop is fine, because we actually have confirmed that now. Because, indeed, it's printing all of the messages. They're all showing up down there. So it isn't anything before that loop. It's the loop itself. All the messages are correctly in the array. We're just not pulling them from the array and adding the new things. Oh wait, I remember the problem. We need to create, I remember the problem. Wait, I know the fix. One of you guys told me earlier, and it was either Ohor or Gargoyle. The problem is, oh, come over here. The problem is I need to create this message label variable in the loop. One of y'all taught me that earlier today. I almost didn't remember it. That's the problem. We have to instantiate them right in there. Okay. Now, show me every message on top of each other. We had the same problem before. I'm glad I actually remembered it. Thank goodness. Otherwise, I was gonna have to rewind the stream or something. Okay, generate. I see there's errors, but I think I just didn't clear the errors from last time. Oh, I didn't clear the node from last time. That'll do it. Okay, get rid of this. Generate it again. There they are! Messages on messages on messages, baby. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I wanted. That's correct. Let's go. All the messages are in, baby. Okay. So, it's such fire. So, with that in mind, I want to hide all of them except for the first one. So they all actually need to come in hidden. It would probably make more sense to actually have them be hidden from the jump. Right? Yes, it's such good progress. Whoa! Wait, why is a message box instantiated on the label? Yeah, I bet there is cyclic inheritance. Why would you do that? Maybe... Oh, because if this is the current scene, when I hit generate, it's gonna drop them in there. That's crazy. Okay, gotta be careful. So, that should probably be in the instructions somewhere, that you have to make sure that you have as your active scene where you want the message box to go. Honestly, I would, instead of the edited scene, I'd rather that be the current main scene. But then again, what if somebody doesn't want in their main scene? Wow. That is, I feel like if it was going to be like the ideal, here, let me actually move the chat up. If this was going to be an ideal user-friendly situation, it would actually tell you in here what the current target scene is. You know, and so that way you know when you do it if it's in the right or wrong place or something like that. So, you know, it's definitely kind of a dangerous plugin. You could add in a mess, get confused, freak out, and delete your project. Just in a panic. Oh well. Oh well. We could have it on the generate button. It could be like generate. But is that gonna update in real time? Maybe. What if it does? Dude, that'd be dope. Check if it's already generated also. Yeah, right, but like, how am I gonna do that? Like, what if they rename it? It sounds kind of annoying. It sounds kind of annoying. Don't you think? Well, you'd need that like in like a process function. That would be crazy. You could probably do a notification. If it is, then it should remove it and re-add it. Right. Yeah. But here's the thing: is it's just I'm like figuring out how am I gonna check that it's already been added? Like, is it just gonna be its name? canvas layer message box is already added, but I don't know if that's right, because I don't know, for whatever reason the user changes the name of it, it's just everything's gonna melt down, or maybe the user just happens to already have a canvas layer called canvas layer message box, and then it's going to delete their message box in their face, you know. So I feel like it somehow needs to make sure it's only deleting one that it itself added in. Which is like, rest in peace. Sorry. Bye-bye. See ya. Class name. Oh, because you can only have one class name per project. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Alright, yeah, understood. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Alright. Credit. That's a good idea. I like that idea very much. So I think that would be this here. Class name. Message box. On generate pressed. If, oh, we should establish scene being edited first. If scene being, or message box hyper game dev, well look, it won't even work. It'll get another error entirely. You're right, I should probably message box TSV import. Let's call it that. Very specific. Someone might do that, but it's come on, no one's gonna use this. Let's be real, no one's actually gonna use this thing. It's just for learning. But it's good to think about these things. That's part of the learning, is doing something that actually like considers what you'd want to consider when making a plugin. We kind of want to iterate through it, right? For node in scene being edited, get children. I'm gonna be honest with you, I probably will not. Yeah, of course not. And I wouldn't expect you to either. For node in scene being edited, get children, if node is, what did I call it? Message box TSV import. Still hasn't registered it, so it's not all green, which would be, oh, there it goes. If it's that, really we want to say, yeah, I guess we'll set a variable add a box, boolean true, so we'll just assume it's true, except if it has that, add a box becomes false. And we could even maybe do a break, like don't even bother loading anything else in the code, right? That's what that does, right? Okay, it just like murders the function, just kills it. Early exit. The loop stops running. you are create in return will exit you out early. Alright. Correct. And return will exit you out early. Serves to exit the loop immediately, regardless of what the loop has completed all of its iterations. Okay. And then if and a box, then do all this. Oh, return exits you out of the function. That's probably more what I'd want, honestly. I mean, why even bother with all of this? Truth be told. Okay, so that should prevent any of them loading. We could also say print message box not added because one already exists. Okay, and then the other one, oh, to let it know. Oh god, you want to do notifications? Godot notification event for edited scene changed. Let's see if we can find one of those. Notification WM scene changed. Yeah? Yeah? On already exists? What are you saying? Why are you saying this? WM... I don't see that one. Yeah, it's probably making it up. Notification, WM... There is a lot of WM stuff. There's... About? Let's see if we can find a scene changed. Scene instantiated? I think it might have made that up. Window focus in, close request, go back request, size change, DPI change about, mouse enter, mouse exit. Wait, there's a signal for scene changed. Emitted when the scene is changed in the editor. Oh. Good. The argument will return the root node of the scene that has just become active. If the scene is empty, new empty argument up. Good, good. If this scene is new and empty, the argument will be null. That's concerning. Let's say no, no, either. But we're gonna find something out here. Like, I guess if I click this like that, like this empty, and I just press new, and it's like empty, right? And I haven't created a root node, would be my guess, is what that means. So we would probably want to disallow it from happening in that instance. So I guess I'll put this... I don't really know, there's a lot of different places I could put this. Let's put it over here. Or maybe above that even. Because we'd want this to affect the visibility of the generate button. Func. Well, you need to connect the signal, right? That's a great signal. That is a very useful signal in this situation. Scene changed. Connect on scene changed. This is fun. I like this. On scene changed. And then we just want to know what the current scene is. Pardon my knuckle pops. If not scene set to null, well, actually, we'll say if the scene is set to null, well, we still gotta think about what we're doing here. You want to update the text on the generate button. That's what I want to do. So fetch this. If scene is set to null, generate button dot text equals generate or invalid empty scene. Empty scene can't generate. Seven say scene is empty. I'm grumpy. Scene is empty. And then we could even say that it's like disabled, right? Generate button disabled true, so you can't even press it. If it's not null, we want to make sure that it is enabled. And this text says generate in whoa, what the hell? False. Generate in, and we want to concatenate this with stringified scene name. And then that just is keeping itself updated all the time. What is that like? All right, come over here. Delete the message box, save it. Seems like it could work, right? Oh, let me clear out the errors. Load it in. See what it says. And in the message sheet, it doesn't say anything down there, unfortunately. Oh, probably because we haven't changed scene. So we need to make sure it checks it right away. So generate in main plugin, generate in canvas layer message box, which is stretching out the table too much. So that's a bit of an issue, actually. But it is updating it, which is good. If I create a new one, scene is empty. Nice. Dope. But the relationship between the size of that and the button is ridiculous. So if I could just stop doing that, that would be really good. Why do you care what that is? Why would you do that? Because that's a VBox. So we just need to set something else. Now the error when you add it twice. Oh yeah, we should check that too. Good call. Okay, let me just fix this real fast. I'm surprised that stretches it out so much. Well, you have 200 margin over here. Okay, I know why you did that. So that way it's not this super long button. Dude, let it be a long button. Just let it be a long button, man. Like this is not acceptable. Okay. Okay, so I don't think we generated anything. So let's reload the plugin. Add the file. It's a long generate button, and that is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, oh, I wanted to check the scene right away. So I'm just gonna add that in real quick. Real quick, okay? Just real fast. Whenever this becomes visible, I mean, technically, what I'd like it to do is run on scene changed. Well, but I'd like it to check the scene. Can I just emit it? I don't think so. You could just say whatever the current scene is. How do I even get the current scene? That's not scene root, is it? Oh, it's scene being edited. We've talked about this. We've talked about this. Scene being edited. Okay. I just want to see it be correct. Okay, re-enable it. Open this. Upload a new sheet. Great. Generate in main plugin. Awesome. Move over here. Generate in Node 2D. Generate in canvas layer message box. Blah, 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 blah. Beautiful. Okay, now the error when you add it twice. Okay. So we're going to generate it in Node 2D. If I try to generate it again, nothing happens. We check the output. I mean, it prints it. Something about that feels like not enough. You know, like, would it be kind of nice is if an error... I know, I'm kind of like, maybe I should make the upload be a big button too. I feel like I should put the error like underneath here or something, you know, just so it's like a little more like visible. Like it's more stuff. Is that what it says? Because on already exists? That's funny. Okay. I would like that better too, right? Okay. Alright, alright. One already exists. So when the generate is pressed, instead of printing it, I mean, you know, it's gonna take a little effort because I'm gonna have to create that. But it'd be nice. So I'm actually gonna change this margin container to a VBox because I'm not using the margins anymore. So let's just make it a VBox. And then add a label. Error message. Center it. Obviously, it needs to be red. That's the correct color for such a thing. It's very hard to read. That is infuriatingly difficult to read. Unacceptable. You know, we could try reducing the thickness a little bit. But I think that's gonna have limited helpfulness here. Wow, it looks devastating. Yeah, I was thinking of shadow too. It's the best color when computers are mad at you. That's correct. Shadow, shadow, shadow. Oh, I guess wait, where do I put the shadow? Do I have to, wait, where do you, oh, there's a shadow. An outline for the shadow. It's pretty obnoxious. That is fairly silly. Make it blue so it really stands out. It's not that much better. It really isn't. You could also push the text apart. How do they do it? How do they make them so visible? It could be all caps. Error message. That looks so bad. It might look better on this. Like it might pop more against that blue. Yeah, I think it might actually be worse with the shadow. I mean, it just might be best to put like a background on there, if I'm being honest. Lighter red. Oh, that does help a lot. No, that makes a big difference. It still kind of sucks, but I think maybe a background is probably gonna be the most legible thing. Or just like not red. like we could also just say like error. Here, we could get real crazy with it. We could scope creep it. Get an H box in there. Have error be first. Have error be first. And make this one be a normal color. You did a bad thing. Okay, so like something like that maybe. That way we get the red, but at least sorry, it's not a very nice message. At least it's legible. I am not going to do the letter spacing. It looks ridiculous. I actually do like it on the error, but maybe on the message. Pull it. We're back in design town. Alright, I think this is good. Yeah, it's much better. So you still get the alarm of error, but you can actually read what the information is. Okay, I'm gonna call this HBox error. All caps, error. And then I'm gonna make it unique name. We're also gonna need the message to be accessible. And then we gotta set that stuff up. This would be on main plugin. Oops. HBox error. Label error message. That's fine. Okay. I'm just gonna put these on the clipboard. Okay. Then over here in instead of printing that, we would want to say, we could, well, we don't really need to set that up unless this is true. Variable hbox error hbox container equals main plugin hbox error variable label error message label error message on main plugin. And we want to say hbox error visible true. Label error message text equals message box not added. That might be kind of long. How can I make that more succinct? I'm gonna ask Gen AI. Make this more succinct. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. I don't need to say that. Message box already exists. You already, pawn was right on top of that. What? 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 Did it train on you chatting that? Like you typed it in and sent it. I hadn't received it yet, but they received it and trained on it and then gave the response. I think that's what happened. It's the only explanation. I'm gonna say a message box already exists. Okay, and then we're gonna want to make sure that we hide it. So you actually should probably put these like outside of here. Would probably be a good idea. If I ask me. And then whenever we add a box, just make sure hbox error visible is false. And that should be fine. Okay, what is that like? Let me make sure that this is not visible by default. Nor is the generate button. Reload the plugin. We actually do already have a message box on there. So we're gonna upload this. Generate. Alright. Alright, yeah, it pushes everything up. Pushes everything up. You know, I have to be okay with that. I just have to be okay with that. I mean, you know, if you... I think you just have to be okay with that. I mean, there's ways you could get around it, but do you really care, Lise? Do you really care? Come on, Lise. You don't really care. It does happen on websites. I could fix it. I could totally fix it. I know exactly how I could fix it. I could do it. You know what I will say is it does like draw your attention to it more, right? I like that. Okay, so if I delete this and then click it, it generates. And then it won't let me because one already exists. Honestly, I kind of like that it like pulls it. It's like what happened, because if it doesn't pop up, you might not even notice it there. Okay, yeah, we got bug catches. Okay, so now I gotta fix this because all the messages aren't supposed to be visible at once. That is not correct. I want to say that by default, yes, this is good, right? So we should actually commit. We should do a commit. Commit would be good. Plugin has good error messages now. For now. Okay. Push it. What's next? How's the weather doing? It's good. It looks. It's. Oh god. Oh god. It's coming. It's coming. I heard sounds outside. Oh, it's coming. It's coming, man. Look at that. Oh, that doesn't look good. Look at that. I think that's bad. I think that indicates rotation. I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. But I'm pretty sure that's like really not good. I think it's time to check in with Ryan Hall. He's a YouTube live streamer. Oh, I'm hearing stuff. I'm hearing stuff. No, don't be scared, be prepared. That's what Ryan Hall always says. Is he even live right now? He's not even live. Okay, if Ryan Hall isn't live, then we're safe. That's how you know everything's fine. As if this guy isn't streaming, there's nothing to worry about. Alright, so we're just gonna not freak out. I mean, he deserves it, because he streamed a long time yesterday. Okay, only 4 hours. That's nothing. It's nothing compared to the 11-hour stream here. But still, he deserves a nap. Alright, I guess we're fine. I guess it's like not a big deal. It still might, to be fair, the power still might get knocked out. And that means the stream goes down. So let's keep that in mind. Alright, so what I want is all those messages not to be clumped up on each other. So first thing I'm gonna want is, oh, the cat's scared. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. First thing I want to do is make sure I hide that. So that way they're all like blank. So let's make sure that looks correct. Generate it. Dude, this is cool. It works. Like what? It's I can just know that it works. This is cool. I like this. Okay, so that's in there. They're all invisible, which is correct. But I want the first one to be visible. Like right away, I guess. You know. Look, it's not the most optimized setup, beautiful thing, but it is what it is. So it's just a demo. So what I want is to say that the first one, you're having a lot of fun with my plugin for the state machine. It's fun. It's really cool. It's like, yo, I did something. It's kind of like automating my own like creation process, which is crazy. Like that I can even do that. All right, so I want to say I was just updating my partner about the storm situation. So I want to make sure that it loads the first one. So in that list, I think like in the children, yes, that's the first one. This is a message for you. I want that to be visible. So we'll just say messages container get child 0 visible true. All right. Okay, delete the old one. Load the plugin. Upload the sheet. Generate it. Nice. Okay, cool. So then I just have to set up the next button to actually skip between them. One thing... Oh, dang. I'm almost out of time. You don't need that part in the loop? Dude, I gotta stop. It's like 3 minutes. Oh my god. You don't need that part in the loop. Wait, what? I don't need something? What do you mean? Oh, I don't have to put this in the loop. I see what you're saying. I know, I almost missed that. I'm almost out of time. Right, I can put this outside the loop. That's an excellent point. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. That's a credit. That's a credit. You're paying attention. You're aware of what's going on here. I appreciate that. Okay. So, I'm definitely not going to be able to get the signals thing working. That's for sure. But I would love the next button to work. Could we get the next button working before I have to go? That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. I got to leave, like, very soon. If you guys are here and you haven't hit the like button, hit that like button. Hyper smash the thumbs up. It means more people find out about these streams. I do want to tell you guys that next Saturday, I'm doing a live stream. It's the only stream I'm doing next week, okay? I don't think I have a window open. It's the only stream I'm doing next week. Well, there's a member stream. I'm always doing the member stream. But public, there's only going to be one more stream. And then the Game Like Jam starts, by the way. The Game Like Jam starts the week after next, which is crazy. So next week, on April 26th, on Saturday, I am going to be playing your guys' games and projects. So head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev. You can join for free. It costs you nothing. And you'll get this newsletter in your email inbox on Saturday, and you'll get alerts leading up to it as well. If you want to submit a game yourself, there's instructions on the post, but I'll tell you, you can head over to hypergame.dev and then go to this community shares queue page, and you will be able to share your game, and I can't wait to check it out. I do want to tell you that. All right, let's see if I can wedge this in real quick. So for the next button, I need to set it up on the plugin so it actually exists and stuff. Oh, wait, but that's on the message box. Button next, that's on the message box. So in here is where I need to set this up. My mistake. Okay, button next. Oh wait, that's where we are. Great, easy. Function ready. On, oh, Travi is scared. Button next, connect. He can tell it's coming. On button next, on next pressed, I prefer to say. And we want to say pressed connect. Then, func on next pressed. Okay, this is kind of crazy because I need to do the next one. So I would say this, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. I kind of need to keep a count, right? Variable current message number, integer, set it to 1. Oh man, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. Set it to 0. When the button gets pressed, we want to say current message number. Oh, that's going to be tough because we got to get the child, right? So we got to say get the child, current message number, visible false, and then for the next one, so we have to say current message number plus equals 1, and then we want to say that that one becomes true in theory. That's what that would do, but I can't really test it because I'd have to run the main scene, which I don't even know if that is set up correctly. So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get that, but you know, it's there. It kind of works. Guys, thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you. If you guys are here after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last learn along that we did, which was a long time ago. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one that we're gonna do. And I can't wait to see you there, guys. All right, let's see if I can